the boy was simply at home watching a documentary about wildlife. In the next moment, he transformed into a little cat and found himself in a primeval forest, living a life of barely getting enough food, often going hungry for days on end. But he had no idea that this was actually a survival competition broadcasted by beastmen. The top 10 beastmen at the end of the competition would receive abundant rewards, and Sumian, being the weakest in mental strength, drew a lot of attention. Everyone was waiting to see how he would end up being devoured by monsters. At this point, Sumian, who hadn't eaten in 3 days, was completely delirious from hunger. Suddenly, a low growl came from the side. It seems there might be wild animals fighting ahead. Sumian decided to go take a look. Maybe he could snatch some leftovers and get a bite of meat. He hid his body behind the bushes and peered out. At the center of the clearing, a massive tiger with an enormous build was tangled in a fight with a giant python. Sumian screamed internally for help. Are animals really this huge nowadays? The ferocious beast opened its jaws wide, revealing sharp teeth that clamped tightly onto the vital point of the giant python. The python's flesh and blood immediately turned outward. Sumian stepped back in fright. The tiger's ears twitched slightly. It suddenly turned its head, looking toward the source of the sound. The tiger leisurely made its way toward the grass. Sumian was still pondering the possibility of escaping right under the beast's gaze. As soon as I lifted my eyes, I saw a massive tiger head with blood smeared around its mouth. I was so terrified that my fur stood on end. My big watery eyes were brimming with tears, nearly spilling over, letting out a pitiful meow. Big brother tiger, please spare me. I wouldn't taste good. There's barely any meat on me. I'm covered in fur from head to toe. The tiger tilted its head slightly. His cold eyes stared at Sumian for a moment. Then, Morty turned around and walked away without much interest, as if he didn't take him seriously at all. Before leaving, he let out a soft snort. It sounded dismissive. The crisis was over. Sumian continued walking deeper into the forest, still starving. The entire little kitten looked listless. The sound of its hungry meows felt almost earth-shaking. The cat's cries echoed with despair. A faint sound came from ahead. It was the rabbit the kitten had decided on. Today, it would feast on braised rabbit meat. It crept forward on tiptoe, about to get close to the rabbit. Holding its breath and focusing intently, Sumian suddenly dashed out. But before even touching the rabbit's fur, a dark shadow appeared in sight. Like a sharp blade, it suddenly darted out halfway. The rabbit vanished in the blink of an eye. Sumian was forced to break abruptly along the way, tumbled and rolled several times over. Its hind legs propped up the lower half of its body. A round and chubby backside, head slightly tilted down, lying flat on the ground, eyes fixed on a small blade of grass ahead. The poor little cat. A hemp rope always snaps at its weakest point. Misfortune always seems to target those with a tough life. I'm such a big rabbit, you know. Adjust your posture carefully. Glance over to the side. A fly, noticeably larger than usual, landed on the tree branch, looking down from above with an air of superiority. Its claws are sharp and menacing, firmly gripping the rabbit from earlier. Its eyes still gleaming with obvious pride. The kitten lifted its head high, let out an angry roar. Damn screeching meows. That's my rabbit. Maurice stared at the little cat on the ground, challenging him. He chuckled. Sumian kept cursing nonstop under his breath. Are you mute? Can't you speak? If it weren't for the faint trace of mental energy fluctuations, Maurice would almost believe this was a primitive animal. So weak, yet still daring to join a survival competition. And what kind of breed is this cat? He had never seen this type of beast form before. Well, it's oddly adorable. Sumian only heard a few eagle cries, thinking the other was mocking him. He got even angrier. Go to hell, you thief. Wha? His dinner is gone. Sumian was heartbroken. Morris glanced at the little cat below, whose mood had suddenly dropped, completely puzzled. Hey, which planet are you from? What's your name? Entering the competition without any skills. Hey, I'm talking to you. Morris spoke in the intergalactic beastman's universal language, but Su Ming didn't understand a word. Morris gave the little cat another look. Then he remembered he was still holding a rabbit in his claws. Suddenly it all made sense. I realized I had taken this little cutie's dinner. On the other side, at the Capital Stars survival show production team, in the office building, the director. There's something going on here, Director Laurie asked. What happened? Was there an accident on set? No, Director. It seems like there's an orc here, but we couldn't find any participant information for him. It seems like he doesn't understand Orcish. It's also possible that he can't speak it. Behind the curtain is a scene of a kitten facing off with a fly. Whose lost child is this? If they're not a contestant, they shouldn't be able to get in. Xiao Zhang adjusted his glasses. The competition needs to be stopped. Shouldn't you get the cat, or rather, the person out first? Lori squinted slightly. It's just an unexpected incident. Keep a close eye on that thin man. If any danger arises, assistance can be provided immediately. The Sparrow staff member nearby chimed in. Don't you all think it's adorable? I've never seen such behavior in an animal before. It might bring a completely different outcome to the competition. Take a look. Just now, Commander Lu spared this little kitten. On the other side, the fly's attempt to communicate failed. Let go of your claws. Kick the rabbit down with one swift motion. A shabby little rabbit. I wouldn't bother eating it anyway. Consider it a gift for you. Sumian looked at the fly with a face full of disdain before tossing the rabbit onto the ground, feeling indignant inside. Obviously, it was this dumb bird that snatched it from him, but the situation left him no choice. It's free food, so why not take advantage of it? Sumian strolled over to the base of the tree, approaching the rabbit, eagerly reaching out with its tiny paws, stretching forward twice, then pulling back quickly, lifting its head to glance at the fly on the tree, noticing there was no reaction from it, promptly snatching up the rabbit, turning around and leaving, its long tail raised high like an antenna. Morris cast a quick glance at the sky. The clouds are dense. It seems like it might rain. Wei Xiaofei danced. I go by the name Maurice. Without paying attention to the silly bird behind him, he walked away, found a spot under a nearby tree, stared at the rabbit in front of him. It is now pondering how to survive. After all, it cannot eat raw food. But despite thinking for a long time, it still couldn't figure it out. So, the decision was made to eat it raw. Took a bite with a crunch. Unexpectedly found raw meat to be quite tasty, completely different from the imagined savagery of eating raw flesh. Then began devouring it with large mouthfuls. Since eating rabbit meat 2 days ago, these past 2 days, nothing else has been eaten. The further ahead, the more frequent and distinct the sounds of wild beasts became. Sumian speculated that they must be nearing the central area. The central area might be more dangerous. This, however, also indicates that food is plentiful. He might even manage to catch some small animals to eat. Having made up his mind, Sumian moved cautiously with every step he took. He walked for an unknown amount of time. Suddenly, the view ahead opened up. A clearing appeared in front of him. To the left, near the cliffside, there was a cave. In front and slightly to the left of the cave entrance lay a deer leg. It seemed to be the remains of a meal left by some large predator. Sumian carefully moved closer to the edge of the hole. She tilted her small head forward slightly to take a look inside. The hole wasn't deep but was quite spacious. There were traces indicating that wild animals had lived here, but the smell was faint. It seemed they had been gone for quite a while. Sumian felt completely at ease. She rushed in and devoured the food voraciously. After eating and drinking her fill, Sumian surveyed the cave back and forth. The cave backs onto the mountain. It has a natural barrier. It's extremely secluded. Nearby, there are a few trees bearing small purple fruits. Food won't be a problem. It's unclear how vast this forest is. It has been raining constantly these past few days. For now, it seems, finding a stable shelter is more important. This cave seems perfect for him. Sumian considered looking around nearby for some fruits or similar things. He figured that if the original owner didn't return, then he could store the fruits in the cave, using them as his personal food supply. If the owner did come back, he would simply treat those fruits as payment for meals. Soon, he transported the fruits into the cave, piling them up into a small heap. After working tirelessly for a long time, just as Sumian began envisioning his future, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through. A distinct, heavy breathing sound came from behind. Sumian froze in place. Curiosity drove Sumian to slowly turn his head. A massive tiger was quietly standing right behind him, up close. The sound of its breathing could be heard clearly. The master of the cave had returned, and it was someone familiar. Luli stared at the little creature in front of him with a blank expression. As the only one in the new era, an orc with SS-level mental power, his mental state is highly unstable. He rarely goes home, spends every day at the military training grounds, frequently beats up his subordinates. His subordinates are constantly miserable. During the few days at the competition venue, Luli had an incredibly smooth experience. The production team has yet to announce the task, so over the past few days, it was simply about surviving in the untouched wilderness, heading out during the day to hunt, relishing the thrill of the chase, easing the turmoil of the mind. The deer leg at the cave entrance was what he had left over from his meal, though it might also be that venison is too nourishing. He had eaten quite a bit over the past few days. His body naturally felt a bit overheated. A playful idea suddenly crossed Luli's mind. I walked up behind Sumian, noticed he hadn't reacted yet, and silently clicked my tongue in disapproval. With such poor vigilance, how dare he join the competition? He'd probably get eaten by some primitive animal halfway through, the tiger thought maliciously. Not sure what kind of beastman he is. He does have quite an unusual look. Luli reluctantly admitted that he looked decent. Judging by the tiger in front of him, it didn't seem to mean any harm. Sumian decided to implement Plan B. The little kitten meowed softly, while scooting to the side with its furry paws. It fished out a piece of fruit from the pile behind it, and nudged it toward the tiger. Glanced at the tiger. The tiger showed no reaction, and the kitten continued pushing the next one. The tiger lowered its gaze to the cocoa fruit in front of it, uncharacteristically silent. What is going on here? The entire area around here belongs to it. If he remembers correctly, this should be the fruit growing on the tree near his cave. This little creature is using his fruit to try and please him. Luli was so angry he almost laughed. The tiger in front of him slightly curled its lips. It looked like it might open its mouth to devour Sumian at any moment. Sumian mustered up his courage and meowed at the tiger. Big brother tiger, sorry for eating your meat. Consider these as an apology. The tiger didn't understand a single word, but it wasn't hard to guess. It let out a disdainful growl. Can't you speak the language of beastmen? Shift into your beast form. Do you really think you're a primitive animal? The little cat noticed the other finally showed some reaction. It assumed the other had agreed. Happily continued saying, all right, it's settled then maintained a calm expression, walked past the tiger as if nothing had happened, stepped towards the entrance of the cave. The tiger watched the cat intently, casually walked outward as if it were natural, extended a front paw and swiped towards Sumian. Sumian was slapped to the ground with one blow, completely exposed the failure of pretending to be calm, looked at the little cat that had been knocked down by its paw. Luli glanced at herself suspiciously. Her paw wasn't exerting much force. She seriously suspected the little thing was pretending to be hurt. Luli had no interest in bullying a minor. He let out a threatening roar at the kitten, telling it to leave quickly. Afterward, he went on his own deeper into the cave. He found a comfortable spot and sprawled out. Sumian, seeing the tiger let her go, tiptoed quietly toward the cave's exit. Outside, it was gloomy and overcast. He needed to quickly find a place to spend the night. Just as he stepped out of the cave entrance, the sky suddenly poured down a heavy rain. Sumian froze completely like a startled cat. Going out would definitely leave him drenched. This rain was terrifying. It was so scary. He felt like his fur was about to smoke. Sumian crouched down and sat on the ground. His fluffy tail was tucked under his bottom. Both of his little paws were pressed together. A tiny body curled up tightly. The fur on the outside was already damp from the rain. Sumian let out a faint whimper, wanting to move further inside, but feared the tiger in the cave might actually drive it away, so it could only tremble and lie at the entrance of the cave. Sumian slowly drifted off to sleep. Luli noticed the pitiful little creature lying at the cave entrance, without showing any emotion. As the night grew deeper, the little kitten remained in its dream, dreamed of being tightly coiled by a venomous snake, so scared that faint whimpers came out. The tiger originally heard the sound of a kitten in discomfort, glanced impatiently in the direction of the kitten, hesitated whether to simply swat it to death with one paw, or just toss it away and be done with it. It wasn't until this moment that the tiger began to carefully observe, and noticed the kitten before Sumian was obviously still not fully grown, and had no idea what its family was thinking, throwing it into the competition. The mental strength seemed faint and barely noticeable. The speech was consistently in primitive beast language. Could it be that there's a disability in this aspect? After a brief internal struggle, the tiger eventually stood up, and walked toward the little kitten at the entrance of the cave, accurately bit the kitten on the back of its neck, picked up Sumian in its mouth. Sumian felt an invisible force in her sleep, grasped the throat of fate, kicked with a spirited fighting stance, let out a muffled growling sound. The tiger looked at the restless little cat even in its sleep, tried to ignore the unfamiliar feeling of carrying a cat for the first time, tossed it to the spot where he usually sleeps, lay back down in his original spot to sleep. Sumian had been moving for quite a while earlier, instinctively leaned toward the source of warmth, twisted and turned his body. It kept getting closer and closer. In the end, the entire little kitten was completely buried in the fur of the tiger's belly. Glancing at you briefly, the small kitten was entirely nestled into the tiger's stomach fur. For the first time, the tiger felt something unusual. However, it still didn't throw Sumian out. Early the next morning, the heavy rain finally stopped. Sumian responded contentedly with a hum. It feels like this has been the best sleep since being reborn. Still not fully awake yet. I tried my best to stretch out my body. My fingertips extended, mimicking a grabbing and releasing motion, instinctively kneading the soft area in front of me. The tiger stared expressionlessly at the little kitten, causing trouble beneath it. At this moment, Sumian finally opened her drowsy eyes. Her brain froze for a brief moment, as if resigning herself to fate. Right now, all he wants to do is pretend to be asleep. He absolutely doesn't want to face the fact that while sleeping, he somehow ended up on someone else's stomach. But the owner didn't give him the chance to avoid it. The tiger's voice drifted down from above his head. Sumian raised his head mechanically. For a moment, the big and small felines locked eyes. Sumian internally let out a groundhog-like shriek. He let out an awkward meow, then lowered his head and nervously licked his lips. It felt like there was something fuzzy in my mouth. Spitting it out to take a look, it turned out to be white fluff. Sumian had a sinking feeling in her heart. She glanced at the spot where she had been lying earlier. The white fluff was soft and thick, but one area clearly had a patch missing. She realized she had accidentally chewed a bald spot into it. The tiger almost choked on a breath in its throat, but Luli didn't seem too upset about it. His mania had caused him to struggle with sleepless nights for years. Last night, something seemed to go unexpectedly wrong in his mind. He brought the kitten over in an unusual way. Surprisingly, he slept quite well. Inside, I only found a peacefully sleeping kitten. Shockingly, even they were affected by this. The tiger pondered deeply. He realized that his years of restless nights might be because he needed someone to share the warmth of his bed. The tiger, single for 33 years, fell into a contemplative silence. Sumian stayed silent while looking at the tiger. Gathering her courage, she apologized to the tiger. It wasn't intentional. Her voice was so soft it was almost inaudible. The tiger observed the small, lifeless creature. Still, it thought, the overly busy little cat from yesterday was slightly better. Am I really that frightening? Luli lazily pondered for a moment. Whose child is this? Sumian had no idea what the tiger was saying to him. He looked at the tiger with innocent, cat-like eyes. His face was filled with confusion. The tiger, seeing his expression, became even more convinced of his thoughts. Unable to speak the beastman language, turns out, he must be disabled. Luli thought for a moment. He had slept well last night. Might as well keep him temporarily as a pillow. Anyway, this little thing looks like it's been abandoned. It seems as though no one cares about it. The commander finally figured things out. When he looked at Sumian again, there was a different kind of meaning in his gaze. The tiger got up from the ground. Lowering its voice, it let out a growl at Sumian. Then it turned and started walking out of the cave. Sumian was completely baffled. He's not going to eat me anymore. The tiger wandered through the forest, thinking about what else to add to the new cushion. The prey looked scrawny and malnourished. Clearly, it hadn't eaten anything good before. Ever since the tiger left, Sumian stood there in a daze, wondering if the tiger had really given him the cave to live in. Oh, he really is such a kind tiger. Sumian walked over to the pile of fruits he gathered yesterday, casually picked one and ate it to fill his stomach. After much hesitation, ultimately, he decided to head out in search of food. The only 2 meals of meat he had in recent days were entirely a matter of luck. He couldn't rely on eating just fruits every day. While passing through a patch of bushes, he noticed a lot of green vines on the ground nearby. They looked very much like sweet potato leaves. With his furry paws, Sumian dug into the soil, but there was nothing there. Refusing to give up, he kept digging deeper. At last, the red fruit emerged from the soil. It was part of a sweet potato. Sumian pulled the sweet potato completely out of the dirt. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. She looked at the result of her hard work with satisfaction. However, she had probably been too focused while digging. Her paws were completely covered in dirt. There were even some specks of soil on her face. The entire little cat appeared messy and grimy. Her peripheral vision caught sight of another sweet potato below. Suddenly noticed some stones that appeared to be green. Sumian hesitated for a moment, started digging toward the area where the stones were located. Soon uncovered 3 beautiful green stones. They seemed to be some kind of mineral, emitting a glowing green light. However, at the moment, these stones could only be admired but not consumed. After playing with them for a while, he reluctantly hid them away. Sumian buried the portions of sweet potatoes he couldn't take underground, made a mark, thinking about coming back next time. On the other side, the tiger dragged a wild boar back to the cave and took a look. Not a single trace of the cat could be seen. The place was completely empty. He stared at the wild boar he had hauled back with so much effort, originally planning to treat the little one to a feast. He realized he had gone out of his way for nothing. Turns out, the other had never intended to stay. The conversation didn't make sense at all. The tiger inexplicably felt a surge of anger as if it had been deceived. At that moment, Sumian returned to the cave carrying a string of sweet potatoes. Before reaching the entrance, she spotted a half-dead wild boar lying ahead. The cat stood there, frozen in place. How could there be such a miracle as food falling from the sky? The only explanation was that it was prey caught by the tiger. Could it be that the tiger hasn't left yet? This would mean that she would have to leave. The kitten let out a soft sigh. It decided to turn around and look for another place to stay. The tiger had been lying in the cave sulking. For the first time, he wanted to take care of a little creature, but it turned out he had misunderstood the situation. And then, he watched as a mud-covered, unrecognizable figure came back. The tiger's eyes narrowed. His first thought was that the little creature had been bullied. Who would dare to mess with his cushion? He was planning to kill the other person. Then he noticed the little cat with a string of sweet potatoes in its mouth. The tiger was speechless. It turns out the cat went out to find sweet potatoes, and ended up getting itself so dirty. Looking at the little cat with its tail raised high, it was so happy just eating a few sweet potatoes. This made him even more certain that the little cat had never had anything good to eat before. He was just about to stay reservedly inside the cave, wait for the little one to come over on its own, then saw the light in the other's eyes suddenly vanish. Its tail drooped down in disappointment, turned around and was about to leave. The tiger couldn't hold back anymore. With a few large strides, it reached the kitten's back. Familiar this time, it bit the back of Sumian's neck. Sumian hadn't even reacted yet. Her body lifted off the ground. Her eyes widened, unable to make a sound. The tiger carried Sumian in its mouth and headed toward the wild boar. When it reached the destination, it released its grip and placed Sumian on the ground. Eat. The tiger nudged Sumian with its front paw, indicating for him to eat. Sumian looked at the tiger in astonishment. Is this really for me to eat? This made Sumian even more convinced that he had encountered a tiger with a gentle temperament. His small face, covered in mud, meowing happily at the tiger, then lunged forward and took a bite. Unable to bite through, it tried again with more effort. Still couldn't bite through. Turned around to glance at the tiger. Its eyes were wide and sparkling. Wild boar meat is tasty, but the skin is too tough. Clearly, it's not something a little kitten can bite through. The tiger felt like it was raising a useless little ancestor. Even having a meal has become a challenge. I honestly can't figure out how he's managed to survive until now. Opening its massive, gaping jaws at the most tender part of the wild boar's loin, tearing open a huge gash, then turning back with a glance to signal it was ready to eat. Sumian rushed forward, tearing into it ravenously. After savoring the wild boar meat, Sumian's already scruffy cat face, now smeared with blood, looked even more shockingly pitiful. The tiger's obsessive cleanliness kicked in. It decisively picked up the kitten and headed outside. It arrived at a small creek. Without hesitation, it dropped Sumian onto the ground. Its gaze signaled for him to clean himself up. Sumian swiftly landed in the flowing stream. Water splashed up in all directions. After enjoying a refreshing bath, his fur looked neat and fresh. The tiger gazed at the now spotless little creature in front of it. A hint of satisfaction flashed across, let out a low growl at him. It was clear that it wanted Sumian to keep up with it. Sumian couldn't wait to follow the tiger, hoping it would share some meat. It even brought him along for a bath. He was truly moved, let out an enthusiastic meow, scurried over to the tiger's side, walked alongside it with head held high and chest puffed out. Just finished taking a bath, Sumian returned to the cave together with the tiger. He went to the pile of fruits he had gathered the day before, carefully selected one from the bunch, a fruit that looked particularly appealing, gently bit into it and placed it forward. The tiger watched the familiar scene unfold, glanced at the little creature obediently sitting on the ground, as if waiting to be praised. The tiger, being a carnivore, usually had no interest in these fruits, but if it was a tribute from the cushion-like creature, occasionally having a piece of fruit isn't really a big deal. It lowered its head and finished gnawing on a cacao fruit. Sumian saw the tiger eating the fruit she had given it. She meowed happily in delight. Thank you for taking me to bathe. Then, she glanced longingly toward the outside of the cave. There were still some sweet potatoes that hadn't been brought into the cave yet. Sumian really wanted to drag them inside. The tiger noticed the little creature's intentions. It used its broad tail to block the kitten's path. Now Sumian watched as the tiger blocked her with its tail. She looked up and caught a hint of disdain in the tiger's eyes, but he couldn't bring himself to throw it away. Love doesn't require eating this. Eating meat is more nutritious. The little kitten couldn't understand. However, seeing the other party firmly preventing her from going forward, she still chose to listen to them. The tiger walked to the spot where it had slept the night before, and lazily lay down. softly calling out to coax the little kitten to come over. Sumian glanced at the tiger. With a meow, it leapt toward the tiger's belly, lying obediently in the white fur. The tiger's body stiffened for a moment, shifted slightly, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Underneath, Sumian contentedly rolled over a few times. Soon, faint little purring sounds could be heard. Sumian woke up again. The sun was already high in the sky. Standing up, he stretched lazily. He walked over to the tiger and greeted the tiger, who had also just woken up. Noticing that the tiger ignored him, Sumian opened his mouth and licked his paw, then ran his paw down his face, grooming himself, thus beginning his cleaning routine for the new day. The tiger lowered its head, staring at the little creature for a few seconds. As if driven by some mysterious impulse, it extended its broad tongue and gave the little creature a thorough lick from head to toe. The entire cat, Sumian, was licked into a dazed state. A magical sensation spread throughout the body, eyes half closed in a state of comfort, obediently lying on the ground, allowing the tiger to do as it pleased, letting out a sound of enjoyment from the throat. After the ultimate spa session ended, the tiger took Sumian and left the cave. Today is the day the production team releases the missions. Contestants need to head to the designated location to take on their tasks. The two cats traveled far to the north. Along the way, they encountered many animals. These animals, upon seeing the tiger, fled in fear. This made Sumian even more certain that she had aligned herself with someone powerful, so she decided to put in her best effort. She couldn't let the tiger think she was just freeloading. The little cat quietly and secretly wanted to find an opportunity to prove herself. Isn't this the leader of the First Legion? You even started raising kids now. A sharp cry of an eagle echoed across the sky. Su Ming curiously looked up at the sky, and then noticed a very familiar-looking silly bird. Morris landed on the tree in front of the two cats. He glanced at the small figure next to Luli. The next moment, his pupils widened. Isn't this that little troublemaker? No wonder this little troublemaker dared to join the competition. Turns out it has such strong backing. But when did the commander of the First Legion become so good-tempered? When did he become willing to bring along a little cat? The last time he greeted Luli at the military academy. He barely even bothered to respond to his own matters. He was always indifferent even to himself. Could it be just because I am a fly, and not a feline species, this wretched bond of racial ties? The fly on the tree suddenly showed an indignant expression. Fixing its gaze on the two conniving cats below the tree, Sumian silently mocked the foolish bird in his heart, still as inexplicably odd as ever. But being stared at with those resentful little eyes was actually quite unsettling. He flicked his ears slightly, and unintentionally leaned a bit closer to the tiger. Unexpectedly, this action in the tiger's eyes seemed like the new pillow was frightened right under its nose by the sudden scare. It raised its head and gave the fly a warning glare. Maurice was stunned by that look, paused for a moment, let out a heavy snort, flapped its wings and flew away. The tiger kept leading Su Ming forward for half a day. The number of animals they encountered ahead increased. He even spotted polar bears and Arctic wolves. Aren't Arctic wolves supposed to be a species native to the Arctic? So why are they in the forest? That Arctic wolf with its pure white fur. He gave a slight nod toward the tiger, and then walked away gracefully. He surprisingly saw the shadow of a human in the figure of a wolf, but he failed to notice. A hint of contemplation flashed through the deep eyes of the Arctic wolf. Not long ago, he ran into Mori on the road. Mori was overheard spreading the news everywhere. Luli entered a competition with a child. At first, he thought Mori was just making up random rumors out of boredom, but it turned out to be true after all, managing to get the notoriously ill-tempered Legion commander to take care of a kitten. Who would have thought Luli had a sense of racial identity? When Tiger brought Sumian to the destination, there were already many beastmen waiting at the site. Sumian spotted that silly bird again. The other party was still sneakily glancing over here. It wasn't just him. It seemed like every animal present was looking this way. Around 2 p.m. in the afternoon, all the contestants, they all gathered in the vast clearing to the north of the forest. Sumian widened her eyes, staring at what must have been thousands of animals. How could these animals coexist so peacefully? Could it be that these animals were worshipping the god of the forest? The time had come. The consciousness of all the beastmen in the clearing was linked to a shared space, supported by a high-level mental network. The detailed information for the first task, the first phase mission of the original survival challenge, is announced as follows. This phase involves a competition system where 3,000 participants are narrowed down to 1,000. Participants are required to gather in the primeval forest. They must collect energy stones distributed by the production team. There is a total of 1,000 energy stones available. Energy stones can be transferred or seized. However, they cannot be destroyed. The search period lasts for 5 days. Once the time is up, Participants who have obtained energy stones will advance automatically. These energy stones cannot be detected through mental power. Contestants can only rely on basic methods to find them. Anyone violating the rules will be automatically deemed eliminated once the task is announced. Now the contestants are confirming their acceptance of the task. Only Su Mian looked utterly confused at those creatures that seemed fine just moments ago, and suddenly scattered in all directions. The worship ended so quickly. For the tiger, finding energy stones isn't exactly a difficult task. Can't we just take them by force if needed? At that time, grabbing a couple would be enough. For now, the priority is to train the little one's hunting skills, and to ensure it gets sufficient nutrition. After sizing up Su Mian's physique, decided it would be best to start with weaker prey like wild rabbits, taking Su Mian deeper into the forest. The target is that wild rabbit currently searching for food. The tiger motioned for Su Mian to give it a try. Su Mian felt that his chance had arrived. Catching a rabbit was something he could manage. The little cat slowly approached the wild rabbit. Every step was taken with extreme caution. Like a bolt of lightning, it darted toward the wild rabbit, its front paws stretched out. The wild rabbit reacted swiftly. With a sudden leap, it dashed forward. Then, with a spinning kick, the rabbit struck back. It accidentally hit Su Mian's nose, landed a direct blow to Su Mian's face. Su Mian covered his injured nose with his front paw. Tears welled up in his eyes. He turned around to complain to the tiger, clearly full of grievance. The tiger eventually softened a little. "All right, that's enough training for today, but a hunter who doesn't know how to hunt won't survive long. It's still better to intensify the practice. Its mental energy always seems to be faintly present or absent. It seems necessary to take it for a thorough checkup at the military base after the show. It might be a good idea to bring it to the military for a detailed examination when the program concludes." Walked over and gently licked the kitten's head, getting ready to take it out for dinner. The tiger has its eyes on a wild deer. Su Mian stayed nearby, observing the tiger's hunting techniques. The tiger silently hid itself within the tall grass. Suddenly, it burst into a full-speed sprint. The wild deer reacted with remarkable swiftness, trying to avoid it. However, the tiger moved even faster. The deer struggled under the tiger's immense strength, attempting to break free from its restraints, but it was all in vain. The tiger looked at its prey with satisfaction, then turned around to call the little cat over for a meal. Su Mian eagerly ran over. "You're truly amazing." The tiger gazed at the little cat, a look full of admiration, an expression that reveals nothing, an uncontrollable sense of pride inside. Just a wild deer, making a fuss over nothing. There will be even better prey in the future. Su Mian and the tiger headed back to the cave after eating their fill. As they were walking along, Su Mian's little mind suddenly sparked with an idea, and instantly remembered. The 3 beautiful stones buried in the soil by myself seem to be somewhere nearby. The beautiful stones could be given to the tiger as a meal. No matter how much effort he puts in, he always fails to catch prey. He is also quite weak. Su Mian let out a shout toward the tiger, took a few quick steps forward, turned back to look at the tiger, hoping it would follow along. The tiger could treat it as an after-meal stroll. Following the little kitten, I arrived at a bush. Then my pupils widened in surprise. I watched helplessly as the little kitten, freshly cleaned just yesterday, vigorously dug into the dirt. Before long, I saw the small creature holding an energy stone in its mouth. Then the little one jumped back down twice more, and returned again, with 2 energy stones in total. Indeed, these were the energy stones required by the program rules. The tiger fell silent for a moment. Even though he wasn't in a rush to find some broken stones, he hadn't expected to come across them right after eating. This meant there was no need to go and snatch from others. Su Mian placed the energy stone in front of the tiger. As soon as she was about to step closer, she suddenly remembered she was covered in mud, so she decided not to get too close to the tiger. Instead, she stopped at a short distance. The tiger glanced at the little figure standing before him, suddenly became reserved, fell silent for a moment, hesitated whether to praise it or not, noticed the kitten covered in mud again. The cleanliness compulsion kicked in once more. Better to take a bath first. The tiger then walked over to the energy stone, picked it up with its mouth. Its tail brushed against something. The kitten led the other to take a bath. Su Mian watched as the tiger bit down on the stone. His entire being exuded an air of delight. The next day, Su Mian woke up early. Taking advantage of the fact that the tiger was still asleep, he carefully slipped out of the warm embrace, rushing as quickly as he could to the small river where he bathed. Yesterday, he had spotted a few plump fish in it, but he was worried the tiger might grow impatient if he waited too long, so he held back and didn't catch them. Because of this, the kitten had been quietly planning its actions for the day. It intended to stay there all day long. until it managed to catch a fish to eat. Sumian found a good spot, turned around and placed its thick tail into the water, letting the fluffy fur on its tail drift along with the ripples. But after waiting for a long time, no fish took the bait. The kitten felt very upset, silently encouraged itself, and kept waiting patiently. A strange sensation quickly traveled up the tail. It was easy to guess that a fish might have taken the bait. Turning the head slightly, sure enough, a small silver fish came into view. It was hovering near the tail, suppressing the excitement within. The paw was slowly lifted. The tail remained completely still. In a swift motion, the paw plunged into the water. The fingertips managed to hook onto the fish's body. The little kitten gazed at the delicious fish in its possession. Unable to resist, it began drooling uncontrollably. No matter how small, fish is still meat. Soon, it planned to catch a big fish for the tiger. It melted in the mouth instantly. This fish tasted unbelievably good, savoring the sweetness on its tongue. Sumian focused intently on continuing to fish. Before long, another fish was caught. This one was clearly larger. Suddenly, a faint sighing sound echoed nearby. Out of the corner of the eye, a glance caught the half-height grass. A hint of white flashed by in an instant. Cautiously turned to look in that direction. All that met the eyes were green blades of grass. It seemed like it was just an illusion earlier. Maybe it was just a mistake in perception. Sumian happily carried the silverfish in its mouth on the way back. The freshly caught fish wasn't entirely lifeless. It continued to struggle persistently. What the tiger saw in the cave was exactly this scene. The kitten walking toward it looked like it was marching in step. It had a large fish clamped tightly in its mouth. It seemed to be biting down with all its strength, refusing to loosen its grip no matter what, allowing the cold fish tail to slap against its face. Judging by the sound, the force behind it wasn't light. The little creature looked like it was making an offering, placing the fish right in front of the tiger, looking so pitiful and shivering slightly. The nose was clearly smacked by the fish all the way. The face felt a bit uncomfortable. With a sigh, decided to ignore it for now. The silver fish pulled Sumian closer. A sudden burst of obsessive-compulsive behavior emerged. It started licking its face. It didn't stop until the fur on its face was smoothed out. The gaze shifted away. It prepared to savor the big fish the little one brought back. With a crunch, it swallowed the fish whole, bones and all. What a great set of teeth. Sumian is genuinely envious. For days later, the tiger was up before Sumian even got out of bed. Guests arrived at the cave. A sneaky figure appeared, peering around cautiously outside the cave. It looked highly suspicious. The person outside the cave softly called out to the inside of the cave, asking for Luli. "Are you awake? Be quiet, you annoying tiger." His lovely morning with the little one ended up being ruined by that silly leopard. The snow leopard outside swaggered into the cave. As soon as it entered, it casually asked Luli, "Did you really start raising a kid?" The tiger licked its paw and said, "Who told you that?" "It was Morris. He's been telling everyone you're taking a kid to the competition, and even said something about the child being your relative." "I can't believe you actually raised one. Whose child is this?" "Our commander is actually taking care of a kid." "What exactly are you here for? If there's nothing else, just leave." "Isn't the task from the show to find energy stones?" "You already know. I've been feeling off lately, so I didn't go looking. I just wanted to ask if you have any extra energy stones. If not, can I hire you to snatch one for me?" The tiger stared at the shameless snow leopard, holding back impatience. "It said there are 3 energy stones here, and there's even an extra one, but it wasn't me who found it. Wait until the person wakes up and ask them yourself." Hearing this, the snow leopard's eyes widened. "Are you serious? I can't believe you're living off a kid." Immediately realizing they said something wrong. "Oh, that's not what I meant." The tiger stared at him intently. "Say one more pointless thing, and you can leave." "Hey, no, don't do that. It's not like you don't already know. I genuinely dislike moving around much. This weather is unbearably hot. If you can't handle it, you might as well step back early, so as not to waste resources and effort." "Luli, oh Luli, we're on the same team here. Don't just stand by and do nothing." The soft whimpering of the snow leopard echoed in the cave. It sounded truly heartbreaking. It startled Sumian, who had been sleeping under the tiger's belly. A faint meow came from beneath the tiger. Both big cats immediately fell silent. Lujens followed the sound with his gaze. He opened his mouth as if to speak but then stopped. He confessed he'd been spying outside for quite a while. Not even a shadow of a kitten could be seen. It turned out to be sleeping under Luli's belly. The snow leopard looked as if it had discovered a new world. "Luli, I didn't know you liked kids this much." The tiger noticed the snow leopard disturbing the little one's sleep. Really felt like strangling him. Noticed the other person's expression seemed off. The snow leopard reacted with remarkable speed. In one swift leap, it dashed toward the kitten that had just woken up. Sumian stepped out right after waking up, facing a stern and unyielding cat face. Suddenly, a series of cat meows accompanied by hissing at the snow leopard. Before Sumian could make any significant move, the tiger swatted the snow leopard aside with a single paw. The snow leopard let out a pitiful cry. Noticing the little cat over there returning to its normal state, it shamelessly inched closer again, staring with its big round eyes wide open, looking pitifully at Sumian. "What a cute little creature you are. I am a friend of your uncle. My name is Eugene." Recovering from the shock, Sumian looked at the pitiful big cat in front of him. The tiger noticed the little cat showed no reaction, reluctantly explaining that his mental state was unstable. It seemed like he couldn't speak the beast language. Was it that he couldn't speak or just didn't know how? Could it be that he couldn't even understand? Of course, he didn't know how to speak. Luli stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering something. Could it be that this little creature doesn't understand? Thinking back to all the past clues, it seems like he really sees himself as a tiger. Even when it comes to bathing, he doesn't observe the usual boundaries between beastmen. That explains it. He doesn't seem particularly afraid of me either. Which beastman in the entire galaxy would dare let him groom their fur? Eugene stared at the tiger without saying a word, anxious about advancing their own promotion goals. Turned to the little cat, letting out soft whimpers. "I heard you have some extra energy stones. Could you spare one for me? I'll give you an even better gift after the competition." The tiger looked at the little thing with a puzzled expression. Rarely showing kindness, it decided to act as a translator. Its big head nudged over, signaling Sumian to look behind. There lay the 3 treasured stones Sumian had hidden. Sumian roughly understood the meaning of the snow leopard in front of them. He intended to ask for the stone. Seeing that the tiger had no objections, he selected a relatively small energy stone, then carried it over to the snow leopard. Eugene was absolutely thrilled. He could now advance to the next level. Whimpering softly, he wanted to lower his head and lick the little cat. The tiger beside him noticed his intention, and with a slap, sent him aside once again. The snow leopard stood up and started yelling furiously at Luli. "It's not like I want to eat him. This is just a greeting from an elder. Why be so stingy?" The tiger completely ignored it. The snow leopard yowled incessantly. On the 5th day at noon, all contestants who obtained energy stones automatically advanced. The production team did not immediately announce the next competition venue, so apart from the eliminated contestants, the remaining beastmen continued their usual routines. The next mission location is the West Sea Snow Mountain. The production team did not provide any prior notice. Instead, during the night when most contestants were asleep, they transported the contestants to the snow-covered mountain. At this very moment, Tiger stared at the suddenly changing scenery. Before he could even get angry, he noticed the little kitten unable to move. Quickly, he tucked the soft cotton-like kitten under his belly, using his fur to shield the kitten from the cold. "I was simply stunned, but Mau Mau is still the best." The snow leopard gazed with a meaningful look. The 2 cats were interacting, displaying a look that seemed to say, "So this is the kind of slave you are." The production team used mental links, announced the second phase of the task, primitive survival. The second phase task is announced as follows. This phase requires narrowing down from 1,000 to 200 in a competition format. Contestants are required to gather ice crystal flowers in the Shisha Snow Mountains. Collect ice crystal flowers. The total number of ice crystal flowers is 200. Ice crystal flowers cannot be transferred, taken by force, or destroyed. The production team will provide real-time updates on the remaining number of ice crystal flowers. The search period lasts for 30 days. Once the time is up, contestants who have collected ice crystal flowers will automatically advance. The competition venue for this round may experience extreme snowstorm weather conditions. Contestants are reminded to prioritize their own safety. These crystal flowers cannot be detected through mental sensing. Participants can only rely on primitive methods to locate them. Anyone violating the rules will automatically be considered disqualified. The duration is unexpectedly set at 30 days. This is 6 times longer than in the forest. This indicates that extreme weather conditions could potentially have some impact on the contestants' progress in their search. Besides, this is a snowy mountain. There are many beastmen in their animal forms. It is not suitable to survive here. Combined with the harsh weather conditions, food is undoubtedly scarce. Both the tiger and the snow leopard thought of these points at the same time. The snow leopard quickly expressed its loyalty to the tiger, grinning sheepishly. "To show gratitude for the little one helping me advance, we can team up and act together. When the time comes, we'll advance together." The tiger remained unmoved. He sneered and said, "I don't need your help." The snow leopard saw that the tiger was completely unyielding. A sudden idea came to mind. "Commander, sir, of course, I wouldn't need to assist you. You're undoubtedly the one with the lowest combat value on this show. The snow leopard left a bit of suspense. He whispered, I'm just worried about your little one. You know this venue is far more challenging than the last one. Under extreme weather conditions. He's so young. Can he really leave you? Morris is spreading the word everywhere that you brought a kid along, even though you're well known. What if someone reckless stirs up trouble? Old Lou, do you still not trust me? If it weren't for this little guy yesterday, I wouldn't have been able to advance. Even though I don't like putting in effort, that doesn't mean I lack capability. Don't forget, this snowy mountain is my home turf. The snow leopard immediately laid its long, bushy tail right in front of Sumian, trying to win over the little one. No feline can resist the charm of their own fluffy tail. It boldly stepped forward, reached out with a paw and gave it a gentle touch. It's so soft, and the tiger's jealous tail swiped the ground. You can, but you're not allowed to get close to him, unless I give you permission. The snow leopard silently grumbled about Luli in its mind. That infuriating sense of possessiveness. Even such an adorable little kitty catches his fancy. Why shouldn't he be allowed to run? The snow leopard led the way ahead. Sumian followed behind with the tiger. At first, he was able to walk up to the mountainside on his own. The snow layer grew increasingly thick. Half of his body sank into the snow. The tiger picked Sumian up in its mouth and continued to move forward steadily. The three cats slowly navigated through the cliffs of the snowy mountain. Finally, on a wind-sheltered slope, the snow leopard discovered an ideal place to stay. Here, this spot is the best. The cave is spacious enough to accommodate 5 or 6 people. However, it still needs a bit of tidying up. The snow leopard glanced at the tiger. Its tone subtly hinted that some work needed to be done. The tiger responded with a calm expression and a simple hum. Then hurry up and get it cleaned. The snow leopard's eyes drifted off into the distance. Its mouth moved slightly. In the end, it reluctantly turned back and started working. How frustrating. But what choice did it have when it needed a favor from someone? Then it began digging into the ground with its claws. Sumian watched the snow leopard busy at work, feeling a little embarrassed deep down. He also wanted to go over and lend a hand. The tiger flicked its tail, sweeping the person back into place, preventing him from wandering off. The snow leopard let out a soft whimper toward Su Ming, indicating that it could handle things on its own. After the snow leopard's dedicated effort, a spacious and cozy cave unfolded before them. The tiger swaggered in, leading the little kitten to explore. Then it contentedly chose the spot on the right. The golden cat had no choice in the matter. It lay down on the left side of the cave for a while. The entire cat sprawled out flat like a pancake. Lazily, it complained to the tiger, Luli, when are we going hunting? I'm so hungry. The tiger glanced at the little one who hadn't eaten yet. It really is time to feed the little one. Sumian noticed the 2 big cats were planning to go out, but they intended to leave it here all alone. She immediately jogged over to the tiger's side. The tiger sternly refused. Stay in the cave. We'll come back as soon as we catch food. Although Sumian couldn't understand their words, she could still guess what the tiger meant. The little cat's ears tilted backward, pretending not to hear the tiger's profound reasoning. Clinging tightly to the tiger's leg without letting go, the snow leopard's eyes darted around thoughtfully, feigning a sense of wonder on the side. Although this cave is quite secluded, if by any chance some wild animal shows up, or if beastmen happen to find their way here, it could still be pretty dangerous. The tiger listened to the whimpering sounds coming from both sides, feeling utterly drained. Eugene's point makes sense. Leaving a small creature alone in the cave is indeed risky. In the end, they agreed. The 3 cats set off together to search for food. At this moment, the 2 big cats and the small cat had clear roles. The tiger and the snow leopard were tasked with hunting wild goats. The little kitten could act freely. It said there are many pikas on the snowy mountains. Perhaps they could give it a try. They had been watching a pika not far ahead for a long time. The other party did not notice him. Sumian gazed at the adorable appearance of the pika. He really wanted to keep one in the cave. This way, one could multiply into 2, and 2 into 3. There would be an endless supply of pikas to eat. As he fantasized, drool dripped onto the stone slab beneath his chin. Sumian made up his mind. He decided on this particular pika, and planned to give it to the tiger to eat. But he failed to catch it even once, still failed to catch it after 2 attempts. Feeling utterly defeated, Sumian was furious. He refused to believe he couldn't catch one in a single day. He continued searching searching for a target. Sumian flexed his calves, quickly sprinting to a farther spot. He began scouting for prey again, finally spotted a few pika. A small cat's head slowly peeked out from behind the rock. This is the moment. Like an arrow released from a bow, he darted toward the pika in an instant. Both paws pressed down firmly on the escaping pika. He bit down with his mouth, the pika beneath his jaws. Struggling relentlessly, Sumian decisively applied a bit more force. At last, he caught the first pika of his life. Grateful to the tiger for training him in the forest, he finally achieved success. This side declared victory. The tiger and snow leopard are also about to wrap things up. Sumian carried the spoils of victory in his mouth. Standing a short distance away, he watched them hunt. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. When the snow leopard gets serious, it really is quite formidable. At this moment, the two big cats were completely still, staring intently at a herd of wild goats. Most of the wild goats were grazing with their heads down. The snow leopard quickly launched an attack. Within moments, it took down the goat with ease. At the same time, the tiger instantly turned toward a large-sized goat and struck with a single bite to the throat. Swift and precise, Sumian, seeing this side was settled, hurriedly held a small pika in its mouth with confidence and quickly ran over, stopping right in front of the tiger, proudly showing off to the tiger, its tail unconsciously raised high behind it, clearly waiting for the tiger's praise. The tiger wasted no time and generously showed its admiration, vigorously licking the kitten's head. The snow leopard nearby observed their interaction, unwilling to stay out of the spotlight. Through the wild mountain goat it had caught in front of Sumian, imitating Sumian's demeanor to show off to him. Sumian felt a slight pang in his heart. The wild mountain goats on the ground are incredibly valuable. When compared to the pika, his pika is pitifully small. Look at the kitten's face, filled with both shock and pride, vanished visibly to the naked eye. The tiger slowly stepped forward to block the view, kicked the goat aside with its hind legs, gave the kitten a thorough lick on the head, trying to comfort it while the snow leopard stood stunned in the background. He just wanted to show off his strength to the kitten. Why is that? It seems like he might have done something wrong. Sumian regained her strength with the tiger's comfort. After all, he's still very young. When he grows up, he'll be able to hunt large animals. For now, he's better suited for hunting smaller prey. Sumian believes that one day he will also become a top predator just like the tiger, and by then, he also planned to invite the other party to visit his territory. Calming his emotions, watching the snow leopard exude an air of resentment nearby, he felt slightly embarrassed as well. Carrying the pika in his mouth, he walked over to try and comfort him. The snow leopard noticed the little cat approaching, assuming that the cat was going to offer the rabbit in its mouth to him, excitedly running over with joy, opening his mouth, ready to take the rabbit. Sumian was completely stunned, immediately turned around and ran back to the tiger's side, placed the pika in front of the tiger. Even though the snow leopard helped them find a place to stay, the first rabbit still had to go to the tiger. The snow leopard could reluctantly take second place for now. The tiger glanced at the size of the little pika. It wasn't even enough to fill the gap between its teeth, but it still showed respect, and ate it all up. After all, it was the little one's hard-earned catch. Appropriate encouragement benefits the mental and physical health of minors. Both parties were delighted, except for the golden silk behind him. At this moment, the tiger and the snow leopard suddenly appeared in his mind. He heard the mental connection from the program team, broadcasting the remaining quantity of ice crystal flowers, 187. The snow leopard spoke to the tiger. Someone found it so quickly. The tiger responded coldly. The snow leopard was still tearing meat strips for the oblivious Sumian. The snow leopard glanced at Luli without a care. He calmly continued eating without concern. Even if the sky collapsed, Luli would handle it. After all, he was the fearsome king of the snowy mountains. There was no need to worry about such things. After the three cats were full, they returned to the cave. Sumian diligently licked the tiger's fur to clean it. The snow leopard watching nearby found it amusing. Anyone unaware might think you've got yourself a little wife. The tiger shot him a glance, clearly uninterested in engaging. The snow leopard adjusted his expression and discussed the old route with the tiger. Does this mean we need to head out tomorrow to find that flower or whatever? The tiger thought for a moment. We'll start searching tomorrow, but there might be plenty of competitors teaming up. Try to avoid them as much as possible. The snow leopard opened his mouth wide and asked if you were actually afraid of them. Even if they form a group, they still wouldn't stand a chance against you, would they? The tiger glanced at him lazily. I came here to cultivate myself and find inner peace. On the surface, the snow leopard seemed to suddenly understand, but secretly it chuckled to itself. His deadly persona and self-cultivation, not even a dog would believe it. The next day, the three cats set out to look for the ice crystal flower. Although Sumian wasn't sure what the tiger and snow leopard were searching for, tagging along seemed like the right thing to do. He trudged through the snowy ground. The tiger snapped back to awareness and realized the little cat had to lift its legs with great effort with each step. The fur on its belly was slightly damp. The snow leopard ahead turned back in confusion. The tiger skillfully opened its mouth and picked up Sumian. The tiger then turned around. It placed Sumian gently onto its broad back. Sumian adjusted his posture on the tiger's back and glanced around the surroundings. The view suddenly opened up. Is this what a tiger's perspective looks like? The tiger instructed the little one to sit tight. Don't fall off. Sumian seemed to grasp the meaning. Honestly, he felt a bit embarrassed too. He had insisted on tagging along, but now he had to rely on the big tiger to carry him. The tiger noticed how obedient the little one was. It nodded in satisfaction. Eugene, who was ahead, thought to himself, Luli really seems a bit unusual, doesn't he? Even taking someone else's child to a competition, he could go this far. Wait a minute, suddenly something came to mind. The snow leopard stood in place, appearing casual and indifferent. When the tiger walked over, wearing a deeply serious leopard expression, he slowly asked Luli, could this child possibly be yours? The moment he finished asking, he realized something was off. The kitten's animal form clearly doesn't resemble a tiger. With Luli's powerful genes, it's absolutely impossible for him to take after his mother. Could it be? The snow leopard was utterly in disbelief. A possibility suddenly flashed through his mind. However, the snow leopard wasn't foolish enough to confront the tiger directly. The tiger silently gazed at the scene beside him. The snow leopard, suddenly acting foolishly, and told him to get lost. The snow leopard acted as if they were brothers, bumped shoulders with the tiger. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret safe. After all, we're friends. The tiger bared its teeth at him with a grin. The snow leopard darted ahead, biting its tail, thinking as it ran, oh, poor dearly, no wonder he says he's single. Even for Eugens, this would be hard to speak of, but poor little kitty. It doesn't matter if his biological father doesn't acknowledge his identity. He still has a kind uncle. Sumian had no idea what was going on. He only noticed that the snow leopard had suddenly become more affectionate toward him. This affectionate snow leopard caught a small bird for itself along the way, picked 2 plum blossoms, including but not limited to a few beautiful milky white stones. However, the tiger didn't see it that way. In his eyes, all he saw was someone suddenly flirting. The despicable middle-aged man who wasn't even an adult yet. Still on his back, the tiger, witnessing this scene, was overwhelmed with jealousy. After the tiger gave a fierce beating, the snow leopard finally quieted down, though its face was full of grievance. Remaining crystal flowers, 170. The snow leopard turned to the tiger, whimpered, it's only been 2 days, hasn't it? How could someone find it so quickly? What incredible luck. The tiger spoke in a calm tone. The snow leopard suddenly asked the tiger, seemingly out of nowhere, what's your child's name? Why didn't you tell me about it? The snow leopard started chattering again. Wow, the tiger was absolutely speechless this time, because even he wasn't sure as a fleeting glimmer crossed his eyes. But he still replied, that's none of your business. The snow leopard was truly at a loss for words. Keep moving forward. The snow-covered ground became increasingly steep. As they walked on, the tiger suddenly came to a halt. It let out a menacing growl at the rock ahead. Don't get worked up. I'm just passing through. A wolf with a pure white coat emerged from behind the rock. It was the Arctic wolf, Tuso, they had encountered earlier in the forest. Tuso greeted the tiger, saying it's good to meet again. The snow leopard beside Luli charged forward without hesitation. Oh, you advanced as well. The Arctic wolf seemed to just notice the snow leopard. So Eugens is here too. Luli is still willing to bring you along. The snow leopard stared at the sharp-tongued wolf in front of him, biting his own fluffy tail in frustration. What could he do when he couldn't beat the other? This wolf is undeniably a perfect little dumpling, polished and graceful on the outside, but filled with dark sesame paste on the inside. From the military academy to graduation, he always targeted him both openly and subtly. Tuso noticed the frustrated expression on the blue snow leopard. The tip of its tail lifted slightly in a cheerful motion. He continued speaking to the tiger, addressing Luli. I came this time to form an alliance with you. It's indeed challenging for land creatures to find the icy crystal flower. Weren't you just passing by? The snow leopard curled its lips, showing a look of disdain. The tiger responded, asking what exactly you know. Not much, really. The Arctic wolf paused for a moment. I just want to work together with you. It would be best to find the ice crystal flower before the blizzard hits. A blizzard? How do you even know there will be one? Do you think you're a weather forecaster or something? The snow leopard held up a sign in protest against Luli. Luli, we absolutely cannot let this cunning scoundrel tag along with us. Eugene, we've been classmates for a long time. You don't have to slander me like this. The Arctic wolf snapped angrily at the snow leopard, who was hopping mad. At least I passed the first stage on my own. Why don't you just ask Luli for help? That's not true at all. The snow leopard's eyes darted around evasively, realizing he couldn't win the argument. He turned his head toward the tiger and whimpered pitifully. Luli definitely has ulterior motives. The Arctic wolf continued its conversation with the tiger. That's just something I heard from others. In a few days, an extreme blizzard will hit. By then, the mountains will be buried in snow. Even finding food will become a challenge, let alone searching for the ice crystal flower. The snow leopard chimed in, wearing a look of satisfaction. Luli and I had already anticipated this situation. There was no need for your reminder. Tuso paid no attention to the snow leopard's sarcastic tone. Anyway, I just want to be with you. All right. Saying this, he glanced at the little kitten lying on the tiger's back. By then I can help you take care of the kids too. Isn't that right? The snow leopard, seeing someone trying to take over its job, immediately got anxious. Of course, the little kitten is for me to take care of. How could it be your turn? Speaking, the snow leopard, feeling deeply provoked, was about to lunge forward to bite him. The tiger restrained the snow leopard. Tilting its head, it gazed at the Arctic wolf, its eyes filled with danger. When did I ever need you to help me take care of things? The Arctic wolf took a step back. Sorry, I genuinely want to form an alliance. You might want to think about it, because by then, the heavy snow will block the mountains. It's probably best for two people to search for food together. Leaving one person to take care of the little one might be better. The snow leopard noticed that the tiger seemed inclined to agree, silently cursing this shameless big-tailed wolf. This guy. It was obvious he could tell that Luli cared a lot about the little kitten. Shameless thief. Before the snow leopard could speak, the tiger agreed first. After all, it was his decision to bring the child along, and the mental state remains unstable. Before the competition comes to an end, he naturally has to ensure the absolute safety of the little one. Besides, adding one more helper doesn't cause any harm. The snow leopard's big eyes were filled with grievance. The Arctic wolf displayed a friendly gesture, nodding toward Su-mian, who was on the tiger's back. Su-mian observed the newly joined companion, cautiously attempting to respond. The snow leopard on the side couldn't bear to watch anymore, squeezing its crouched body between the tiger and the Arctic wolf, twisting its body slightly, successfully pushing the Arctic wolf aside, then letting out a loud cry toward the little kitten. Expressing grievance at the shameless friendliness shown by the Arctic wolf, Su-mian thought to herself, this snow leopard is so delicate. The Arctic wolf's eyes darkened, saying to the tiger, I came from the front. I didn't see any ice crystal flowers along the way, so we can take a different path. No need to waste any energy. The tiger agreed. Expand the team of members. Head back to the cave the same way. Search for the ice crystal flower again tomorrow. After returning to the cave, the Arctic wolf noticed the tiger and Su-mian resting on the right side, decided to lie down on the left. The snow leopard aggressively blocked the way. Opening his mouth wide, he launched into a tirade. This is the place I found to stay. It's also the one I cleaned up myself. If you want to stay, you need to pay 10 million Singapore dollars a day. Oh really? Tuso pretended to ponder. Then I'll pay you all at once after the match. The snow leopard was suddenly at a loss for words. It felt like all his strength had been used against thin air. Why did he agree so quickly? Then cast a skeptical glance at this wolf who loves playing dirty tricks. All right, but this spot is mine. You can't sleep here. The Arctic wolf grinned cheerfully and lay down to rest in front of the snow leopard. Eugene, who had just made a huge fortune, stood there in shock, completely in disbelief. Wait, he really gave it just like that? He's not going to go back on his word, is he? Forget it, forget it. I am just a kind-hearted snow leopard by nature, not going to bother arguing with him. Then lay down on the spot to rest. Already, the Arctic wolf, which had closed its eyes, opened its glowing green eyes again, glanced at the snow leopard curled up into a big ball. The snow leopard suddenly shivered in its sleep. This morning, Su-mian noticed something unusual right after waking up. The tiger seemed to be in an unusual state. The muscles throughout the body had been tense since the morning. The eyes were bloodshot red. Su-mian, worried, leaned in to nuzzle the tiger's cheek. The snow leopard and Arctic wolf nearby also noticed something unusual. However, they seemed to treat it as though it were nothing out of the ordinary. He remained remarkably composed. The tiger wasn't looking at Su-mian. Instead, it walked over to the other two. too. Su-mian quickly realized what was going on. The snow leopard was left behind to stay with the kittens. The tiger and the Arctic wolf went out in search of the ice crystal flower. After the two left, only 2 cats were left in the cave. Su-mian felt a bit worried about the big tiger. The snow leopard was thinking at this moment, why is the psychic power acting up again this time? Is this mental state truly healthy? Based on his past experiences, during Luli's psychic power episodes, going out with him often risked getting hurt. That's why he gave the opportunity to go out to Tuso, that cunning wolf. He wouldn't joke around about risking getting beaten up. Of course, staying in the cave to bond with the little one isn't a bad idea. Taking advantage of the tiger's absence, nothing could stop the bond between him and the kitten from growing stronger. The snow leopard couldn't bear the loneliness. It kept trying to find ways to talk to Su-mian. The snow leopard leaned in closer, blinking at the little kitten with large silver gray eyes. Don't worry, meow. That guy has a strong will to survive. It was clear the snow leopard was trying to offer comfort, but Su-mian was still very worried. He had never seen the tiger act like that before. The snow leopard scratched its head in frustration, thinking about how to cheer up the little kitten. Realizing that Su-mian couldn't speak the beast language, simply started playing cat games with Su-mian. He slowly moved his thick and fluffy tail. The tip of his tail gently brushed against the kitten's nose. Su-mian blinked in surprise, then nudged it with her little nose. The snow leopard's tail swiftly evaded you with agility. The kitten followed his movements back and forth. It was just like a cat teaser toy. Excitement sparkled in Su-mian's eyes. Sometimes she leapt around. Other times she crouched low, focusing intently on chasing the snow leopard's tail. How unexpectedly adorable this little child is. Luli's fiery temper. How can there be such an adorable child? Spent the whole day playing with Su-mian like that. When the sky grew dark in the evening, the tiger and the Arctic wolf still hadn't returned. Su-mian anxiously paced around the cave. He wanted to go out and look for the big tiger. The snow leopard gently swept Su-mian back with its thick tail. Do not allow him to leave. The snow leopard didn't appear worried like a little kitten. It's just a mental energy outburst. Everyone is already used to it. The tiger just needs to go out hunting to vent a bit. If it's this late and he hasn't returned, he probably hasn't finished venting yet. With Tuso by his side, there shouldn't be anything major happening. After a while, a foul smell of blood wafted in from outside the cave. It was a familiar scent. The snow leopard rose to its feet. It quickly pushed the kitten behind itself. It looked outward warily, adopting a defensive posture. The shadow outside the cave remained motionless for a long time, perhaps wary of the predator inside the cave. It stayed only for a short while, before quickly vanishing from sight. By the time Puso and Luli returned, it was already late. Su-mian rushed forward with excitement to greet. Just as they approached the tiger's side, a strong metallic scent of blood hit them. They noticed a foot-long gash on the tiger's abdomen. The wound had already clotted. Su-mian's entire body bristled with alarm. They let out anxious meows in a panic. Big tiger, what happened to you? The snow leopard also looked utterly shocked. Luli, how did this even happen? Casting a suspicious glance at the Arctic wolf behind him, clearly showing doubt in his eyes, suspecting the Arctic wolf had been stabbed. The Arctic wolf, feeling exasperated, responded that it wasn't him. After speaking, he lay down on the spot to rest on his own. Su-mian circled around the tiger repeatedly, wanting to lick the tiger's wound, but hesitating out of fear that the wound might get infected. The tiger lowered his head and looked at the little creature who was anxiously worried about him, feeling a soft spot in an unguarded corner of his heart. I'm fine, I'll recover quickly. That's true. In the interstellar era, the orcs have incredibly strong bodies. Although Luli's wound looks scary, it actually isn't very deep. It will heal completely in a day or two. But Su-mian didn't realize. During the past few days of interacting, Su-mian had already come to see the tiger as their closest companion. 2 little cats. They cuddle up together to sleep every single night. It even led to a slight sense of emotional reliance, like the kind of dependence one feels toward family. Seeing how indifferent the tiger appeared, it clearly didn't take the wound seriously at all. Su-mian couldn't understand what the other person was saying, yet still felt extremely anxious. He seemed completely carefree, with snow falling outside and no herbs to be found. Besides, he couldn't even tell the kitten apart, so anxious that they were pacing in circles. Tears were about to stream down. The tiger nudged the little cat with its big head, returned to their resting spot, stretched out and lay down horizontally. Su-mian crouched beside the tiger. The kitten widened its eyes. Its gaze was filled with worry. Its tiny paws restlessly scratched at the ground. The tiger licked the kitten's head with its broad tongue. A continuous rumbling sound came from its throat. Calming a frightened little kitten, Su-mian took quite some time to recover. After regaining composure, it began using its tiny tongue to lick the fur around the big tiger's wound. The effort wasn't in vain. It finally managed to untangle the knotted fur. Sumian sat in front of the tiger with her little paws tucked in, looking rather displeased. Here, a cat and a tiger are still quietly staring at each other. Over there, from the moment they came back, the one-sided argument between the snow leopard and the Arctic wolf hasn't stopped. The female kitten glanced sideways at the snow leopard next to her, constantly howling. She instinctively felt that the other was cursing quite offensively. Tuso was truly exhausted. Stopping Luli from recklessly attacking the competitors had already drained all his energy, and now he had to face the snow leopard's relentless outbursts after returning. Then patiently explained to the snow leopard. Luli's mental energy surged uncontrollably. Happened to run into a few reckless beastmen. If I hadn't stopped him, they almost got wiped out. Who could be so foolish and still dare to provoke Luli? Who else could it be? The people from the Second Legion, of course. Aren't they always opposing the First Legion? But today does feel a bit unusual. The Arctic wolf only muttered to itself in its heart. It didn't voice this thought to the snow leopard. The snow leopard wasn't interested in listening. Recalling what had just happened, it frowned and said, "Fine, let's not talk about this for now. Before you all came back, there was some kind of beastman or something lingering near the cave entrance, but I managed to scare it off." The tiger immediately asked when it happened upon hearing about it. "Probably 2 or 3 hours before you all came back. You didn't get a clear look at it, did you?" The snow leopard shook its head. "No, it was hiding behind the rock, and it stayed in the shadows. I couldn't even make out its figure before it ran off. At the time, wasn't the focus on the kittens in the cave, so I didn't go after it. But there was a strong scent of blood on it, heavier than the one on you, but it seems to move without any issues. It doesn't look like it's injured. Besides, it gives me a very dangerous vibe." A faint gleam crossed the tiger's eyes. "Let's put this matter aside for now. We'll take turns keeping watch tonight. Be mindful," the Arctic wolf added to the conversation. "Then Eugene and I will take the watch. You should get a good rest today. Don't go hunting tomorrow either. Getting better sooner is what truly matters." The snow leopard had a stern expression. Pride and astonishment were written all over its face. It spoke to the Arctic wolf responsible for night watch. "There's no need for you to point that out. I will keep watch during the night as well." When trying to argue with him, it was clear the Arctic wolf had shut its eyes tightly. The snow leopard mocked him for pretending to sleep. Sumian's wide-open eyes made it impossible for her to fall asleep. The thought of so many wild animals succumbing to wound infections crossed her mind. Most of them fall victim to infections caused by injuries. His face scrunched up into a wrinkled expression. The night passed in silence. By the next morning, the tiger glanced at the little cat, whose face was full of exhaustion. He recalled how anxious the other looked last night. A hint of warmth flickered in his eyes. Being cared for by the little one didn't feel so bad after all. He lowered his head again, thinking about what the snow leopard said yesterday. His tiger-like eyes narrowed slightly. There's no such thing as coincidences in this world. For now, he could just focus on the competition with peace of mind. The matters outside could be left to the adjutant. The snow leopard leaned back, exposing its belly, stretching out its limbs like a pancake spread flat on the ground. The Arctic wolf was struck in the face by an unknown object, calmly opened its eyes, staring at the enlarged furry paw in front of it. The whole paw actually looked quite adorable. It glanced faintly at the snow leopard nearby, who wore a provocative expression, quietly got up and shifted to a different spot to lie down. The snow leopard kept muttering about how it was a wise decision, claiming that this entire area belonged to the great cat. The cheetah leaped up, happily trotted off in the direction of the tiger. "Luli, I'm heading out to hunt in a bit. Do you know what the little one likes to eat?" The tiger, hearing this, spoke lazily. "Go jump through the forest." The polar wolf lying nearby also came closer at this moment, and went along with him. The snow leopard scoffed and shifted slightly away, turning its head to the other side. "I'm not going to do that. I can handle it myself. You should stay here and protect Luli." The tiger glanced at him. Casually, it said, "I don't need it." The snow leopard wanted to argue further, but the Arctic wolf interrupted, saying that's enough. "We still have no idea what happened with the shadow yesterday. If you go out alone, don't end up not coming back. Besides, that one sheep you brought isn't enough for anyone." The snow leopard flicked its tail in dissatisfaction, let out a hum under their breath, turned their head and walked straight out of the cave. The Arctic wolf followed closely behind. Inside the cave, only the tiger remained, guarding the sleeping Sumian. Sumian woke up to find it was already late morning. Upon gaining full awareness, carefully examined the tiger's abdominal wound. The wound that appeared bloody just yesterday had astonishingly healed more than halfway overnight. Su Mian was amazed by this body's incredible healing ability, gained in newfound understanding of the tiger's remarkable physique. Su Mian heard the roar of a tiger, but what reached his ears was a human voice. "I'm fine, don't worry." Su Mian stared blankly in the direction of the sound. What he saw was a tiger's head, its hind leg lifted to scratch its ear. Su Mian thought he might be homesick, to the point of hearing things, even imagining that animals could speak human language. The tiger looked at Su Mian, looking at herself with bright, clear blue eyes. Her gaze slightly darkened. The little one's reaction just now seemed a bit unusual. Decided to test out her theory. Gently nudged Su Mian. In a steady voice, asked if she could understand what he was saying. Su Mian's eyes widened in shock. The tiger boss really spoke. The tiger was now certain the little one could indeed hear and understand his words. Continued to ask if she could speak beastman language. Su Mian instinctively let out a meow. It was simply the sound of a cat. Good. He won't. Su Mian was also wondering what beast language was. The tiger saw the little one looking completely confused, and then continued saying, "It's alright, as long as you can understand what I'm saying. The rest can be discussed later. Let's first set aside why you can suddenly understand beast language, and not worry about it for now." The tiger asked the question it had been meaning to ask. "What is your name?" Since the little one couldn't speak, let him write on the ground. Just have him write on the ground. Su Mian then spent a while fiddling with the ground using his claws. He scribbled out the two large characters of Su Mian in a chaotic, almost illegible manner. Lu Li murmured, "The name feels as soft and gentle as the shape of a beast." Su Mian was still absorbed in the shock that the tiger could actually recognize Chinese characters. Utterly astounded by this revelation. "I am Lu Li." Su Mian nodded slightly, indicating that she had heard it. The tiger above her head looked even more puzzled. The little one can write but doesn't understand the orc language. Such behavior is truly unusual. Could it be a side effect of unstable mental strength? "Where is your home?" Su Mian shook her head, indicating that she was homeless. The tiger's expression instantly turned grim. Could it be that this was the reason for being abandoned by family? The two cats completely misunderstood each other. At this moment, Su Mian was handling it well. He had already witnessed too many bizarre things. Now knowing that the tiger could talk felt a bit unsettling. After all, he had been sleeping on its belly every day. He wasn't a child anymore, even though he was still technically a little kitten, but it still felt somewhat strange. At that moment, the body sent out an alarm, and the kitten now wanted to use the bathroom. It knew the tiger could talk, but it felt embarrassed to ask someone to accompany it to the bathroom. The tiger noticed it was about to head out, and furrowed its brow, then pressed Su Mian down with its paw. "What are you trying to do? I'll go with you. It's dangerous outside." "Hey big brother, I need to use the bathroom. Cats have urgent needs." Su Mian didn't have time to explain. With a shameless grin, she meowed at the tiger. The tiger quickly figured out what Su Mian was up to. It gave a meaningful glance. Kids grow up eventually. They don't need constant protection even when going to the bathroom. She broke into a quick jog, and arrived at a patch of grass farther from the cave. Started to relieve oneself. The cold wind blew in bursts. A chilly breeze brought a faint sense of coolness. After finishing up, then jogged back into the cave. At night, the snow leopard and Arctic wolf returned with the chill of the cold air clinging to them. The snow leopard held a large antelope in its mouth. The Arctic wolf dragged along two smaller wild goats. Su Mian watched the two that had gone out, eagerly wanting to greet them in such a joyful manner. Thinking about breaking through the tiger's encirclement, paying no attention to the tiger standing behind with a stiff expression. The snow leopard had just returned, only to be warmly welcomed by the little kitten. A sense of pride in accomplishing its mission surged within. It must have been moved by the antelope I captured. The snow leopard hurriedly nudged the little kitten toward the prey, and tore open a large piece itself to help, signaling it to enjoy the fruits of its efforts. The Arctic wolf observed the harmonious interaction over here. Seemingly sensing something, it glanced towards the tiger. The tiger's expression was truly terrifying. Its piercing eyes were locked onto the smug snow leopard. With the gaze of a top predator sizing up its doomed prey, the Arctic wolf greeted the tiger, inviting it to come over for a meal. But the tiger paid no attention to it. Instead, it moved towards the snow leopard. The snow leopard felt a chill sweeping over. Its sense of danger prompted it to lift its head, and then it caught sight of death emanating from Lu Li. It paused for a second in contemplation. Wisely, it stepped back, making way for for the tiger to take its place, then decisively moved toward the direction of the Arctic wolf. Boldly snatched up a wild goat right in front of the wolf. The wild goat tilted its head slightly, and gazed at the snow leopard with an expression that was both amused and indifferent. The snow leopard pretended to stay calm as if it had seen nothing. The Arctic wolf glanced over at the cozy pair of cats nearby. Its gaze was filled with curiosity and inquiry. He spoke softly to the snow leopard. "What kind of relationship does Luli have with that child? I've never heard that he has any relatives." Just as the snow leopard was about to speak, it suddenly remembered it needed to keep Luli's secret. Its expression shifted several times. In the end, it lowered its head and kept eating without saying a word. The Arctic wolf looked amused at the snow leopard pretending to act serious. He leaned closer to the snow leopard, feigning a joking manner. Yet he asked with absolute certainty, it couldn't possibly be his biological child, could it? The clueless snow leopard suddenly lifted its head. It stared at the Arctic wolf with an expression of wisdom. "How do you know the little kitten is Luli's biological baby?" The snow leopard shouted in shock. The explosive revelation echoed through the cave. Both the tiger and the Arctic wolf turned their gaze toward the snow leopard. The former looked at him as if staring at a dead man. The latter was completely stunned by the snow leopard's sudden self-destruction. Originally, Su Ming was happily enjoying his meal not far away. He slowly lifted his head, looking over in that direction. He mentally questioned, whose biological child is this? The snow leopard immediately realized. This cunning wolf actually dared to blow him up, before he could even react in anger. The tiger's gaze made his fur stand on end. Feeling guilty, he licked his lips. He looked at the tiger with an innocent expression. In the end, he wilted and admitted his mistake to the tiger. "Oh no, I really messed up, big brother." He accidentally let it slip. Su Mian quickly figured out what had happened while standing nearby. The whole situation was this. The snow leopard mistakenly believed he was the tiger's biological child, and he held on to that belief quite firmly. He never expected that he had just begun to understand animal speech. Hearing such an absurd rumor, the tiger impatiently scolded the snow leopard. "Who told you that?" Now it was the snow leopard's turn to be dumbfounded. "Isn't that not your child? Why are you so protective then?" A round, pancake-like cat face revealed a pure stupidity. The Arctic wolf watching from the side finally understood what was going on. It was obvious that the foolish leopard was being presumptuous again, but it wasn't their biological child either. Things just got interesting. In just 2 short days, the Arctic wolf noticed something unusual. It quickly realized the tiger had an extraordinary sense of possessiveness. Such behavior might be understandable if they were biological offspring, but they aren't even biologically related. Could it be grooming a future First Legion successor? They eat together and groom each other's fur. Even when going to the bathroom, they stick together. At night, it insists on cuddling while sleeping. Isn't this more like raising a little spouse? Meanwhile, the snow leopard cluelessly asked, "Where did that little kitten come from?" The tiger responded succinctly. The orphan, Su Mian, standing nearby, didn't argue. In a way, he truly is an orphan now. The Arctic wolf, silently observing, was feeling a storm of emotions inside. Still just an orphan, so it really is like this. Although I don't quite approve of Luli the tiger going after someone so much younger, but considering I can't beat him either, I'll let it go. In the end, nothing much was said. After the brief interlude passed, everyone resumed eating their meal. The snow leopard absent-mindedly gnawed on the goat meat. The Arctic wolf next to him was just about to speak, when he noticed the snow leopard turning away to assist Luli. "Why don't you let me take the little kitten? How about I become his godfather? I'll raise him," he declared unexpectedly. The Arctic wolf choked on the meat in his mouth. The tiger wasn't in much better shape either. Fingertips as sharp as blades instantly emerged from the claws and rolled out. The snow leopard sighed regretfully before leaving. "If you won't let me, then so be it. Why are you so upset?" The stingy polar wolf, after finishing its meal, started reporting today's happenings to the tiger. "Eugene and I walked some distance to the right. There weren't many beastmen encountered nearby. Not even a trace of the ice crystal flower was seen. It seems our location is relatively remote." The snow leopard chimed in on the side. "There are many snow-covered mountains nearby. I think we should try searching behind the mountain tomorrow. After all, we can never predict when a snowstorm might hit. It's probably best not to give up on this shelter." The tiger paused to think for a moment. "Tomorrow, let's head out together to find Su Mian." Seeing that I can finally head out with the main group, their eyes lit up. The snow leopard scratched its head with its paw, and asked in confusion, "What if someone else discovers this cave?" The Arctic wolf glanced at him and said, then just take it back. The snow leopard, feeling insulted, huffed in dissatisfaction. I'm just worried the little kitten might catch a cold. Sumian meowed softly and rubbed against the snow leopard. The snow leopard, feeling the affection, was instantly overjoyed. The tiger remained expressionless. The body remained as still as a mountain. The tail subtly curled the little kitten up without leaving a trace. The Arctic wolf noticed its movement but stayed silent. It was already absolutely certain in its heart. The poor little kitten, not even fully grown, had already been targeted. The weather was gradually warming up. It had been over a day without stepping out for a stroll. Sumian was feeling unbearably stifled. Directly declined the tiger's kind offer to carry it on its back, hopping around joyfully, sniffing curiously everywhere, completely unaware of the tiger's deep and mysterious gaze behind him. Ever since the tiger mentioned yesterday that Sumian couldn't speak, but was able to understand what was being said, and was most likely unaware of the fact that he was actually a human, the three of them tacitly agreed not to bring it up. They avoided talking about the competition and the matter of the beastmen. The tiger, of course, had his own little schemes. Knowing that he could talk, the little one wouldn't be as close to him anymore if he found out he was still a human. Do not run away. The group slowly searched along the path for the ice crystal flower. They continued walking for a while. A faint scent of blood drifted from ahead. Three fierce beasts silently approached with Sumian in tow. Directly ahead, two distinct groups of beastmen were locked in a standoff. On a hillside not far from there were a few wild goats grazing. The two groups of beastmen together numbered around 40. Each one appeared thin and bony. It was clear they all had their eyes on these prey. The snow leopard couldn't understand. Aren't they just a few goats? Aren't they everywhere? The Arctic wolf, who had been watching closely, narrowed its eyes. They were all released not far from where I was placed. Originally, they wanted to form an alliance with me, but I turned them down. Before leaving, I noticed that their direction was different from where I was heading. There wasn't much food over there. It took me a full 5 days of walking to finally see you all. Sumian listened to those words, and felt that something seemed a bit off. For 5 days, the snow leopard stared at the Arctic wolf with a peculiar look. A green glint flashed in the tiger's eyes, and it voiced the question that was puzzling everyone. We saw you on the second day after the teleportation. This could explain why they found so many ice crystal flowers shortly after they arrived. The ice crystal flowers were already being discovered in large numbers. Moreover, if what the Arctic wolf said is really the case, the interstellar orcs are naturally combative. It's only natural for them to be ravenous after starving for so many days. Their eyes lit up the moment they saw food. The Arctic wolf froze for a moment. Instinctively, he spoke up. Didn't the production team say they would handle a unified transportation? Su Ming's ears twitched slightly. The term production team sounded so familiar. The four of them fell into collective silence. The tiger connected the dots to the strange occurrences of the past few days, locked eyes with the snow leopard for a moment. In a declarative tone, said there might have been some kind of disturbance. The snow leopard suddenly let out a sharp cry. Wait, is that an ice crystal flower? Not far from the wild mountain goat, there was a cluster of ice crystal flowers standing prominently. The number was small, but there were still over 20 blossoms. It seemed those gathered beasts were aiming for a double advantage. The standoff continued. A few sharp-eyed beastmen glanced in this direction. Sumian and the others couldn't hide even if they wanted to. They had no choice but to approach proactively. Almost all the beastmen present recognized these individuals before they had a chance to speak. Following the tiger's signal, the Arctic wolf was the first to say that they were just passing by, and they didn't need the ice crystal flowers. Upon hearing this, the beastmen only cast cautious glances at them. There truly was no intention to snatch anything. Didn't interfere much. Sumian caught a whiff of a familiar scent of blood. Hadn't even had time to react. The two sides instantly started grappling with each other. Chaos erupted everywhere like a scene of pandemonium. Tiger and his group quickly took advantage of the commotion to distance themselves from the trouble. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Sumian lost his footing and fell right where he stood. Tiger looked back and realized the little one hadn't caught up, about to head back immediately. A loud noise suddenly echoed from the mountaintop. The sound drew everyone's attention. One after another, people turned to look. No time was given for anyone to react. An avalanche occurred in an instant. Some fled hurriedly. Others let out piercing screams. The scene descended into utter chaos. The tiger's pupils tightened sharply. I wanted to rush over to find Sumian, but the scene was too chaotic. The goats were startled. The beastmen were running around. There was no way to get through. Sumian spotted the tiger, but being so small was helpless. It was already exhausting just to avoid being trampled. There was truly no way to get across. Amidst all the chaos, a rock was seen hurtling in their direction. In a critical moment, they adjusted their posture. clinging tightly to the rock amidst the fierce wind and snowstorm. They were swept straight down the mountain by the heavy snow. The rock gained too much speed midway. Sumian had no choice but to let go of the rock. They were forced to tumble several times down the slope. Their consciousness began to fade gradually. After the avalanche subsided, the vast expanse of white snow blanketed everything. The trees were broken apart. The scene was a complete mess. A robust tiger with a powerful build was lowering its head, sniffing around, occasionally using its broad paws to push away the scattered rocks piled on the ground. After a long time, it still found nothing. It should never have let the little creature climb down from its back. The repressed darkness deep within its heart was uncontrollably seeping outward. Eyes that were bloodshot and red reflected the tiger's restlessness. The snow leopard and Arctic wolf split up to search. After searching for a long time, they found no clues. Neither dared to intervene at this moment to stop the tiger on the verge of losing control, fearing it might get provoked and have a mental outburst. They could only sigh and lower their heads to continue searching. But deep down, they kept praying. Even though injuries and fatalities in this competition are considered normal, but if the casualties include little kittens, then it wouldn't be so pleasant. Elsewhere in a mountain ravine, something stirred beneath the pile of snow. Sumian had just woken up. He observed the surroundings. Beside him was a large rock. In front of him were numerous broken branches. They happened to create a small vacuum-like space. Otherwise, Sumian might not have woken up at all. It would suffocate due to the lack of oxygen. Unable to breathe and suffocating, just moving the body slightly. It hurt so much that it started trembling uncontrollably. Tears welled up uncontrollably in the cat's eyes. Oh no, this pain is unbearable. Struggling to move its body, the little cat managed to crawl out of the snow. It reached the open space and cried out loudly, "Meow, big tiger, where are you?" There was no response. Sumian felt a little disappointed. Then she started observing her surroundings. She glanced to her left and right. It was a narrow mountain gully, just wide enough for small animals to pass through. It was unclear where the path ahead would lead. If the conditions were favorable, Sumian still wanted to climb up. After all, if another avalanche were to occur, he could just lie down and wait to be buried. He tilted his head to look at the snow-capped mountains on both sides. The slopes were incredibly steep. It was obvious there was no way to climb up. Right now, Sumian's entire body ached. He whimpered, desperately wishing for the big tiger. He decided to walk forward a bit. Maybe he'd come across a main road. But after walking for half a day, Sumian was still wandering in the mountain valley. Exhausted, there was no food to be found. Fortunately, she could console herself by sipping some melted snow. She stuck out her tongue to lick the snow. At least she regained a bit of energy. The sky grew dim. Sumian limped along, continuing her journey, hoping to find the tiger before nightfall. At the very least, they needed to locate a place to stay. Otherwise, he would freeze to death. At this moment, Morris soared into the sky. Looking down at the snowy mountains beneath him, he saw an avalanche occurring on one of the mountains along the way. He let out a sigh, pretending to feel regret. What a pity, truly unfortunate. No one knows how many animals and beastmen have been buried under the snow. Unlike him, who had already found the ice crystal flower, now, he leisurely circled around that mountain, planning to leave. Looking downward, arriving at a small yellow spot was slowly moving in a certain mountain ravine. It felt somewhat familiar. Diving quickly downward, soon reached the unidentified object overhead. Well, isn't this the little sidekick that hangs around Luli? Seeing the little trouble limping along, connecting it with the snow mountain where an avalanche just occurred not far away, Morris quickly deduced what had happened. The little runt must have gotten separated from the tiger, out of a sense of revenge, fueled by a vengeful mindset. Maurice didn't speak up immediately, calmly watching as Sumian moved slowly. "Oh, look at that. There's actually a little runt here." A sudden voice echoed through the mountain valley. Sumian, who had let down their guard due to exhaustion, quickly regained their vigilance, and looked up toward the source of the voice, posing a profound question for the soul. Why does he always see this silly bird whenever he's unlucky? Is he essentially just a crow? When he couldn't understand words before, he already felt that this crow was not like the fly, unable to say anything nice. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be true. Not wanting to pay attention to him, Sumian continued to press forward on his journey. Morris looked at how he was treated by this little nuisance. The blatant disregard. It made him feel even worse inside. He was feeling miserable. This little cat wouldn't have an easy time either. He maliciously dove down from the sky, extending two strong and powerful legs, grabbed Sumian and flew upward. Sumian let out a terrified scream. Morris spoke with an arrogant tone of disdain. "That's what you get for ignoring me." After finishing the sentence, without considering the struggling kitten, it was sent flying straight toward another mountain. In the chilling winds stood Sumian. I was moving farther and farther away from the big tiger. It was so cold that Sumian was trembling all over. Maurice sensed. The tiny creature at his feet was shivering uncontrollably. His mood shifted from gloomy to bright, looking like someone who had never seen the world, terrified to the extreme, leisurely and carefree, stopped at a certain cliff on the nearby snowy mountain. The moment her foot loosened, Sumian slid quickly to a rock nearby, arched her body and opened her mouth wide, exhaling at the fly. "Don't come closer, or I'll bite you to death." Morris watched as she obediently behaved towards the tiger, but showed hostility towards him like a little cat. He couldn't help but feel unbalanced inside, and decided to only scare her a bit. Now he's changed his mind. He flapped his wings and landed on the rock next to Sumian. He tempted Sumian, who was about to reach out a claw at him. "Why don't you stop following Luli? How about coming with me?" Then he added another sentence, "If you refuse, I'll feed you to the lynx in these mountains. They love eating plump little cats like you the most." Sumian said as he spoke, "Feeding a lynx is still better than hanging out with a nasty bird like you." Seeing the little troublemaker unmoved by threats or persuasion, the fly had no choice but to change its approach. "I know where to find ice crystal flowers. I'll take you to look for them. What do you think?" Sumian was just about to curse out loud, but hearing about this benefit, he shamefully felt tempted. It's not like he plans to betray the big tiger. He's just noticing how the tiger and the others have been searching for this flower all along, but not a single flower was in sight. He sneaked a glance at the silly bird building its own nest over there. Including this instance, he had already encountered him 4 times. The other person probably just seemed bored. It didn't look like they were some kind of serial killer. Perhaps this could be used to his advantage. At that time, he could also look for traces of the tigers and their group, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. In an instant, Suming thought it through and looked at the fly with a composed expression, as if he was pondering the truth behind the other person's words. Maurice assumed the little troublemaker had been moved by him. He immediately became smug and full of himself. "I'm not lying to you, it's right at the foot of this mountain. It's getting late today. I can take you there tomorrow." Suming slowly nodded his head. Zhang noticed the little cutie was finally less resistant. He started introducing his cave to him. "The cave at the back is mine. What do you think? Aside from those that can fly, no one could ever detect this place. This spot is definitely better than the one Luli had." It was only then that Sumian noticed where he was standing. The cave was nestled within a crack on the rocky wall above. It was perched high on a steep cliff. Only creatures capable of flight could possibly reach it. After walking for so long, Sumian was completely exhausted. Ignoring the pesky flies trailing behind him, he struggled to climb up on his own, but after 3 steps, he slipped back down. Sumian could already tell without even needing to think. It must be the flies behind him mocking him. He stopped climbing and went straight back to the original rock. He squeezed his body into the crevice, using it as a temporary shelter. His backside pointed straight at the flies. He fell asleep in an instant, as if on cue. Maurice was speechless. Are all kittens this temperamental these days? He couldn't even laugh at the absurdity of it. Unwilling to be ignored by anyone, maliciously leaning forward, he brought his head close to Sumian's side. "Do you know what hunting dogs love to eat?" Sumian's eyelids twitched slightly. The next moment, the tail was pressed tightly against the rear. "Humph. Still pretending to be asleep with me," he pretended to complain. "Come on, sleep in my den, so you won't freeze to death tomorrow." After saying that, he didn't wait for Sumian to open his eyes. Grasping the kitten, it flew into the cave above, allowing Sumian, who had been freezing all day, to feel a long-lost warmth. This time, it wasn't pretending to be asleep. It had genuinely fallen asleep. The fly watched the kitten start to softly snore, and thought it wasn't too bad. Meanwhile, the snow leopard lay weakly atop a rock, letting out a sigh. Having smelled the scent for an entire day and night, the snow leopard felt like its nose was about to stop working completely. The tiger hadn't eaten anything since yesterday. It had been looking for him from morning till night. It had never seen a tiger behave like this before. The Arctic wolf came over, getting in the way. The snow leopard didn't even feel like arguing with him. It waved its paw dismissively, as if sending off a servant, signaled the Arctic wolf to keep searching, told him to report back once he found something. For now, it made clear not to disturb its rest. The sunlight streamed in, filling the room with warmth. Morris glanced at the kitten still asleep beside him. He decided to find some food for the little one. In the end, he chose his favorite, a wild rabbit. As soon as he entered the den, he dropped it next to Sumian. Sumian noticed the food that had been conveniently delivered. The kitten, who hadn't eaten all day, gladly accepted it. Free food was, of course, something to enjoy. After all, filling up gave the energy needed to keep going. In search of the ice crystal flower and the big tiger, nibbling slowly on the wild rabbit, quietly planning how to make some markings or the like, leaving a message for the big tiger, feeling full and satisfied, Sumian sat still in place, signaling at the fly in front with her large, bright blue eyes, fulfilling the promise made yesterday. Morris was completely caught off guard. What could a little cat possibly do? When flying, you need to grab hold with your feet. Sumian imagined doing the same thing as yesterday, taking the kitten straight to the destination. Sumian's entire body resisted the idea. No way, he'd never agree to go up there. What if he missed the tiger? Is it marking its territory in the sky? So spoiled, Morris thought to himself. Does Luli always indulge the kid like this? The fly backed off a step, citing the cave's height as the reason. Suggest taking Sumian to flat ground first, then let it walk on its own. Gently landed with the kitten in tow. Flies hovered low above Sumian, constantly talking nonsense about making it relocate its camp. Completely exasperated, Sumian stepped onto the snowy ground. Couldn't help but think of the big tiger, wondering if it managed to escape the avalanche. All of this was because of me. The tiger had just run back. Speaking of this, he looked dejected and downcast. His mood was extremely low. Morris had been watching the kitten on the ground from above. He noticed how the kitten's behavior changed as it walked. He felt puzzled inside. Are kids these days always this strange? They already let it walk on the ground, so what's wrong now? Internally, it was hard to suppress the sense of disdain, yet the fly still landed firmly on its 2 feet. It comically took a couple of steps and caught up with Sumian. Sumian observed the bird walking in such an amusing manner. Its tail couldn't help but sway a little. Catching birds is an instinct for cats. Morris looked at the sentimental little cat. Its mood seemed to have somewhat stabilized. It scanned the surroundings with its excellent vision, and spotted a small tree covered with wild berries. Flapping its wings on the spot, it quickly darted towards the berry tree. Sumian watched as the fly flew away. Hurriedly, he bit off a tuft of fur from his back with his mouth. Swiftly used the surrounding stones to press them down, hoping the tiger would notice the mark he left. The fly returned carrying a few small berries, handed them to the little kitten. A tuft of fur was missing from its back. It squinted and dropped the berries onto the ground. With agile little paws, it neatly divided the berries into 2 piles. Maurice noticed the kitten sharing half with him, paused for a moment in surprise, then quickly realized it was meant for him. He ate it in one bite without hesitation, showing no signs of reluctance or delay. Meowing softly, it tasted so sweet. The bird and the cat continued their way down the mountain. Sumian tried to stall for time, occasionally inspecting a tree, and sometimes glancing at a nearby rock. It was nearing noon, still hadn't reached halfway up the mountain. The progress was slow. Even the fly didn't rush him, it just lazily hovered in the air. Sumian couldn't help but sigh again. This bird actually has quite a good temper. Seems like he had judged the eagle by its appearance. Its temperament is pretty gentle. How could Morris not see through it? The little kitten is stalling for time. Every time he steps away, the kitten ends up with a patch of fur missing. It's not very noticeable at first, but Morris isn't naive either. He had figured out the other's little scheme long ago, trying to leave a mark to lure the tiger over. The fly scoffed inwardly but said nothing. Luli needs time to track him down. Even if he finds him, there's nothing he can do about it. He definitely isn't scared, though he actually wishes the little cat would walk more slowly. After all, there's still more than half a month until the competition ends. There's nothing else to do anyway. Might as well follow the kitten and enjoy the scenery. It's also been a long time since he's flown this slowly. Below, Sumian noticed a small stream ahead. Sumian trotted over quickly, drank the water in big gulps. After drinking, he soon spotted some small shrimp at the bottom of the water, reaching out with its claws to feel around in the water. But the water was too deep. There was no way to touch it. The little shrimp was out of reach. Sumian would never admit it was because his legs were too short to reach. He sat on the shore, disappointed, his tail curled up in front of his legs, gazing longingly at the shrimp in the water. Even though he could dip his head underwater, It was freezing in the cold weather. He still didn't want his fur to get wet. It takes too long to dry. Morris, who was following along, glanced at his sharp and gloomy features, then looked at the stream, suddenly plunged his head into the water, came up with a shrimp clamped in his mouth. Sumian could only watch enviously from the side, hesitating whether to give it a try too. Before he could put it into action, Morris tossed the shrimp from his mouth over. Sumian felt a question mark rise in her mind. The fly went back into the water and grabbed 2 more shrimp. All of them were dropped next to Sumian. Seeing the little cat remain still, it wondered in confusion, "Aren't you going to eat? Is there really such a good thing happening?" Sumian silently felt a bit touched, and so, the fly continued catching shrimp from the water, while Sumian picked them up to eat from the side. The two worked together quite well. A vulture passing by in the sky caught sight of this scene. Stunned, it thought, "Isn't this the little cutie Dearly has been searching for?" The vulture, Caro, had already located the ice crystal flower earlier. It began wandering around aimlessly. It noticed a snow leopard lounging on a massive boulder. Unfazed, it didn't find this unusual at all. The second young master of the Leia family had always adhered to the principle of lying down whenever possible, and never standing unless absolutely necessary, while all the other beastmen were eagerly completing their tasks. It felt like a refreshing change. To be honest, it was already surprising that the snow leopard made it past the first round. That alone was enough to astonish everyone. Could it be that they had already found the energy stone, which is why they seemed so relaxed? At that moment, the snow leopard looked up at the sky, and locked eyes with the hovering vulture. The snow leopard gave a slight smile and gestured for the other to come over. The vulture thought about this young master's usual demeanor. There shouldn't be any real danger. Then started flying downward. The triumphant snow leopard looked at the approaching vulture with a friendly gaze, waited until the other got closer, suddenly leaped up and grabbed the bird tightly, not letting it escape. A truly simple-minded vulture. How could I have believed it? No feline is ever simple. The snow leopard didn't care what the vulture was thinking, quickly shouted for Luli and Tusua to come over. When the two returned with a chill clinging to them, they saw the vulture completely immobilized. The snow leopard loosened its grip on the vulture slightly, and suddenly its eyes welled up with tears, beginning to pour its heart out to the vulture with tearful emotion. After the avalanche occurred, the tiger's grief over losing its beloved cub was indescribable. Hearing this heart-wrenching tale, the vulture was both saddened and stunned that the commander cared so deeply for his child. It turns out that rumors among the public can't always be trusted. The commander is truly an amazing father. How bad could a person like this really be? Listening to the description of the snow leopard, remembering the time I saw a kitten in the forest. This must be what they call fate. I completely forgot how I was tricked into this. Patted their chest and assured them confidently. Promised to make every effort to look for traces of the kitten. Will notify them immediately if there's any news. Fluttering its wings, it flew away. On the other side, Sumian let out a satisfied burp. Lying on the ground on their side, the tail swayed cheerfully back and forth. One was in charge of catching, the other was responsible for eating. The division of tasks was clear. They quickly finished off all the small shrimp nearby. After Sumian had rested enough, Morris continued leading the way to find the ice crystal flower. As evening approached, I finally arrived at the place Maurice mentioned. This area was remote. The surroundings were desolate. A few rocks encircled a cluster of ice crystal flowers in the center. Sumian stepped forward and bit into one. The petals instantly crystallized and scattered. A voice simultaneously emerged in my mind. Remaining number of ice crystal flowers, 142. It echoed suddenly in the otherwise silent surroundings. Sumian was so frightened that all 4 of his limbs left the ground. He looked around but found nothing unusual. Morris stood nearby, watching how a simple broadcast could scare this timid little cat. He wanted to mock him but quickly held back. This little rascal had a bit of a temper, not someone to laugh at lightly. Sumian perked up his ears, listening closely, but the sound didn't come again. He was absolutely certain it wasn't his imagination, because that mechanical voice was so familiar to him. It seemed like when he fainted during the avalanche before, he also heard it, and the last time he heard it, it seemed to mention something about 140-something. The ice crystal flowers that the big tiger and the others were searching for also had a quantity limitation. The problem is, once this flower is picked, it disperses immediately, making it impossible to take away. Looking at the remaining ice crystal flowers, Sumian steadied himself, planning to bring them over to pick flowers once the tiger is found. Carefully leapt out from the circle of rocks, staring at the flies waiting outside. Still gave him a word of thanks. The flies couldn't understand what the little thing was saying, but it didn't stop them from imagining things. The kitten must be expressing gratitude for their act of kindness. Confidently said, "How about that? I'm definitely stronger than Dearly." Gazing at the aura surrounding them, the glowing fly, Sumian truly wanted to turn around and leave. Holding back was crucial to avoid confronting the tiger. After Sumian once again refused Maurice regarding the suggestion of flying back home, ignoring the kitten's resistance, it grabbed it and flew away, quickly returning to the starting point from the morning. Looking at the familiar cave, Sumian found himself back where he began. The fly watched as the little cat sat distractedly at the edge of the hole, worried it might accidentally fall in. The wolf gave a gentle flap of its massive wings, urging Sumian to go inside quickly. Sumian turned her head slowly to glance at the eagle, then carefully stepped into the cave. The fly eagerly moved closer to Sumian. "Hey, little weakling, last time I told you my name is Maurice, but you still haven't told me yours." Sumian shifted her position slightly, didn't feel like responding. Morris persistently followed and shifted positions, determined to get a reply from the kitten. Sumian quietly pondered. "It's just a name after all. Telling won't cost anything." Turned around and crouched on the ground, slowly drew the character Sumian with its paw. Morris scratched his head in frustration. Took a long time to finally figure it out. The animal form is absolutely adorable. Even its name sounds soft and gentle. It's surprising that the little cat can't speak the beast language. If it weren't for his kindness in bringing the kitten back, the little one might not have survived until now. Sumian watched Morris intently, admiring the sight of his own name, and took the opportunity to write on the nearby empty space about wanting to go out tomorrow, only to unsurprisingly receive a rejection. The cat immediately changed direction, moved away from the fly, lay down and went to sleep. Morris was speechless inside. Does this kitten have such a big temper? The cave fell silent. Sumian really missed the warm fur of the tiger, really missed the snow leopard's long, thick tail, really missed the elegant posture of the Arctic wolf. Yesterday was exhausting. Slept too deeply. It was almost like falling asleep the moment I closed my eyes after getting into the cave. Completely ignored the issue of temperature. Now it's too cold to fall asleep. The more I tried to sleep, the more uncomfortable it became. Sneezed several times in a row. Morris glanced at the furry ball that had been trembling on the other side. The little guy might be feeling cold. After a short moment, he quietly moved behind Sumian. Where should this begin? Find the right angle. Clumsily tucked the little kitten under the wings, feeling the small body trembling slightly beneath the wings. Maurice refrained from mocking aloud. Instead, he pulled his wings even tighter, creating a snug thermal barrier. Sumian was too cold to think about where she was. She quickly calmed down, simply relying on the warmth. The next day, when Sumian woke up, he didn't notice anything unusual. The surroundings were cozy and warm. He opened his eyes to look at himself. Everything around him was engulfed in darkness. Heavy breathing echoed from behind him. He slowly lifted his head. There was an enlarged bird's head looming before him. His body froze in place. Why did he always have the habit of ending up in someone else's place to sleep? Was his sleepwalking really this severe? The hawk's eye behind him opened into a narrow slit. Its drowsy gaze instantly turned sharp. Then it remembered the kitten in front of it, and its expression returned to normal. Sumian conveniently rolled forward, seething with anger, glanced back at the fly that was bowing its head to tidy up its feathers. A large cluster of feathers was clearly ruffled by Sumian's weight. Guiltily scratched its chin with its hind leg, its gaze darting around evasively. Feeling guilty, it let out a soft meow toward the fly. Sorry, it was his fault. The movement paused for a brief moment. Morris looked up at the little cat that quietly apologized, just as Sumian was getting thoroughly annoyed by the bites. A smug and infuriating voice echoed through the cave. This time, I'll let it slide, but next time, without my permission, don't you dare come over again. What he said made Sumian's face flush with embarrassment. He had no idea how he managed to sneak over. At the base of the snowy mountain, the tiger, who had been traveling through the night, stood firmly on the ground, a pair of intense tiger eyes fixed on the snowy mountain ahead. Ever since receiving Carlo's message, the tiger had sent the snow leopard and the Arctic wolf to search for the ice crystal flower. He focused on tracking any sign of Sumian himself. Morris's eyes burned with murderous intent. The tiger was so furious he could barely resist plucking every single feather off that bird. Lowering his head, he sniffed the ground for any traces. The scent of Su-mian was still absent. Morris must have flown away directly. Even the small thing he protected dared to be taken. Truly tired of living. On the other side, Su-mian leaned over the edge of the hole, tilting her head downward. A cold wind swept by, causing all the tiny hairs on her body to sway. The fly went out early in the morning, and offered him a rabbit as food, said to bring it some delicious treats when coming back in the evening. Su-mian was waiting precisely for this moment, took advantage of the fly being gone all day, geared up and ready to confront the big tiger. But just as it was about to act, it failed at the very first step. The cave was too high above the ground. The brave little cat wasn't afraid of challenges. It looked at the area closest to the cave entrance below. It was visibly clear that there were still several more to go. Su-mian rose to her full height. The open space wasn't very large. Jumping down recklessly might result in falling straight through. She walked over to the edge of the hole. Su-mian closed her eyes. She reached her paw down to probe the area below. Finding nothing, she opened her eyes again. No, this will work. But then she thought about the big tiger, and decided to overcome her fear. Taking a deep breath while silently counting in his mind, 3, 2, 1, jump, landing steadily. Meow meow meow. He did it. With the first step taken, the rest became much easier to handle. Finally, a downhill path came into view. Hope ignited in the cat's eyes. With a light and cheerful pace, he hurried forward. Su-mian jogged along the way, trying to leave the mountain before nightfall. Reaching the midpoint of the mountain, a lynx suddenly sprang out from the bushes. The lynx is a carnivorous animal. It looks anything but easy to deal with. Su-mian's mind went blank. She took a small step back, trying to leave this troublesome spot. The lynx clearly noticed the retreating little figure. Its cold, gleaming eyes fixated on Su-mian. Su-mian prayed silently in her heart, hoping the other party had already eaten their fill. It was obvious the other party had no intention of letting go. This plump little cat that practically delivered itself. Su-mian underestimated the amount of meat on his own body. Ever since being with the tiger, he had been fed by the tiger to the point where he gained a whole extra layer of weight. Shili suddenly charged in this direction. Su-mian quickly bolted away, trying his best to run in a zigzag pattern, struggling to shake off the relentless pursuit of Shili. But no matter what, Shelly couldn't be shaken off. Several times, its sharp claws nearly grazed Su-mian. Each time, Su-mian narrowly managed to dodge. Just as Su-mian was about to run out of energy, he noticed a patch of grass nearby blocked by a rock. There was no other option left. Su-mian decided to take a desperate chance. He quickly slipped into the opening. Shelly chased closely behind. Fortunately, he managed to crawl into the burrow just before it arrived. The persistent wildcat stretched its front paw into the cave, trying to hook its prey out. Su-mian kept retreating step by step, and was temporarily out of danger. Only then did he stop, panting heavily, holding his tail, which now had a bald patch from being clawed, not even sparing a moment to feel the pain, just hoping the wildcat would leave soon. This wildcat from the mountain. But I adore chubby little cats like you the most. Thinking about the threat from the fly the day before yesterday, tears welled up from within. Oh no, is he a jinx? Just kept curling up in the dirt hole like that. Stayed there for over 10 minutes. Several times I thought the predator outside had left. Wanted to stick my head out to take a look, but just as I was about to peek out, I felt a sense of dread. Quickly pulled back without hesitation. This relic indeed hasn't left. Cunningly, it has been lurking outside, waiting for the right moment. Su-mian stayed curled up in the dirt hole for a few more minutes. His tongue flicked briefly. He couldn't win against it with his claws. Now he could only endure and wait it out with the relic. After a nerve-wracking half-day of fleeing, and having gone an entire day without food, Su-mian was so hungry that his stomach felt completely empty. He huddled weakly in the hole. The eyelids began to droop downward. It was unclear how much time had passed. Su-mian heard a sharp cry of pain from outside. It sounded as if someone was under some kind of attack. The extreme pain jolted Su-mian's hazy consciousness back to clarity. She fixed her gaze tightly on the entrance of the cave. The cries gradually faded away. What replaced them was a profound silence outside the cave. A familiar tattooed arm scraped at the soil near the edge of the cave entrance. Su-mian, looking at the yellow and black striped pattern, her large eyes suddenly lit up. A deep, raspy voice sounded outside. Meow meow meow. A big tiger. It really sounded like the roar of a tiger. Su-mian ignored the soreness all over her body, and quickly crawled out. What the tiger saw was a figure covered in gray dust. A little creature clumsily crawling out of a dirt hole, missing several patches of fur on its entire body, especially the fur on its tail. There's even a large patch that's completely bald. It must have been caused by the relic earlier, regretting letting the other party escape so easily just now. Su Mian didn't think too much about it. Her bright, sparkling eyes were fixed on the tiger. Meow, tiger, tiger. I thought I wouldn't get to see you again. My throat is too dry, and I ended up eating quite a bit of dirt in the hole. The kitten's throat was parched and scratchy. It was almost turning into a raspy smoker's voice. The tiger rested its head against the kitten's body. It sniffed the scent lingering on Su Mian, and was satisfied to catch the familiar smell of the little kitten. Its warm breath brushed against Su Mian's cheeks. It held Su Mian steady with its paw and rough tongue, starting to lick from the top of the head, slowly cleaning off the dust from Su Mian's body, meticulously licking all the way down to the lower back. Su Mian noticed that the tiger showed no intention of stopping. Feeling embarrassed, it tried to cover that spot with its tail. The tiger continued to lick downward. Even the tail wasn't spared. It ran its tongue over everything thoroughly. When it reached a patch of bare fur, it slowed down. The tongue gently brushed against the spot. Su Mian's entire body stiffened up like a startled cat. Su Mian meowed at the tiger. It seemed like Su Mian wanted the tiger to stop and look at the small creature. Completely unable to resist the tiger, only then did it stop its movement. The little creature in front no longer carried a chaotic scent. Its entire body was enveloped in the tiger's fragrance. The regimental commander was bursting with possessiveness. Finally satisfied, picked up the little kitten and tossed it onto its back, turned around and started heading back. Su Mian lay sprawled on the tiger's broad and powerful back, rubbing around haphazardly on top of it. The tiger remained silent and didn't try to stop it. It quietly let the little one fuss around. Eventually, it got too tired to play anymore. It started to let out soft snores. The tiger noticed that the little one on its back had fallen asleep. Its pace didn't slow down, but its steps became steadier and more careful. By nightfall, they finally returned to the original cave. The snow leopard and the Arctic wolf had also just returned with their catch. The snow leopard, with its sharp eyes, spotted the little cat on the tiger's back, whimpering as if ready to charge forward. The tiger mercilessly shoved the Arctic wolf aside, stepping forward to check on the kitten's condition. Feeling pity for Su Mian, who was missing patches of fur everywhere, marveling at Luli's possessiveness. Look at this, it must have been licked hundreds of times, covered in the tiger's scent. Su Mian woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a familiar face. The snow leopard gazed at her with a look full of concern. It had been several days since they last met. He still enthusiastically stepped forward, and rubbed heads with the snow leopard and the Arctic wolf, greeting them while the tiger watched with a cold glare. The sensible Arctic wolf pushed aside the grumbling snow leopard, and brought the food over for Su Mian to eat. After Su Mian had eaten and drank enough, he began recounting his experiences from the past few days to the tiger, making an effort to draw and write on the ground, while the curious snow leopard and Arctic wolf watched from the other side. Speaking of a fly carrying itself into the sky, the tiger is looking to settle a score with Morris. Su Mian quickly clarified that the other party hadn't done anything to them, aside from the thrilling sky adventure. They even provided food to eat. The cave owner felt too cold at night, and didn't mind crawling into the other's wings to sleep. The snow leopard Morris, who couldn't tell the situation, was actually pretty nice. The Arctic wolf, overhearing something they shouldn't, was left speechless, but still really wanted to settle the score. The tiger was even more eager to settle the score. In the end, it was mentioned that the fly led the way to the ice crystal flower, and there were still some remaining matters. The snow leopard's eyes lit up. At this moment, inside a cave on another mountain, the fly returned with a young goat. The cave was completely empty, lying beneath the tiger. Su Mian stretched lazily. Ever since Su Mian came back, he noticed that the tiger seemed a bit different from before. Since Su Mian was found again in the dirt cave, the tiger kept staring at Su Mian. It wouldn't even allow a brief moment of separation, as if Su Mian could vanish right under its nose. So the two cats went back to cleaning together, spending their days eating, sleeping, and using the bathroom. Everything else was fine, except Su Mian felt really embarrassed that the other one would accompany him to the bathroom. Every time there's an argument with the tiger acts like it doesn't understand a word. Su Mian gestures and shouts continuously, yet the other party seems to pretend not to understand on purpose. The little kitten can only rage helplessly. Big tiger, I'm really not a child anymore. I can go to the restroom by myself. It's really awkward to have someone watching when a cat uses the bathroom. Attempts to convince the tiger, but the results are hardly effective. In the end, the tiger grew impatient, ignoring the accusatory glance from Sumian, and slipped out without hesitation, leaving Sumian sneaking around just to use the restroom, afraid the sharp-eyed tiger might notice, while the two onlookers nearby watched with great interest, as if only missing some popcorn and soda. Oh. But that wasn't even all. The moment Sumian left for just 1 second, he would be met with the tiger's discontented growl. Even if he comes back, the other person would keep staring at Sumian with a stern expression, without saying a single word. No matter how the little kitten tries to cheer him up, it just won't work. If the other person ignores the tiger, he would simply keep gazing at him. As time goes on, it starts to feel a little creepy, really makes you want to get some catnip, so the tiger can entertain itself and have some fun. But in this freezing, snowy world, where could he possibly find it? It's truly worrisome. How did the cat not notice before how clingy the tiger could be? Something seems off. Clingy doesn't even begin to describe the tiger's current state. It feels more like dealing with a child, one who hates others getting close to their toys. After all, Aishu isn't a toy. Furious, its tail whipped against the ground. Sometimes he wanted to play with the snow leopard's tail. The snow leopard also enjoyed spending time with the adorable kitten. They explored the mysteries of feline tales together. Several days passed just like that. He himself was fine. But one time, after returning from the restroom, he accidentally noticed near the cave entrance, the tiger was aggressively attacking the snow leopard. According to the Arctic wolf, every time the snow leopard played with him, it happened while he was away. The poor snow leopard often ends up getting secretly attacked by the tiger. After a few incidents like this, the snow leopard became so scared that it stopped playing with the tiger. The snow leopard, having lost its playmate unwillingly, is now so bored that it has started provoking the Arctic wolf. However, this graceful wolf rarely pays attention. Sometimes, Sumian can't help but wonder, could it be that losing the tiger during the avalanche once made him overly paranoid out of worry? But on second thought, it suddenly felt like I wasn't as important as I thought. I remembered how the tiger offered me a cave to stay in during my wandering days, and provided wild boar meat to eat. Deep down, I still had a fondness for the great tiger. Who could possibly say no to the affection of such a majestic and dignified tiger? The next morning, Sumian led the tiger and the others to search for the cluster of ice crystal flowers. For this, some credit goes to the fly. If it weren't for him, they might need to put in a bit more effort. The 3 cats and 1 wolf quickly obtained the ice crystal flower. 2 mechanical sounds echoed one after another in Sumian's mind. Remaining ice crystal flowers, 139. Remaining golden flowers, 120. It seems there are others searching for flowers just like them. Something worth pondering. And there's also what the Arctic wolf mentioned that day about the production team. Could this be a documentary about the animal kingdom? Forget it. The tiger doesn't seem interested. Just don't say anything. He'll figure it out on his own. Push this matter out of your mind. Officially completed. There are about 10 days left until the end. The Arctic wolves arrived at the snowy mountain 3 days earlier than the tigers. Not sure if we'll be teleported away early this time. Had a discussion with the tiger. The two seem to have come to an agreement of some sort. Anyway, they decided not to take Sumian and the snow leopard. Days passed one after another. The anticipated snowstorm was slow to arrive. In the middle of the night, Sumian felt the temperature around her drop in her sleep. The tiger tightly buried Sumian under its belly. The snowstorm finally arrived. The wind howled fiercely. It seemed to wield countless invisible blades. Sumian was unbearably cold. The tiger could only do its best to wrap tightly around Sumian. Yet no matter how heavily the snow fell, the 4 of them still needed to eat. They had to venture out to find food. The 3 adults discussed the plan briefly, and ultimately decided that the snow leopard and the tiger would go out to hunt, while the Arctic wolf stayed in the cave to keep Sumian company, and also took on the task of keeping Sumian warm. The snow leopard really wanted to stay with the little kitten too, but the tiger argued that the Arctic wolf was more reliable, and turned down the snow leopard's request. The snow leopard silently criticized that this was blatant prejudice. Clearly, his fur smelled better and looked more beautiful. The tiger was obviously jealous that he was having fun playing with the kitten, which led to the kitten ignoring the tiger. This was clearly a personal vendetta. The tiger and the snow leopard walked away. Sumian obediently lay down on the Arctic wolf's belly. The wolf's fur was long enough to easily cover Sumian's body, but Sumian still felt somewhat uncomfortable. He had never sought warmth from an Arctic wolf before. Other than necessary interactions, he barely spoke with the Arctic wolf. They had hardly exchanged any words at all. Of course, it was mostly because the other gave off such an air of sophistication and elegance. It didn't seem like the kind to look after kids. Sumian really felt it would be impolite to disturb the Arctic wolf's rest. Feeling cold, he shifted slightly inward to warm up. The Arctic wolf looked down at the little kitten lying silently beneath him. That face, usually so composed and calm, a rare trace of confusion appeared. Am I really that intimidating? Even in a place like the First Military Academy, where strength is everything, there are still people who praise Tuasu as a true gentleman among warriors. The sudden appearance of the snow leopard. What on earth are you? If it's cold, just move a bit further inside, or let me know. Sumian let out a soft meow. Meanwhile, the snow leopard outside closely followed the tiger. The crouched body was distorted by the gusts of wind due to the impact of the blizzard. Visibility in the surroundings was extremely low. This weather is absolutely unbearable. The snow leopard behind couldn't help but complain. As it spoke, it sprawled onto the ground, recklessly sliding across the snow without concern for its image. Shut up, the tiger growled in a low voice. The snow leopard immediately fell silent. As the tiger's one-sided close companion, he had a good understanding of the tiger's uncompromising and domineering temperament, choosing to remain silent. The tiger's commanding nature left no room for dispute, and he wisely decided to keep quiet. Standing up, I looked toward the direction the tiger indicated. In the next moment, my brows furrowed tightly. The scene ahead was utterly chaotic. Wild goats were sprawled all over the ground in disarray. The body was completely frozen stiff. What caught the attention of the tiger and the snow leopard the most was, there aren't any visible wounds on their bodies. It seems like they froze to death. However, the wild goat's eyes still held a lingering fear. It was clearly frightened to death by something. Oh my goodness. The snow leopard was utterly dumbfounded. At first glance, it thought there was ready-to-eat food delivered right to it. But on second look, it seemed obvious that the death was far from normal. As a refined apex predator, it would never consume food of such dubious origin. The two big cats ignored the corpses for now, and searched in another direction. The tiger and snow leopard returned from the blizzard, carrying 2 antelopes with them. As soon as the tiger entered the cave, it headed straight for the Arctic wolf, and took the kitten from the Arctic wolf's embrace. The tiger carried the kitten aside and started grooming it intently. Its disdainful expression was unmistakable. The scent of wolf lingered. The tiger seemed a bit dissatisfied. The Arctic wolf nearby paid no attention to the tiger's reaction, and went straight to devouring its meal. The snow leopard was furious and stomped its feet. It was upset that its barrel had been eaten by the Arctic wolf. This was meant for the little cat to eat. The annoying tiger finished grooming its fur over here. It tore open the barrel it had caught, exposing the tenderest part for the little cat to eat. Sumian accepted everything without hesitation. On the 10th day of the survival game, all the contestants finally had a realization in their minds. They recalled the mission hints given by the show organizers. He hadn't slept for several years this time. He watched helplessly as the environment around him changed, transforming from snowy mountains into grasslands. It was absolutely absurd. He forced himself to appear calm. The third phase of the primitive survival task is announced as follows. This phase follows a 200 to 10 elimination format. Participants are required to survive in the necrotic grasslands. They must meet the survival requirements within the given time frame, and hunt a designated number of prey. Different prey yield different points. You can access the mental network at any time to check. The point ranking survival period is set to 10 days. Once the time is up, the top 10 will be determined based on the points ranking and awarded prizes. There is a possibility of serious incidents occurring during this competition. Participants are advised to prioritize their safety. There are no specific restrictions on hunting methods. A surge of information flooded into the mind. Sumian's mouth opened slightly in astonishment. But it's all right. As long as the weather is sunny, that's all that matters. Let's just consider it a 10-day trip to the grassland. It's just uncertain what things will be like after 10 days. Sumian and the tiger are lying on the grass, enjoying this rare moment of leisure. It's been 2 days since arriving at this grassland. Over the past few days, Sumian has fully embraced the essence of indulging in food, drink, and play. The only thing that's not quite satisfying is, there was no shelter to shield from the wind and rain. They could only lie out in the open on the grass. The tigers were merely participating in the competition for fun. It was just a way to find some entertainment. Sumian was undoubtedly the poorest of them all, but the little cat had a carefree nature, and didn't even know what the so-called reward was supposed to be. The tiger wasn't in a hurry, so neither was he. After all, he was just a little kitten. To the predators on the prairie, it's practically just a little appetizer. Still hunting. Having accepted all kinds of treats from the tiger, Sumian rubbed his stomach. He felt that he had indeed gained some weight recently. However, when it comes to small animals, he still had the urge to catch them. The problem is, the smallest animal he encounters now is a baby elephant. The weather is unbearably hot. When you're a tiger, skillfully tucked the kitten under its belly. Sumian crawled out with a serious expression, stating he wanted to sleep on his own. Hearing this request, which could be considered outrageous for a tiger, the big cat remained silent, only cast a heavy glance at the kitten, stubbornly held the kitten as if ignoring everything else. After Sumian resisted repeatedly, the tiger finally understood what the kitten meant, turned around and lay down on the grass to sleep, did not speak to Sumian the entire night. The little kitten's decisive rejection sparked dissatisfaction from the tiger. On a rainy day, Sumian wanted to crawl into the tiger's fur, but faced a small obstacle, as the tiger coldly pulled it out with an indifferent look, belly pressed against the ground, leaving no chance for the kitten to get inside. Sumian made another effort to squeeze in, but the tiger pulled it out again. Sumian wondered to herself, what exactly made the tiger so furious, circling around the tiger, trying to find a weak spot. Finally realizing there was no gap in the tiger's tightly guarded position, the cat sighed, and had no choice but to walk towards the snow leopard. The snow leopard had been closely observing the situation ahead, just waiting for the little cat to come its way. Noticing the kitten heading in its direction, immediately opened up and showed utmost hospitality. Sumian was still feeling upset about the tiger ignoring her, noticed the snow leopard's bright, glowing big eyes, started to feel a bit embarrassed. Treating the snow leopard as a backup option doesn't seem very fair. Sumian was torn in her heart. The snow leopard, who had successfully bonded with the kitten, thought completely otherwise. He had finally waited for this moment. The kitten was about to leap into his arms. Sleeping while holding a soft and fluffy kitten is the most comfortable thing. Big cats and little cats huddle together as they sleep. A gentle drizzle continues to fall on the prairie, soft and continuous. The entire prairie drifts into slumber under the soothing rain, except for one lonely cat. The tiger glances at the two sleeping soundly over there, feeling displeased in its heart, carefree and unbothered. Its grinding teeth produce a sharp creaking sound, eyes glimmering faintly in the darkness, staring coldly at the snoring cat. After a moment passed, the tiger got up and headed toward the snow leopard, moving with silent steps, slowly approaching, with a chilling gaze, fixing its piercing stare on the snow leopard, whose sleeping posture was anything but elegant. The snow leopard, deep in sleep, twitched its paw, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of impending danger. Its eyes opened just a sliver, seeing the beast right in front of them, let out a sharp and short scream involuntarily. Oh my gosh, what's wrong with Luli this time? I never heard he had sleepwalking issues. The startled snow leopard finally figured it out. Why the tiger cautiously shifted its position here, revealing the little kitten underneath it. The tiger, clearly annoyed, gave a light nibble, then bent down and picked up the soundly sleeping Sumian, returned to the original spot, tucked the kitten under its belly, let the other person get rained on. The next morning at dawn, Sumian opened her mouth wide and yawned. She had a really good night's sleep. Sumian planned to thank the snow leopard, then go look for the big tiger, wondering how the other person slept last night. Opened her eyes and immediately closed them again, holding on to the familiar yet strange patterns. Why am I lying next to a tiger? At the moment Sumian lowered her head. The tiger's sturdy arm wrapped around the little cat's body, closing the distance between them. It dove in and gave her a thorough lick. The tiger vented its inner dissatisfaction, its mood slightly calmed. The little cat shook itself off, and then willingly went forward to nuzzle the tiger. Don't be upset, kitty. The tiger cast a glance at the little cat trying to make peace, unmoved and indifferent. The daytime grasslands were full of vitality. With nothing else to do, the Arctic wolf decided to go hunt a snow leopard. The laid-back tiger guarding its territory decided to patrol the land. Of course, Sumian followed the tiger. The tiger didn't walk very fast, but each of its steps covered the distance of several of Sumian's. Could only trail along behind, running to keep up. Tiger, can you slow down a bit? Wait for me. Sumian was completely exhausted following behind Tiger. Couldn't help but stop to take a break. Looking up, Tiger was still moving ahead. Isn't it just because I refused to cuddle together? Getting so upset about it. He's been trying to make it up for days now. He declared that from this moment on, he would no longer pay attention to the big tiger. He wanted to make the tiger understand. Even the little kitten has a temper. The frustrated Sumian turned around and headed back to look for the snow leopard. The tiger noticed the small cat leaving behind him, and let out a snort from its nose, without turning its head but intentionally slowed its pace. 2 seconds passed. The tiger didn't hear Su Mian approaching. 5 seconds passed. The tiger still didn't catch the sound of the kitten following behind. Finally unable to resist, it turned its head. It noticed that Su Mian had already disappeared from view. All that remained in sight was a small tawny speck. The tiger paused for a moment, looking stunned. Its expression grew slightly stiff. A breath was caught in its throat. It sulkily shook its head. He continued to patrol his territory, though his retreating figure looked a bit disheveled. Upon returning to his territory, he realized the snow leopard was nowhere to be found. He quickly guessed that the other might have gone out to play. He lay down on the ground. A sudden wave of grievance welled up in his heart. The tiger really is something else. Why was he being ignored? He had apologized so many times already. Su Mian had been living with the tiger for many days. He was already used to communicating with the tiger's meows and growls every day, but now the tiger was ignoring him, all because they hadn't slept together. So it started to dislike him. The more he thought about it, the more upset he became. Su Mian simply got up and went out for a walk, hoping to distract himself. He arrived at the edge of a pool. Su Mian lowered his head to drink some water. The action of drinking gradually came to a halt. Completely motionless, bristling like a porcupine ready to defend itself. Through the reflection in the pool of water, Su Mian clearly saw a leopard right behind him. As one of the fastest land animals, known for its unparalleled speed, it meant Su Mian had no chance to escape, and was already as good as prey. Adhering to the strategy of staying still unless the enemy moves, Su Mian remained completely silent without moving a muscle. The cheetah behind him stared curiously at the unfamiliar little creature in front of it, feeling slightly intrigued. Su Mian was fortunate. This cheetah had just finished eating, and had no intention of snacking anytime soon. It observed the oddly shaped little cat for a moment. Noticing the other had no intention of turning around, it lost interest and walked away out of boredom. Su Mian let out a soft breath, knowing when to back off, turned around and headed back. The grasslands really aren't a place for a lone little kitten. Luckily, this cheetah had already eaten its fill. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made it to see the tiger. Wait, hold on. He definitely didn't want to see the tiger. At this moment, Su Mian returned to the base camp, clinging to a tree. After a while, the tiger dragged back a freshly caught wildebeest, placed the food on the ground, neither looking at it nor eating it, casually found a spot and stretched out to lie down, lifted its head and scanned the surroundings, noticed a small cat resting in the middle of a tree fork. A lazy cat sprawled comfortably on a tree branch. The small cat glanced downward briefly before looking away. It acted as if it hadn't seen the tiger at all. Neither of them said a word. There was an eerie silence between them. I absolutely refused to apologize, putting in effort only to be met with indifference. As soon as the snow leopard and Arctic wolf returned, they immediately noticed the tense atmosphere between the big cat and the little cat. The snow leopard had a look on its face that seemed to ask what happened. It glanced at the Arctic wolf too, then turned to look at the big and little cats standing on opposite sides. Finally, its eyes fell on the lone wildebeest lying on the ground. Lost in thought, didn't ponder for long. The Arctic wolf howled at Su Mian to greet the little cat, climbed down the tree to eat meat. Su Mian nimbly climbed down the tree and meowed at the Arctic wolf. Really brought herself zebra legs, and it's the part with the most meat. The zebra leg was torn off by the Arctic wolf. Su Mian stepped forward and ate directly at the torn part. It was his first time eating zebra. Delicious. Over there, the tiger observed the interaction among the three entirely. Mood plummeted straight to rock bottom. The snow leopard, unaware of the situation, noticed there was still an antelope on the ground. Couldn't help but feel puzzled. Luli, why aren't you eating the antelope on the ground? The Arctic wolf thought to himself. Oh no, this snow leopard is really slow-witted. Heard these words, the fire burning in the tiger's heart finally surged uncontrollably. He lifted his chin slightly and responded in the most indifferent tone. Not eating is still better than freeloading. His words were unexpectedly sharp. The snow leopard froze for a moment, then rubbed his nose awkwardly, blaming himself for speaking too much. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Mian lifted his head, his wide, confused eyes staring at the tiger. It took him quite a while to process what was happening. The tiger had just mocked him for freeloading. The little cat's face grew slightly warm. A wave of intense embarrassment washed over his entire body. He quickly climbed back up the tree. He turned his back to the tigers, sitting with his rear facing them. The vast grassland stretched beneath a clear, endless sky. Su Mian aimlessly gazed into the distance. He softly sniffled as his nose tingled with a sour ache. The next moment, tears began to fall. Tried to to take small, shallow breaths. Avoid letting the snow leopards notice anything unusual about them. The snow leopard on the ground cast a disapproving look, silently rebuking the tiger's actions. The Arctic wolf also thought the tiger's words were too harsh. The kitten was still just a juvenile. This was far too damaging to its self-esteem. From the tree, Sumian cried while wondering what was wrong with the tiger. Why would he say such things about me? The little kitten couldn't figure it out. Was it because he relied too much on the tiger that he ended up annoying the other? It was pretty obvious to see. The tiger, snow leopard, and Arctic wolf all seemed to know each other. He and the tiger were the only ones who were complete strangers. It was only because he was so shameless that the other was willing to bring him along. But he honestly never intended to freeload. He even helped the tiger catch prey. On second thought, all the creatures I caught were small animals. The tiger probably found them rather unimpressive. I closed my eyes to block out the thoughts, yet the mocking words from earlier kept echoing in my ears. I ended up staying in the tree for an entire day and night. No matter how much the snow leopard called from below, asking to take it out to play, or suggesting we sleep together at night, Sumian still refused to come down. In the end, the snow leopard had no choice but to give up. It looked at the tiger with a hint of resentment. Then it remembered it was the one who spoke too much first. Immediately, it deeply blamed itself. The next day at dawn, Sumian still hadn't come down from the tree. The tiger went out as usual to patrol its territory. The Arctic wolf repeatedly reminded the snow leopard to coax Sumian properly, and went off on its own to hunt. Gazing at the sullen little cat perched in the tree, the snow leopard keenly noticed. The tail was damp and matted in patches. Clearly, it had been crying all night long. The snow leopard sympathetically swished its tail, attempting to climb up the tree, but hesitated, worried that Sumian might run away. It circled around the base of the tree a few times. Its eyes suddenly brightened with an idea. It came up with a clever plan. He shouted up at the tree to Sumian, saying he was going to the pond to catch some fish. "When I come back, we can eat together." With that, he quickly ran towards the nearest pond. After the snow leopard left as well, he looked below the tree and saw there wasn't a single cat in sight. Finally, he jumped down from the tree. He wandered around the area for a while, and eventually stopped in the clearing beneath the tree. He didn't really want to leave without saying anything, but he also didn't know what to say. So the only choice was to wait for them to leave before going. Had to wait until they all left before heading out. It wasn't like I was completely shameless. After being called that, there was no denying it. Staying here any longer would come off as rude. This was something he had decided on just yesterday, but he still wanted to express his gratitude to them, especially to the big tiger. The little cottontail drooped down. He spoke in a voice so soft only he could hear. "Thank you for taking care of me," then turned around and walked off in a direction different from theirs. On the other side, the tiger inexplicably felt a wave of irritation. The words said yesterday were indeed a bit harsh. He felt annoyed whenever he saw the three of them together. What's so great about zebras anyway? It's just one leg, isn't it? Is it really worth getting that excited over? The tiger felt frustrated deep inside, and could only take it out on innocent animals passing by. The points steadily climbed back up. The sky had already turned dark. The tiger had returned. The snow leopard was running swiftly in this direction. "Luli, didn't the little cat come looking for you?" The tiger furrowed its brows. "No, the little cat is missing." The tiger's expression turned icy cold. Beside a small sleeping pond on the other side, Sumian was carefully dusting off the dirt on her body. Ears stood alertly, ready to detect any sound, staying cautious of ambushes from other predators. After a quick cleanup was done, the stomach let out a loud rumbling noise. Couldn't help but let out a sigh. Living independently as a little kitten is really tough, without the tiger around. Even getting enough to eat was a struggle. Shook off the messy thoughts from its mind, began to plan where to head next, but he quickly fell into confusion. He had no idea where he was, nor did he know where to go. He could only wander aimlessly. Ever since starting his solitary journey, the little cat's belly had shrunk visibly. Except for occasionally catching a bird for a hearty meal before, there had been nothing else to sustain him. If only he could come across some small animals. Otherwise, there was no other option. Even the scraps left behind by other animals would do. He rubbed his shrunken belly. Sumian continued moving forward. A few trees stood not far ahead. Sumian planned to take a short rest there. Fortunately, he still knew how to climb trees, which lowered the chances of being attacked at night. Just then, several hunting dogs suddenly darted out from behind the bushes. Sumian's pupils contracted sharply. Without hesitation, he immediately dashed toward the tree ahead. The hunting dogs behind were relentlessly chasing. Sumian had been training over the past few days. Most things were beyond her capability, but she did have the ability to run fast when escaping. She dashed to the base of the tree as quickly as possible. She swiftly climbed up onto the tree branches. She had already put some distance between herself and the ground. However, Sumian still did not let her guard down. Her entire body was trembling uncontrollably. The vicious hunting dogs glared at the little cat perched on the tree, clearly unwilling to let go of this little prey. After a long while, the hunting dog under the tree waited for a long time. After howling a few unwilling cries, it finally dispersed. Sumian's heart was pounding rapidly. He wanted to move his body, but his legs refused to obey, not even able to move an inch. He hadn't eaten anything to begin with. Adding the frantic sprint just now, he was completely exhausted. Finally decided to rest on a tree for a bit, to regain some strength. Nightfall arrived. He looked up at the sky. Two cat-like eyes sparkled in the darkness. Tomorrow he absolutely had to find food. If he couldn't eat, his name would be written backward. On the other side, after realizing Sumian had left, the snow leopard completely lost its composure. It collapsed to the ground under the tiger's chilling gaze, without blaming the tiger for its words. It deeply upset the kitten, who cried all night. Upon hearing Sumian cry throughout the night, its tail became distorted from all the crying. The tiger's expression remained calm and composed, but its claws gripped the ground tightly. Its tail remained stiff and unmoving. The snow leopard kept howling that it wanted a kitten. It kept insisting on having a kitten. "I want a kitten," it repeated over and over. It wasn't just the snow leopard that wanted one. The Arctic wolf wanted one too. After all, Sumian was still underage. The Arctic wolf thought sympathetically about Luli. This time, it seemed like trouble was inevitable. They ended up scaring the person away with their words. This shows the importance of speaking with caution. The Arctic wolf picked up another new skill. The tiger caught wind of this news. For a brief moment, panic flashed through its heart, but it quickly put on an air of indifference. That little creature is definitely not so naive. No one knows where it wandered off to play. It wasn't until dawn. Sumian still hadn't returned. The prideful tiger finally started to grow anxious. At the crack of dawn, the snow leopard and the Arctic wolf began searching for the little cat. Before leaving, the snow leopard made a gesture towards the tiger's nose that was neither offensive nor friendly. It was an act that seemed real yet unreal. The tiger, growing restless, lay on the ground for a while. Every time it closed its eyes, it couldn't help but think of the little creature struggling to get enough food, unable to sleep well, and constantly being hunted by various predators. Finally, unable to bear the frustration building up inside, the big cat stood up and sniffed around different places nearby. Sumian's scent had already faded significantly. There was no trace of the direction the other had left in, but soon, he fixed on a direction and went searching for Sumian. Meanwhile, Sumian, with an empty stomach, was trying hard to find food for the day. He couldn't afford to provoke large animals, but field mice and small animals like hares were worth a try. Hard work pays off eventually. Sumian finally found something. After a long search, he finally caught a trace of a rabbit. Feeling quite pleased with himself, thinking about finally being able to enjoy a warm lunch. It hadn't been caught yet, just pondering the best way to eat it. Braised rabbit head, spicy rabbit meat. The more he imagined, the more his cravings grew. Su Ming was still lost in the delightful thought of having a meal. Little did he know, a dark shadow was slowly creeping closer behind him. Its eyes were bloodshot. It seemed to have completely lost all sense of reason, rushing out, ready to initiate a massacre, leaping into the air from within the bushes. Yet from the nearby thicket, a massive yellow and black figure swiftly darted out, aiming at the shadow, trying to ambush the little kitten. It launched into a fierce and relentless attack. The sudden sound of fighting behind startled Su Ming. Above the battlefield was none other than the tiger he hadn't seen for days. The other figure was unclear to Su Mian, making it hard to identify the animal. Despite being outmatched by the tiger at every turn, yet completely fearless, fighting as if life means nothing. In the end, the gap in strength was just too wide. That animal, realizing it stood no chance, took advantage of the tiger being distracted to glance at Su Mian, and turned to flee. The dark figure fled. The tiger initially wanted to chase after it, then remembered the little one. Leaving the kitten alone here felt unsafe. The limbs poised for the start were pulled back, turning to look at the little cat staring at itself. Only then did the tiger realize it had exposed itself. The two kittens locked eyes. Su Mian's body stiffened. He never expected to to encounter the other person here. He had clearly already gone far enough. Recalling the words the tiger had said, it felt as vivid as if it had happened today. Sumian felt a bit unsettled inside. Even though the tiger's words were deeply hurtful, there was some truth to what it said. What reason did I have to blame the tiger? The tiger realized it had already been spotted. Its previously calm breathing grew heavy again. It had been sniffing around, searching for small things. There hadn't been any clues a few days ago, until last night. It caught a faint scent under a tree, and followed the trail to get here. I never expected to actually find it. He quietly followed the little cat for a while. Along the way, he saw the little cat struggling to find enough to eat. Even drinking a sip of water seemed like a life-or-death battle. For some reason, his heart was filled with a sharp, relentless ache. He thought about catching some prey for the little one, but worried that he might reveal himself and the little one wouldn't accept it, so he reluctantly gave up. Then, to his surprise, he saw a shadow trying to ambush the little cat. The tiger couldn't hold back anymore. An inexplicable feeling arose. It felt like something of my own was being targeted by bad people. It was extremely unpleasant. How dare anyone else even think about coveting his little cat? Sumian noticed that Mau Mau looked a bit disheveled. The tiger's expression froze for a moment. It stayed perfectly still. Its eyes locked onto him with an unyielding stare. Sumian hesitated for a moment. He thought he might be blocking the tiger's path. Moved his body slightly to the left. He wondered in his mind why the tiger had left its territory, then realized he was meddling unnecessarily. The other might simply be out hunting. Staying here too long might make it seem like he was freeloading. Sumian didn't want to give the tiger another reason to scold him. He lowered his head, quietly waited for the tiger to pass by, and silently counted numbers in his mind, estimating the time. A second passed, then another. By the third second, the expected sound near his ears hadn't occurred. Sumian looked up in confusion. The tiger was still staring at him unblinkingly. Its eyes were filled with anger. Sumian couldn't figure out why the other person was upset again. What's wrong with him this time? The tiger stared at the figure in front of it, who didn't even bother to glance its way, while the tiny creature nearby kept sneaking around trying to stay hidden. It started to feel a bit annoyed. Is it really that terrifying? Look at the once plump and round body of the kitten. Now it appears thin and frail. It's obvious it hasn't been eating properly. There's been no proper nutrition intake. How can its body possibly stay healthy? The kitten being raised clearly isn't living well. The anger that just arose vanished instantly. Every moment of not finding the little one brings constant irritation. Deep down, there's also a slight sense of regret. Since it has been exposed, just take it back directly. Come back with me, the tiger spoke in an icy tone, intending to return and properly teach this arrogant little cat a lesson. At first, Sumian thought she must have misheard. The tiger demanded she go back. Go back where? The two cat-like eyes stared blankly, as if not understanding what the tiger meant. From now on, stop wandering around aimlessly. Please listen, the tiger is muttering to itself over there. Sumian snapped back to reality. The tiger seems to want her to go back, but isn't he the one who accused her of freeloading? Why should she go back just because he wants her to? Sumian was starting to feel a bit annoyed. Clearly, he's the one who looked down on her. She had already left. After all, there's no way she's going back just to be a bother to him. The cat shook its head indifferently. It stepped back on its four limbs, intending to distance itself from the cold and sharp-tongued tiger. Still lost in the fantasy of giving the kitten a bath later, the tiger snapped back to attention. Noticing that the kitten had turned around and started running away, the tiger got anxious. Its carefully maintained facade crumbled in an instant. With a single leap, it pinned Sumian to the ground. Sumian had no strength to resist. The entire cat was pinned down, unable to move. Immediately grabbed the opponent in its mouth. Without looking back, it headed straight toward its original territory. Sumian watched as the tiger acted decisively and on its own, feeling both anxious and angry inside. Overcoming the instinct to remain still when bitten on the neck, Sumian struggled desperately under the tiger's jaws. Even though the movements caused sharp pain in the neck, still, it flailed its paws recklessly without a second thought, scratching the tiger's handsome face indiscriminately. The tiger's face was so dark it seemed like water could drip from it. It resembled a ferocious beast that could swallow a kitten whole. Sumian, in a state of panic, suddenly let all her dissatisfaction and grievances burst out. A miserable wail erupted from her throat. relentlessly accusing the tiger of its wicked actions at that moment. Her fur was soaked with tears streaming down her face. The tiger, startled by the kitten's heart-wrenching cries, froze in place, utterly at a loss for what to do, listening to the kitten's pitiful sobs. For the first time, the tiger felt raising a child was nothing like training soldiers. If those rowdy soldiers ever dared to cry in front of him, he could beat them so badly their own mothers wouldn't recognize them. But when it came to this underage little kitten in front of him, the tiger felt he couldn't resort to the same methods. Otherwise something terrifying might happen. As for what exactly that terrifying thing might be, he couldn't figure it out just yet. He just had a gut feeling it wouldn't be anything good. After a while, eventually, he compromised and gently set Su Mian down on the ground. Seeing the little cat crying so heartbreakingly, he couldn't help but want to use his tongue to wipe away the tears. But Su Mian didn't give the tiger this chance. Without any hesitation, she turned around and walked away. The tiger licked his lower teeth with his tongue, suppressing the little schemes brewing in his heart. He didn't force the little cat anymore. Instead, he quietly followed her step by step, until a familiar tree appeared ahead. The tiger realized what the little cat was about to do, but it didn't step forward to stop it. The next moment unfolded just as the tiger expected. The little cat was about to climb the tree. "Do you really dislike me this much?" Su Mian, still sobbing uncontrollably, lost her footing while trying to climb the tree. Luckily, the tiger raised its big head behind her, providing Su Mian a place to step on. Pushing forward with Su Mian on top, the little cat showed no hesitation, stomping angrily as if venting frustration. Crawling with its small rump raised, it adjusted its position in the fork of the tree, turning its back to the tiger. The tiger beneath the tree could only see a puffed-up round bottom. The tiger quietly stared upward at the seemingly soft and touchable bottom, and then glanced at the little cat, occasionally hiccuping with a sob, reflecting with a displeased expression on what he might have done again, helping the kitten scare away the wild animal. Afterward, the kitten was sobbing at him. The tiger was utterly confused. Finally, he had no choice but to admit it. The kitten was still upset about what he had said. Lifting his head high, he softly apologized to Su Mian, who was still smoking. Su Mian, who was perched in the tree, had no desire to listen to the tiger's ramblings. The little cat seemed completely unwilling to engage. The tiger realized it needed to try a different approach. Speaking in a gentle tone, the tiger addressed Su Mian above. "I'm sorry." The proud tiger lowered its noble head. Finally, Su Mian showed a reaction. His ears perked up again. Quietly, it turned its head downward. The tiger wore a serious expression. It looked straight at the little cat. Su Mian quickly turned her head back again. Her small head rested on her tail. She still remained silent. The tiger thought to himself, "I've already apologized." Su Mian was thinking in her heart, "Since the tiger has already apologized to me, then I should forgive him. After all, they shared so many wonderful memories together." Su Mian decided to climb down the tree and have a talk with the tiger. Since she had already left, there's really no need to go back anymore. Drafting it carefully in my mind, Su Mian gathered her courage and turned around, only to see a tiger climbing up the tree behind her. Her breath caught in her throat. "It's just climbing a tree, nothing more. I can do it too, though this tree doesn't have many other merits, except that it's sturdy. Even a tiger's massive body can be supported by it. But Su Mian's ability to handle stress isn't quite as strong." Just turned around, and saw the tiger under the tree had already moved behind me. This tiger still had a droopy expression. It was as eerie as watching a ghost movie at midnight. Truly terrifying. Any thought of forgiveness vanished. Su Mian immediately turned around, not wanting to deal with this intruder who so easily stepped into his territory. An invader, no doubt. This tree was undeniably the kitten's domain. Vexed, Su Mian found himself powerless against the tiger. Not wanting to confront the tiger, he walked toward the branches ahead, trying to put some distance between them. The tiger behind him had never been treated like this before. Utterly despised and rejected, the tiger was not pleased. He had merely made a few remarks about the little cat. At worst, he thought the little cat could just take it back. The tiger, having run out of patience, grabbing Sun Yen, who was about to leave, ignoring the little cat's struggle, he directly tucked the person under his belly. Feeling stifled, Su Mian complained that he was nothing but a smelly tiger. Under the belly, the little cat kept meowing non-stop. The tiger didn't need to hear it. He already knew for sure it was scolding him. Let it scold if it wants to. As long as he could cuddle it, that was enough. After all, this was his little cat. The big tiger finally set aside its pride. He took the initiative to reconcile with his wife. But the little kitten was still holding on to her anger. A few days ago, the big tiger had said hurtful things about the kitten freeloading. And then there was the experience of being starved 9 out of 3 days recently. Just thinking about it made the little kitten want to cry. At this moment, the tiger held the little kitten in his arms, feeling completely satisfied. He relished the soft sensation beneath him. The entire tiger couldn't be more content. His eyes were fixed on the little kitten, who was still struggling. Sumian glared angrily at the tiger, accusing it of dishonorable behavior. The tiger that resorted to sneaky attacks. The cat's aggrieved eyes clearly conveyed, "I will never forgive you again." The tiger didn't care at all right now, but it still moved closer to the kitten's ear, and whispered softly, "It was my fault. From now on, I'll take care of you. Whatever you want to eat, I will catch it for you. Don't be mad anymore." The tiger apologized to the kitten in a subdued tone. After speaking, it still felt insufficient. It added another sentence, saying, "You don't want to sleep with me? Then don't sleep." Upon hearing this, Sumian's struggle came to a halt. Though these words were meant as an apology to her, it still felt somewhat odd for some reason. Just as the tiger assumed, the kitten was ignoring it again. A burst of loud crying came from below, an insult mixed with the kitten's presence, a grievance-filled accusation. "Meow, Sumian hasn't been having a good time these days. Chased by hunting dogs, going hungry, unable to take a bath, feeling exhausted every single day, rarely getting a break, yet still thinking about the tiger." But the more she thought, the more she wanted to cry. Looking at the kitten, emotions erupted uncontrollably. The tiger, not very skilled at comforting others, could only keep licking the kitten's cheek over and over. Seeing that Sumian didn't resist, it licked even more enthusiastically, each lick as if it wanted to devour the kitten entirely. Sumian cried for quite a while. Her already large cat-like eyes were now swollen like 2 tiny light bulbs. The tiger looked at the kitten, who seemed utterly lost and despondent, once again realizing the weight of its words. After all, the kitten wasn't one of its soldiers. Why did he say something so harsh? This is the kitten he is raising. Since the irresponsible parents abandoned the kitten, then whoever finds it gets to keep it. What I found is mine. Sumian didn't overthink it. It's better to talk things through. After all, he had already considered the tiger as family. Who would treat a stranger so kindly? Sumian and the tiger had silently reconciled. Exhausted from crying, she drifted off to sleep. The tiger lowered its head to look at Sumian, who had fallen asleep in its arms within seconds. His eyes were filled with affection. The tiger and Sumian, now reconciled, were on good terms once again. They returned to the life they used to have before. Today, he was determined to find the rabbit's den. He wanted to prepare a feast for the tiger. A few days ago, he had followed the tiger. He and the snow leopard had been learning hunting skills together, and today was the day. Treated as an assignment from Professor Tiger on hunting skills, the little head of the curled-up cotton pressed tightly against the ground, intently sniffing the mingled scents of various animals, hoping to catch a hint of something he could actually capture. Like a little rabbit or a tiny field mouse, he buried his head in the search for most of the day, but found absolutely nothing. Why are they so hard to find? The grassland is so vast. Where could they possibly be? Kept walking forward without knowing how far. Caught a whiff of a unique grassy aroma. Sumian crawled forward, following the scent. Stopped until reaching a patch of grassland. In the middle, a few clusters of tender green grass were hidden. It was catnip. He actually found catnip. How funny, he thought. Now he could take it back for the tiger to play with. As for why the tiger needed it, the reason is quite simple. It's just because the other party is always so petty. Sumian finally figured it out. This tiger may look quite large in size, but it has an exceptionally small heart. Even the little cat playing with others is not allowed. These catnip plants can be given to the tiger, to keep it from staying angry all the time. No matter how Sumian tried, the tiger couldn't be coaxed. The little cat excitedly stretched out its paw. Grab a handful of catnip. The hand reached halfway into the air, came to a stop upon landing, then activated its little brain to think slowly. It hasn't tasted catnip before, and has no idea what it tastes like. Maybe it should try it first, and then give it to the tiger. Having made up its mind, eagerly leaned its mouth closer, chewing with a soft crunch in the mouth. It's just ordinary grass, nothing particularly flavorful. The small mouth chewed again. The unique aroma of cat grass gradually spread, rushing straight to Sumian's mind. Sumian's eyes widened, round and bright. Her gaze turned dreamy and exhilarated. The entire cat seemed dazed and giddy. Her steps became unsteady, walking with a swagger and a bobbing head, rubbing its body against the catnip bushes, still feeling like it wasn't enough, flopping directly into the grass and rolling back and forth repeatedly. By the time the tiger and the others came looking for Sumian, they happened to see a little cat rolling all over the ground. The tiger watched the little cat getting overly excited just playing with a few blades of grass. A flicker of unease flashed in its eyes. Could it be that I'd been too indifferent? The little cat seemed so bored to have reached this point. Sumian also noticed the three imposing, strong figures. She squinted hard, trying to focus her vision. Subconsciously, she wanted to find the big brother to play with her. She got up and ran in the direction of the tiger. Her small cat-like steps were unsteady. She didn't run very fast. Her movement formed an overall S-shaped curve as she ran. The three present could clearly see her actions. It was obvious Su Mian was heading straight for the tiger. The snow leopard nearby curled its mouth in jealousy. It shot a sidelong glance at the tiger with its eyes. The tiger appeared quite pleased with itself. After all, who wouldn't adore a little kitten that's completely focused on them, with eyes and heart full of affection for them, feeling a surge of pride internally, but outwardly pretending to be reserved, patiently waiting for the kitten to take the initiative and come for a cuddle, hesitating about whether to nuzzle the kitten, only to see the kitten right there, staring intently at herself. Sadako, without the slightest hesitation, brushed past the target. Originally, Su Mian was running in a straight line, just enough to land directly into the tiger's arms. Then, under the effect of the catnip, Su Mian ended up veering off course. The snow leopard just couldn't hold back anymore, and started rolling around on the ground. No way. Seeing the tiger's posture as if it was preparing to welcome something was absolutely hilarious. The tiger's face darkened. It took a few steps forward, and pulled Su Mian back, who had wandered off course, moving her back and forth to figure out what was wrong with the kitten. Its brows furrowed, as it carefully examined the kitten, and noticed a peculiar smell coming from the kitten. This scent is catnip. If you take your eyes off the little one for a moment, it will find ways to entertain itself. The tiger suddenly felt a bit of a headache. It picked up Su Mian and started heading back to its territory. By the time they returned to the territory, Su Mian still hadn't returned to normal. The little cat sprawled out its limbs, reaching out to the tiger for a hug. The tiger let out a sigh, fulfilling the little kitten's request, pulled the person tightly into an embrace. Maybe the tiger's strength was too overwhelming. Su Mian felt slightly uncomfortable, let out a discontented growl at the tiger. What else could the overly forceful tiger do? Simply eased up gently and carefully. The kitten in its arms was finally satisfied, let out a soft and contented whimper. It made the tiger's heart melt. After staying quiet for a while, Su Mian started messing around again, wandering all over in the tiger's embrace, sometimes climbing up to its chest, other times moving down to its abdomen. Eventually, she began playing with its tail, clearly enjoying herself immensely. But before long, Su Mian's attention was drawn to something else. The little cat noticed there was something else beneath the tiger's tail. Not sure what it is, but Su Mian has a gut feeling that it's something good. Though, what kind of good thing could it be? Right now, the intellectually limited Su Mian can't figure it out at all. Quietly extending two sharp claws, unhesitatingly making the choice to launch a sneak attack. The doll is soft and squishy. Wan Mian is utterly captivated by the new toy. At this moment, an unusual sensation spread through the tiger's body. It clumsily hooked out the mischievous little kitten, causing trouble. The tail was rarely tucked tightly underneath. There was a clear sign of imminent anger on the face. Then it saw the little cat staring with wide open eyes, looking completely innocent and confused. The tiger forcibly held back once again, but it still looked fiercely intimidating. It gave a bite to Su Mian's plump little bottom, though the force was very gentle. What a handful this little one is. Su Mian, though still groggy, could sense it, but he was also aware that someone had taken a bite out of his rear. He deeply felt that his dignity as king cat had been offended. Su Mian rose up to fight back. He spread his limbs wide. He swung his cat paws with all his might. Each punch landed with force. He taught a lesson to the audacious attacker who dared to ambush him. Who dares to bite me? I'd beat you senseless. But even tigers are not allowed to discipline as they please. He could only wear an expression of cold anger on his face, watching the little cat swinging its paws all around, holding onto the tiny object. There's really nothing else to do. Who exactly spoiled it like this? The tiger pressed down on the feline king with a bit more force. Out of the corner of its eye, it unintentionally caught sight of the little cat's lower body. Its gaze darkened. Clenching its teeth, it thought furiously, my brother was almost doomed just now, returning the favor. He should take a look at the kitten as well. Now this is what fairness looks like. Claws extended to reveal their sharp tips, curled its tail and glanced quickly. then delivered an authoritative judgment straight from the commander. "Alright, fine," the little tiger sighed inwardly. "After all, not everyone is as naturally gifted as I am." Meanwhile, Sumian, unaware of being completely observed, was still indulging in a carefree and dreamlike state. The tiger suddenly realized that catnip could actually be quite useful at times. When Sumian woke up, the tiger was towering over him, staring down. Its expression was complicated, as if the little kitten had done something extraordinary. Sumian only remembered taking a few bites of the catnip, and then his memory went blank. Sumian felt guilty under the tiger's intense gaze. He tried hard to recall what exactly he had done, yet it just wouldn't come to mind. But even if he did something bad, so what? It shouldn't be anything serious. At most, it's something as minor as a small bite into flesh. Somewhere, the tiger that nearly got bitten thought to itself, "Forget it. Being the bigger person is what matters." He decided to let it go. Someday, he'll make sure to settle the score. Only then did Sumian remember he was supposed to share with the tiger. With great excitement, the catnip enthusiastically gestured at the tiger. The excitement was written all over the face, eagerly waiting to see how the tiger would react. And then, heard the news that tigers are immune to catnip. The kitten's face instantly fell. The joy from earlier vanished completely. Truly worthy of being his big brother. Even catnip has no effect on him. Is there anything a tiger can't do? This just made him feel utterly useless. Catnip really is such an amazing thing. After eating the catnip, Sumian cozied up in the tiger's arms. The tiger watched the adorable little kitten, unable to resist the urge to hold the cat close. Their bond grew even deeper because of this. The next morning, Sumian woke up from a nightmare. He called out loudly from under the tiger's belly. His eyes remained tightly shut as his body twisted restlessly. The sudden commotion caught the attention of three large figures. The snow leopard nearby leaned in with concern. The tiger kept licking persistently, trying to wake the other up. Sumian struggled desperately in his sleep, let out a loud scream, suddenly opened his eyes wide, looked at the big tiger in front of him, still shaken. What kind of dream did he just have? It seemed like something terrifying, but now he couldn't remember it anymore. Instinctively, he acted affectionately towards the tiger. "Meow meow, tiger. Tiger, I think I just had a nightmare. But the most pressing matter right now isn't that." The Arctic wolf squinted its eyes slightly. The snow leopard froze for a moment, then used its hind paw to scratch its ear, looking suspicious. "Did you all just hear someone talking?" The Arctic wolf turned its head, wearing an expression like someone looking at a fool. The snow leopard quickly realized what was happening, seemed to be dumbfounded by its own foolishness. Then it excitedly jumped up. "Oh, the little cat can talk now. The little cat has started talking." The snow leopard spun around in circles with excitement, like a silly husky. The tiger lowered its gaze to look at the tiny cat beneath it, thinking it was indeed suspicious for the little cat to suddenly start speaking. Could it be that a nightmare left them shaken? Maybe it's better to wait until the little cat has rested enough. The little cat slept soundly all the way until noon. Upon waking, they were greeted by the sight of an excited snow leopard. The snow leopard was staring at them intently. The little cat felt a bit dazed and confused. What exactly is going on? Why is everyone looking at them? "Tiger, tiger, why are all of you staring at me?" After finishing his sentence, Sumian froze in place. It wasn't the usual familiar meowing sound. Instead, it was a boyish voice he had never heard before. Sumian hesitantly tried again, calling out "Big Tiger." Suming remained with his mouth open. His mind was racing like a storm. Was that really his voice? How did he suddenly start speaking human language? Oh no! Could the tiger think he's a monster now? What if the tiger decides to abandon itself? A sudden thought crossed his mind. The tiger wondered if it could speak the language of the beasts. What kind of language is the beast's tongue? Could it be that he's referring to the language spoken by the tigers? He quietly lifted his head to look. The tiger reacted exceptionally well. The other party didn't show the slightest surprise. The nervous Sumian tucked his cattail underneath himself. His sitting posture unconsciously became more upright. The snow leopard being secretly observed looks absolutely adorable. The tiger couldn't resist and started scratching an itch upon seeing this. It pulled the kitten over with one arm. In the next moment, Sumian found herself in the tiger's embrace. Having already grown accustomed to this, Sumian did not resist, allowing the tiger to groom her messy fur with its tongue. It continued grooming until it was satisfied before stopping. Then, sitting upright with a serious demeanor, it began answering the kitten's questions. The nearby snow leopard and Arctic wolf occasionally chimed in, only to be subtly dismissed by the tiger each time. Forget about the kitten. Of course, he taught himself. Everyone else can leave. The two cats were having a conversation there. vampire. The more he listened, the redder the kitten's face became. After a whole afternoon of communication, Sumian finally realized what felt off to him. He remarked how human-like the tiger seemed. It turned out they were all humans transformed into animals. Sumian quietly processed this fact that left the cat utterly stunned. It feels like the cat's entire worldview is shattered. The kitten, lost in deep thought, began to analyze carefully. First, it was reincarnated into the body of a feline beastman. Next, they were participating in a competition. Then, by sheer accident, it ended up helping the tiger. And now, the competition is coming to an end. As its understanding of the current situation deepened, Sumian swallowed hard. Oh, this means the tigers and the others are actually living humanoid creatures. My big brother tiger turns out to be an incredibly skilled officer. Wait, no. Sumian restrained her feelings of admiration, recalling with an expressionless face the time spent with the tiger over the past few days. What exactly did she do? She actually slept under the tiger's belly, sometimes even acting all spoiled with the tiger. How embarrassing. She had always thought they were just animals. So in everyday interactions, getting physically close is inevitable. I never expected these to be real, living people. Sumian was practically moved to tears. Getting close and being all touchy and even licking with another grown man. If word got out, how could his dignified little kitten ever show his face again? His small lips pressed together tightly. The utterly defeated look on his face amused the tiger. The tiger never anticipated the little kitten's inner world to be so intricate. Naturally, Sumian accepted it so well. This was entirely due to all the experiences he had since his rebirth. The carefree little cat was fearless. On the other side, the tiger had already made up its mind to take care of the kitten. Once the competition was over, he would bring the person back to his own home, and later send them to the military department for a health check. The tiger held the kitten in its arms, casually pondering over things. Sumian was idly passing the time. With nothing better to do, he chatted with the snow leopard. The snow leopard still didn't dare to mention the tiger. He feared he might not survive until the end of the competition. So instead, he started badmouthing the Arctic wolf. For instance, he mentioned that their two families had always been mortal enemies. Even their descendants were all boys. The feud between the two families eventually fell onto the shoulders of the snow leopard and the Arctic wolf. But the snow leopard was naturally laid back, doing everything at an unhurried pace, often being compared unfavorably to someone else by parents. This didn't really matter much. The two had little interaction during their childhood. In the end, they both got into the same school. The snow leopard began a grueling 4-year period of misfortune. For instance, being reported for flirting with girls, frequently being late for military training, getting repeatedly outmatched in martial arts classes. So by the time graduation came around, the snow leopard firmly and resolutely refused to serve in the same army as Tu Sua, and ended up turning into an idle and carefree rich heir. Sumian secretly thought to herself how familiar this nemesis Winshui felt. However, after spending these past few days together, Sumian realized that the Arctic wolf wasn't entirely an unreasonable person. At least he was quite kind to the little kitten. Sumian was actually more curious to hear gossip about the tiger. The snow leopard, with a serious expression, pondered for a moment. In the end, the choice was between speaking impulsively and staying safe for life. He ultimately chose the latter. Sumian got really fired up this time. The less snow leopard spoke, the more curious he became, but he didn't dare to ask directly. When the tiger stays silent, it's actually quite intimidating. Those piercing eyes just kept staring. The little cat couldn't handle that pressure. He pulled out all the stops trying to get Snow Leopard to open up. Snow Leopard, worn down by Sumian's persistence, had no other choice. Pretended to make things difficult for a moment. Sumian's eyes lit up with excitement, perked up ears, ready to hear the story. The Snow Leopard cleared its throat briefly, lowered the voice. Then I'll talk about Lu Li's time at the military academy. Lu Li was truly a lively character during his days at the academy. Didn't finish the sentence. The Snow Leopard was right behind the little cat, and saw the real living king of hell. Shut up immediately. Turn around and leave right away. Find a spot to lie down. Pretend to be dead. Sumian felt puzzled. Why did the Snow Leopard stop speaking? Get up and go over to continue listening. A deep, suppressed voice came from the back of the head. Asking him is not as good as asking me. Sumian's half-raised body plopped back into a sitting position. Oh no. The tiger involved has spotted it. Today marks the end of the competition. The cat gazed up at the sky once more. It would be great if I could turn into a human sooner. I wonder what the tiger's human form looks like, but just hearing the voice makes it obvious. It's definitely in the cool and handsome category. As for himself, the latest news says he's an underage beastman, which means he isn't one of those mature men. At most, he could be considered just a teenager. This left Su-mian, who had been full of anticipation, feeling a tiny bit disappointed. According to what the tiger said, the beast form and human form of interstellar beastmen can be freely switched between, as long as one knows how to use mental energy. But the issue is that Su-mian doesn't know how to utilize mental energy. However, Su-mian didn't mention this to them. During the competition, participants are not allowed to transform into their human form. I can only wait until the competition is over. Su-mian felt slightly uneasy inside. He had no idea what kind of place they referred to as the interstellar world, and wondered what it would be like. As an undocumented individual, it seemed like he had nowhere to go. He wasn't sure if there was a newbie protection period. As it approached noon, the program team's announcement echoed in the minds of all the contestants, marking the official end of the survival competition. The competition rankings will be announced within 3 days. Stay tuned. The program's spaceship will land in an hour. Contestants can board the starship together. Alternatively, they may choose to leave the program on their own. The starship will depart independently. Su-mian listened to the broadcast. All right, it seems he will be leaving on the program's spaceship. In that case, he'll wait for an hour. The impoverished Su-mian decided to wait for the relief from the show crew. Should I say goodbye to Tiger and the others in advance? After all, we probably won't meet again after the competition. The slightly melancholic little cat rested its head on the ground. About 10 minutes later, a white starship and a silver starship slowly descended, and then a black starship appeared as well. It seems like only Tiger and the others are here with me. Could these 3 starships really be here to pick us up? I can't help but envy having such a cool starship to ride. The brief moment of envy was quickly replaced by disappointment. I still have over 40 minutes to wait here. Suddenly, I feel so lonely. The Arctic wolf, Tuso, ignored the tiger and the snow leopard. He simply said goodbye to Su-mian. He was the first to head towards that white starship. Next, it was the snow leopard's turn. Su-mian was most reluctant to part with this companion, watching the other leave as well. Let out a reluctant meow. Eugene also felt deeply attached to the kitten. He genuinely wished he could take the kitten away, but with the tiger around, he realized he lacked the ability to act on his desire. If he wasn't mistaken, the starship Luli owned was definitely a combat-class vessel. He worried that if he dared take the kitten, the other party might just blast him out of the sky. He could only plan to meet the kitten another time. Alright, now only the tiger hasn't left yet. Su-mian quickly thought it over. She took the initiative to wave at the tiger. Even the tiger brother is about to part ways with her. Su-mian looked at the tiger, unable to hide her sadness. She watched for a while. The tiger was still standing there, motionless. Su-mian couldn't understand anymore. Why hasn't the tiger left yet? Wasn't this boat here to take him away? The tiger gazed at the little cat, whose face was full of sadness. It couldn't quite understand. It's just stepping away from the competition. Does the little cat love competing that much? It nudged Su-mian forward with its head, heading in the direction of the new boat. Now it was Su-mian's turn to be completely baffled. What is the tiger trying to do? Why is it pushing Su-mian toward the new boat? Come with me, I can take care of you. After saying it, they felt it was inappropriate. So they came up with a different explanation. They lowered their head to seek the kitten's opinion. Su-mian was utterly astonished. The tiger big brother was surprisingly so unwavering towards them, and not giving up on them at all. The kitten's momentary shock made the tiger think they were unwilling to go with them. The overthinking tiger immediately picked up the kitten in its mouth, steadily walking toward the entrance of the starship. After boarding the new ship, Su-mian looked around curiously like someone visiting the city for the first time. A few subordinates in black military uniforms approached from the opposite direction. They respectfully saluted the tiger. The boss is here. But the cat seemed a bit socially anxious. Oh my, there are so many people here. One of the subordinates who came to welcome the returning Legion commander, named Lyde, took advantage of the moment while saluting, and secretly stole a glance. It's a young orc who hasn't come of age yet. Normally, if they got within 3 seconds of the boss, they'd be beaten up. Now, why is the boss willingly carrying a little kitten around, and in that indescribable posture of holding a child? When did the boss develop a preference like this? Luli turned his head, and handed Su-mian over to the only female among his subordinates. Lily, take her to the break room, and prepare some delicious food. Lily heard the order. Zhang Zhang's expression was composed. Then, with extreme caution, he retrieved the kitten from the tiger's mouth. He carefully took hold of the little cat. Before leaving, the tiger, as usual, gave Su-mian's head a lick, letting Su-mian know it would return soon. The 2 individuals involved were used to this, but the nearby subordinates were collectively astonished. On the surface, they maintained their professional and composed demeanor. But privately, their eyes were brimming with curiosity and gossip. Su-mian felt a little embarrassed right away. The tiger really is something else. With so many people around, it still licked itself. Lily led Su-mian into a spacious room. There was a leather sofa set in the very center. Ahead of it was a massive projection TV. Lily carried Su-mian all the way to the center of the sofa. Su-mian nimbly jumped down, its big tail shyly draped over the front. Meow, I can clearly walk on my own. Still waiting for someone to carry her, Lily reached out her hand. Remembering the cold look in the leader's eyes, she quickly pulled her hand back, but she couldn't resist taking advantage of when the kitten wasn't paying attention, and gave a little nudge with all her might. Su-mian turned her head. It seemed like something just happened. Lily covered her wildly curling lips with her hand, leaving only her eyes, full of gentle affection, visible. In a soft voice, she called Su-mian her little cutie. What would you like to eat? How about I bring you all the snacks? Without waiting for Su-mian to speak, she turned around and walked away. After a while, Lily came back empty-handed. Su-mian felt a bit curious. Weren't you going to get snacks? Where are the little snacks? Under the gaze of the little cat, Lily pressed a twist on the spatial bracelet tied to her wrist. In an instant, a pile of snacks as tall as a small hill appeared on the coffee table in front of her. Many of them even scattered onto the floor. Su-mian's round cat-like eyes widened in astonishment. Is this the kind of spatial ability often described in novels? Su-mian's naive and unworldly expression. In Lily's eyes, it became something tangible. Her heart overflowed with a maternal sense of affection. She really wanted to have a conversation with Su-mian, but thinking about how the boss instructed me to deliver the snacks, and then leave immediately, I still walked out of the room with a face full of resentment. The entire room was left with only Su-mian and a single cat, staring at the brightly colored snacks on the table. The cat leaped toward its little paradise of joy, rolling happily in the sea of snacks, unaware that its every move was being watched by everyone gathered in the surveillance room. Lily furiously attacked Lied. Take a look. Isn't it absolutely adorable? Nodding frantically as if in agreement, Reed was overwhelmed by the beating. Internally, he kept ridiculing this crazy woman. If you've got the guts, why don't you go challenge the boss? What's the point of picking on him? At this moment, Su-mian was in the lounge, reunited with her long-lost favorite snacks. Her head was practically buried inside the snack bag. She managed to finish off a large pile of snacks, but then she suddenly remembered that the tiger wasn't here. Glancing to the left and then to the right, the air suddenly felt so still. Why hasn't the big tiger come back yet? Su-mian seemed to be passing the time idly, thinking about how she had just seen beastmen. Then how did she turn into a human form? Su-mian felt a little puzzled. What exactly is mental power? At that moment, the door opened. Su-mian quickly looked toward the doorway, thinking the tiger had returned. What was seen was not the familiar yellow and black striped tiger. It was a person who stepped inside, dressed in a long black trench coat, with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and a sharply defined silhouette. His features were as sharp as if carved from stone. Su-mian felt a sense of danger. The man before him was an even cooler guy than himself. The newcomer glanced at the little cat lying on the sofa, a tiny ball of fur. Its face was covered in snack crumbs. It was unclear how it managed to eat so messily, but it was still adorable. He walked straight toward the little kitten. With a swift reach of his long arm, he was about to scoop the kitten into his embrace. Su-mian noticed the man's intentions. Just as his arm reached out, she pushed off forcefully with her leg, agilely leaping over the arm as if skipping rope, leaving the man in front grasping at nothing. Luli lifted her gaze to look at the nimble little cat, adopting a gentle and conciliatory approach. With a hoarse voice, "Be good. Let me hold you for a while." Hearing the familiar voice, the hesitant Su-mian from before was now absolutely certain that the person in front of her was her big brother tiger. The kitten tilted its head upward, its tiny mouth slightly open, staring in astonishment at the tiger that had transformed into a human. The tiger was already ferocious in its beast form, but no one expected its human form to be just as wild. Luli seized the moment, taking advantage of the little cat spacing out while staring at him, quickly and deftly pulling the cat into his embrace, his calloused hands gently stroking Su-mian. Su-mian purred contentedly in comfort, snoring halfway through. "Wait, something's wrong, brother tiger. Can I turn into a human too?" Luli lowered his gaze, looking at Su-mian's face full of anticipation. "Sure. But you'll need a checkup first, to see what's wrong with you. Checkups are the worst when it means going to the hospital." The little paws stepped back. Su-mian shook her head repeatedly. "Then I won't turn into a human anymore. No need to trouble yourself." Noticing the little cat's fear of going to the hospital, Lu Lihuan appeared indifferent, let out a mocking laugh. You're going whether you want to or not. Hearing this, Su Mian's eyes widened. These words actually came out of Big Tiger's mouth. What do you mean by you're going whether you want to or not? The tiger wasn't this irritating before. Lu Lih, now in his human form, finally got the chance to have the little kitten all to myself. No more noisy snow leopards wandering around nearby. The mood couldn't be better. Su Mian was completely baffled by the stark contrast in the tiger's behavior, and felt the mocking tone of the tiger was quite annoying. Had an urge to immediately get off the spaceship and throw themselves into the arms of the production team. Su Mian's thoughts were always written all over their face. Lu Li could effortlessly figure out what the little kitten was thinking. Firmly held onto the little kitten trying to run away. Your name isn't even on the list of contestants, my poor little kitten. So it turns out you're undocumented. Adding a spiteful remark. Pretending to sigh. Being undocumented could lead to criminal charges. Su Mian truly didn't expect something like this to happen. He's an undocumented individual. This body is actually an unregistered undocumented one. Su Mian was completely won over by Lu Li's tempting offer. Su Mian obediently leaned against Lu Li's chest. Her thoughts began to wander uncontrollably. The tiger plans to take her home and settle her in. He'll head to the military department tomorrow. She's become a little stray cat relying on someone else's care. Well, the tiger is actually treating her quite well. He knows she doesn't have proper identification, yet he still willingly provides her with food and shelter. Though his tone does sound a bit odd, to be honest. The capital star of the Outlands Empire, Su Mian, is currently lying on a large bed. It feels incredibly comfortable. Hello, little master. A white robot, as tall as the bed, appeared, and began introducing itself. Greetings, little master. My name is Xiao Bai. I am the household robot butler here. Where is the tiger? What is this place? Your master has gone to the military headquarters for something. This is the owner's house located in the heart of the capital city. The owner allows the young master to move around freely, but only within the boundaries of this house. Once again, the little kitten is left alone. Su Mian weakly lay sprawled on the bed. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed something resembling a computer on the nightstand. Her eyes lit up with excitement. Xiao Bai, is this a computer? Yes, young master. However, this computer is used by the owner for work purposes. It requires the owner's password to access. Su Mian's idea of playing games was thwarted. When will the tiger come back? A long time passed again. The little cat let out its 16th sigh. That annoying tiger. The tiger still hasn't returned. This tiger really doesn't keep its word. Didn't it say it would be back by evening? It's already gotten dark now. Be careful not to encounter any bad people outside. Su Mian spent almost the entire afternoon chatting with Xiao Bai. Through conversations with Xiao Bai, Su Mian learned a few little tidbits of gossip. For instance, Xiao Bai mentioned to her that online discussions about tigers often focus on their high mental energy and their short tempers and other similar traits. At that moment, the sound of footsteps came from the doorway. Su Mian glanced at the person who entered. It turned out to be Lu Li, who had been out of sight for half a day. Su Mian had just planned to greet the tiger when he noticed the imposing man striding toward him. The man moved forward, bringing a cold gust of wind with him. Su Mian's small steps instinctively retreated a little. The tiger's human-like form was overwhelmingly intimidating. Every time those golden eyes locked onto him, his whole body tensed up. It made him too nervous to even meet the tiger's gaze. Sigh, it turns out that being in tiger form is still the best. So soft and fluffy. After spending so much time as a cat, it feels a bit strange to be in a form without fur. Meanwhile, Lu Li glanced at this scene, feeling a bit annoyed deep down. Taking advantage of Su Mian not reacting in time, he directly picked up the little cat and placed it against his chest. But Su Mian quickly caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Lifting his wrinkled little face, looking at the tiger with a face full of frustration. Have you taken a bath? Meow meow meow. Covered in the smell of smoke. Little kittens really dislike the smell of smoke. People who smoke shouldn't hold little kittens. Lu Li looked at the puffed up kitten in his arms. Even when the other party is angry, they still look adorable. Su Mian stared at the man in silence for a long time, assuming he was acting so fearless. Ignoring the basic needs of the little kitten, he grew even angrier. Lu Li glanced at the little cat. It seemed to be heading toward an eruption like a volcano. He finally remembered that he had smoked quite a bit in the office earlier today. He had smoked a considerable amount of cigarettes. Feeling the little cat in his arms showing disdain, he was almost amused by the situation. This little thing actually dared to show disdain for him. Pretending to keep a stern face, he carried the little cat to the bedroom. Su Mian quickly hopped onto the bed, staring at the tiger. The series of actions by the older brother. Luli casually loosened the collar of his shirt, walking while taking off his clothes. Sumian was completely stunned. It was clear this move was utterly shocking. Not a tiger. The older brother really doesn't treat himself like an outsider. Taking off his clothes right in front of the little cat, Sumian made every effort to keep herself under control, silently reciting a calming mantra in her mind to stop looking any further. On second thought, wait a minute, we're both men. What's there that can't be seen? What tigers have, I have it too. Even though I'm just a cat now, I used to be quite the looker, with the attitude of just taking a peek. Sumian sneaked a glance. The next moment, Sumian's admiring gaze turned into one of terror. Is this even a human? An overwhelming sense of inferiority surged within. The sorrowful Sumian averted his gaze. We are all men here. Why are you so exceptional? Sumian resented it deeply. Luli pretended not to notice the intense stare. Under the watchful eyes of the little cat, completely unclothed, he walked straight into the bathroom. After 3 minutes, the man stepped out of the bathroom. He had a silk robe wrapped around his body. Sumian suddenly felt a little nervous inside. Is this a sign that the lights are about to be turned off for sleep? Wait, if it's time to sleep, shouldn't I be in the guest room? Sumian meowed softly towards the tiger. Meow. Big brother, should I go sleep in the guest room? Luli walked over calmly, his expression unchanged as he spoke. There are no guest rooms here, Sumian thought to herself. I don't believe you at all. He clearly noticed there were plenty of rooms today, but the little kitten reconsidered. Forget it. This is the tiger's home. I'm just a guest here. Where I sleep is up to them anyway. She comforted herself with that thought, and obediently lay down on the soft, comfortable bed. The soft little belly was exposed outside, getting ready for the tiger to come up and sleep together. However, it turned out to be the case. It was still far too early to turn off the lights and sleep. Luli walked to the bedside, grabbed the little kitten in one swift motion, and carried it toward the direction of the bathroom. A bad feeling flashed through Sumian's mind when she saw the tiger starting to run water into the bathtub. That uneasy feeling instantly reached its peak. The man even added some scented bath gel into it. Is he disliking the little kitten for being smelly? The little kitten excitedly sprawled out its 4 legs, meowing like crazy. The tiger is about to bathe it. It's not that Su Ming doesn't want to wash, but doing it himself is simply more cost-effective. During the competition, it's just Su Ming bathing alone in the water. At most, the tiger would just watch from the shore. But now that big brother tiger has turned into a human, it feels completely different. Having a handsome guy watch you take a bath always makes you feel a bit embarrassed, especially considering the situation. Big brother tiger seems determined to bathe her himself. Once the water was filled, Luli placed the little kitten into the bathtub filled with warm water. Sumian tentatively paddled a couple of times, then took advantage of the moment when the man wasn't paying attention, moving swiftly like a fish, darting towards the side of the bathtub against the wall, staring with wide, round eyes, glaring at the person opposite as if guarding against a threat. Luli narrowed her eyes slightly, watching the little cat that only wanted to stay far away from her. She ground her molars in slight frustration. Without mercy, her large hand grabbed it in one swift motion, not giving Sumian any time to react. She began roughly rubbing and scrubbing all at once. Sumian looked utterly astonished. Meow meow, the big brother. I can bathe myself. The splashing water kept spilling out. Luli ignored the little cat struggling with all its might, thinking dismissively to himself. During the competition, licking this or that wasn't a problem. So why is taking a bath such an issue now? No one has ever dared to make me personally serve them. A little clueless and arrogant kitten. After much effort, the bath was finally finished. Luli placed the utterly defeated-looking Sumian into a slightly smaller bathrobe, and picked up the hairdryer to start drying the little cat's fur. Exhausted and powerless, Sumian thought to herself, when will this ever end? Once the fur was dried, Sumian felt like her chance had finally arrived. She seized the moment and quickly leapt onto the big bed, nestling herself against the wall at the edge of the bed, absolutely ignoring the man behind her. Luli followed closely after, sat on the bed with a frown, glanced at the little cat curled up far away on the edge of the bed, called out to the other to come over and sleep. Noticing the little cat hesitated for a long time without coming over on its own, the man furrowed his brows tightly, took the initiative to close the gap, gently tugged at the little cat on Sumian's back, only to pull off some of the cat's fur. However, the cat didn't move at all. Taking a closer look, Sumion's eyes were still shut, but all four paws had their claws extended, tightly clutching the bedsheet beneath. Luli, with an expressionless face, applied a bit more force. Sumion still refused to let go. After a moment passed, Sumion finally couldn't help but open their eyes and rubbed their face against the tiger. "I can sleep on my own." Hearing this remark, Luli instantly felt displeased. "If we said we'd sleep together, then we'll sleep together." But since he had already promised, he wouldn't force the kitten to sleep with him, even though his promises didn't hold much weight. Because his promise was directed at the kitten, he figured he could at least honor it this time. The little thing was quite small in size, quite the temper. When upset, you still have to coax them yourself. Yu stared at the little cat that refused to turn around no matter what. Luli finally remembered something. In the blink of an eye, a massive tiger appeared on the bed. Luli thought it might be easier to approach the little cat in beast form. The tiger's nose nudged forward. Sumion looked at the familiar figure. The weight in her heart was finally lifted. It's not that Sumion didn't want to sleep with the big tiger. It's just that the tiger's human form and beast form felt completely different. Sharing a bed with such a handsome guy felt rather embarrassing. This time, Sumion managed to get through smoothly. Luli silently complained in his heart. So this is what it's like to prefer sleeping with someone in their beast form. Looking at the little cat that actively approached him, for the first time, Luli thought the beast form wasn't so bad after all. He extended his tongue to lick the little cat. While thinking about it, in the future, I could turn into a tiger at home. I'm not sure why. Ever since being with the kitten, my mental energy hasn't acted up much. It's rather strange. Didn't Shimu say that my mental energy could only be alleviated when it surged, and couldn't be completely cured? But now I feel perfectly fine. Better than in the past few decades. Oh right, tomorrow, I'll take the kitten for a checkup to figure out why it can't turn into a human. Always being in kitten form is quite inconvenient. It seems like the kitten is about to reach adulthood. Going to school could be a real issue. Sumion sneezed in her sleep. It feels like something bad is about to happen to this cat. The headquarters of the new 1st Army Corps in the capital. Sumion stared lifelessly toward the outside of the house. It was early in the morning. He wasn't fully awake yet, but this troublesome tiger had already dragged him to the military headquarters. Luli stayed by Sumion's side. Sumion squirmed uneasily back and forth, but no matter what, he couldn't break free from the man's grip. It wasn't until the door outside was pushed open that a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped inside. He was a young man dressed in a white lab coat. Seymour was informed by Luli yesterday to conduct a physical examination on a kitten. To maintain a silent stance regarding the rumors emerging from the military department. He now observes the interaction dynamic between the big one and the small one, quite intrigued. On the surface, the larger one holds the dominant position. The smaller one doesn't appear particularly assertive. Yet the little cat looks completely displeased, and Luli patiently continues to soothe the other party. This really sheds some light on a few issues others wouldn't be able to notice. They would just assume Luli raised a child. But from his perspective, the tiger was completely overpowered. However, Simo didn't think this was a case of the tiger preying on the weak. After all, the average lifespan of beastmen is generally around 200 years. Looking at it this way, Luli is actually still quite young. I suppose so. Ever since this devil in white entered, Sumion has maintained a guarded stance, making it clear that no one should even think about approaching me. The two grown men, looking at the clearly uncooperative little cat, decided to step out to discuss the examination details and give the little cat a moment to calm down. Sumion licked her sharp claws, with a stern expression on her face. I am now calmer than I have ever been before. The door to the room was pushed open. Luli walked straight toward Sumion, feeling genuinely terrified. Sumion, who was at the hospital for a checkup, folded her airplane-like ears. The fur on her body puffed up completely. Luli noticed this but still didn't stop. With a swift move, he easily subdued the little cat. Then he carried the little cat toward the infirmary. Along the way, Sumion kept struggling non-stop, watching helplessly as they got closer and closer to the infirmary. In a moment of desperation, Sumion acted swiftly. She turned her head abruptly and bit down on the base of Luli's large hand. A blood mark appeared instantly. This time, not only did Sumion come to a halt, Luli also stopped in his tracks and stood still. Sumion realized she had caused trouble. She nervously lowered her little head. Meow, she truly didn't mean to do it on purpose. The moment she realized what had happened, she saw she had already bitten him. The man's face turned dark and somber, staring intently at the sulking little cat. Sumion was startled by that piercing gaze. Her small lips moved slightly, but no words came out for a long time. Luli was truly upset this time. What kind of reaction is this for just seeing a doctor? You can't even turn back into a human and now you refuse to get checked. Sumian was shocked by this sudden remark. She flinched in surprise. Neither of them lifted their heads, frozen in a standoff in the hallway. Seymour was just about to comfort the two of them, only to notice where the kitten was, from where came the sound of suppressed sobbing. When Luli saw Sumian like this, he couldn't stay angry anymore. He wiped the kitten's tears away with his hand, and gently bounced it twice as if soothing a child. It was a complete contrast to the commanding, imposing Legion leader from earlier. Seymour watched from the side, thinking to himself that this old friend of his even knew how to comfort kids. I have a knack for soothing kittens. Luli kept patting the hiccuping kitten with his hand. It might be because family members were often in the hospital when she was young. The cause of death. Sumian was truly terrified of hospitals. She stammered, saying she didn't want to go to the hospital. She was scared of not going. Luli continued gently patting and soothing the agitated kitten. Simone, standing nearby, seized the opportunity and walked over. It's just a blood draw. Then they'll take an X-ray, and that's it. There's no need to perform any additional tests. The kitten, after stopping smoking, gradually settled down. Crying in front of two grown men still felt quite embarrassing. Sumian buried her head in Luli's embrace, silently agreeing to proceed with the checkup. After everything was taken care of, Sumian was still curled up in Luli's arms, showing no intention of moving away. Luli naturally brought the kitten home with him. You might as well buy some tasty treats. To make up for the fright the little cat experienced, Luli brought the kitten back home, and in no time, it turned into a tiger, carrying the kitten in its mouth as it headed to the bed. Sumian caught the familiar scent of the tiger, and her emotions gradually settled down, curling herself into a ball. The tiger noticed the kitten still looked listless, and eventually made a phone call. 10 minutes later, the door was pounded on loudly. A familiar voice from outside, Luli, called out, "Open the door for me." Eugene burst in from outside, full of excitement. Without even sparing Luli a glance, he darted around like a blur, and began searching everywhere for signs of the kitten. Knowing the snow leopard had arrived, Sumian stepped out of the bedroom, with her big, round eyes. Welcome this good friend who wants to be his own godfather. Eugene instantly transformed into his snow leopard beast form. He dashed in the direction of the little cat, leaping straight toward the little cat. Very quickly, the two cats were tangled in a scuffle, though they were both cats. But Luli, who just couldn't get involved, stayed silent. After some thought, he remained seated on the sofa. Feeling utterly annoyed, Luli watched coldly from the sidelines. Meanwhile, Sumian on the other side. She quietly glanced at the man sitting not far away. Mysteriously, she called Eugene over. Eugene, full of curiosity, leaned his big head closer. Sumian used her tiny paws to brush through her own fur, as if she was presenting a treasure. She showed the snow leopard the blood spot hidden under layers of her fur. It was the spot where her blood was drawn earlier in the morning. The snow leopard studied her with wide, observant eyes. Then it looked again at her fur and her damp little cat-like face. Sumian looked as if she had been wronged by someone. He really wanted to ask what Luli had done, but he didn't dare to. Eugene, who also disliked hospitals, could completely relate, though it wasn't because he was afraid of injections. He simply couldn't stand the smell of disinfectant. The moment he entered the hospital, his nose felt uncomfortable. He stroked the little cat with his big paw, while taking out the snacks he had brought with him, and sat on the other side of the large sofa with the cat, watching the latest sci-fi movie release. Witnessing the touching scene, the two cats, as if by unspoken agreement, shed tears simultaneously. Ignored and left aside, Luli narrowed her eyes, letting out a disdainful snort, clearly displeased. The commander was deeply shaken by this scene. He decided to wait until the little cat recovered, to teach this snow leopard a lesson. The night had grown late. Eugene still wanted to keep playing games with Sumian. Sumian was reluctant to part with the friend she truly valued, but under Luli's cold and piercing gaze, Eugene couldn't take it anymore, and had no choice but to bid Sumian a reluctant farewell. The two cats made plans to visit Eugene's home next time, where they would play games, watch movies, and snack on chips together. Sumian nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Eugene seemed to have more to say, but was mercilessly kicked out by Luli. Finally, the unwelcome presence was sent away. Luli took a deep breath, staring at Sumian, who was still fiddling with the little toy. He felt increasingly stifled inside. Luli couldn't figure out what was wrong. Seeing the little cat spending time with someone else annoyed him greatly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a big tiger, With a tiger's pounce, he pulled Sumian tightly into his arms and began to express his affection. One day, Sumian closed her eyes and let the tiger groom her fur. He wanted so badly to tell the other person. Since taking a shower every day is a routine, there's no need to groom oneself by licking fur. But considering one eats and lives under someone else's roof, it's really inappropriate to make demands. In the end, this idea was reluctantly abandoned. Early the next morning, the entire large bed was left with only oneself. The spot on the bed next to it felt cool to the touch, indicating the tiger had been gone for quite some time. The big tiger must have gone back to the military base again. The test report still hasn't been completed. When will I finally get a chance to go out and have fun? Luli, regarded as a hard-working individual, arrived at the headquarters office of the 1st Legion, endured until nighttime, finally received the medical report for the kitten. Luli glanced at it and was momentarily stunned. It stated that it might be due to some kind of trauma, resulting in the patient being unable to take human form. Luli furrowed her brows. What kind of shock did the kitten experience? The test results showed the patient's bone age to be 18 years. This was somewhat unexpected for Luli. She hadn't realized that the kitten had already reached adulthood. Yes, 18 years old. Time to start college. In this way, it could prevent that shameless Eugene from coming to play with the kitten. Sumian heard that Brother Tiger planned to send her to school. The little cat, locked up at home, expressed willingness to accept this. It had been so many days since he last went out to play. However, reality often doesn't turn out so ideal. One of the conditions for going to school was to transform into human form. Sumian thought this was far too difficult, so the main task for tonight was to grasp the essence of transforming into human form. Sumian obediently crouched on the bed, feeling the subtle changes occurring in her body. It felt as if there was a ball of energy inside the body. Carefully focusing on the sensation, Luli watched the determined little kitten nearby, imagining what the kitten would look like as a human. Probably a delicate little crybaby, continuously exerting effort with all its might. A familiar and abrupt sound echoed, emanating from a certain part of the body. Sumian and Luli both fell into silence. The little kitten was overwhelmed with shame and frustration. How could this happen without making any effort in that direction? Why would someone pass gas? There are other people around here. This is just too embarrassing. Luli really couldn't hold it in anymore. He burst out laughing. Sumian was already feeling extremely awkward, and yet someone still laughed. The whole cat seemed out of sorts, so upset that it just wanted to sleep. After a whole day of effort, Sumian was completely exhausted. Let's plan to turn into a human tomorrow. Waking up in the morning, Luli has a day off today. He can relax at home, spend time with the little cat, and also let the little cat try to see if it can turn into a human. Luli added some water to the bathtub. Let the kitten freely paddle around inside. Sit on the couch outside and wait, pondering in your mind whether or not to send the kitten to the 1st Military Academy. First, because there are people you trust there. Having your own people makes you feel most at ease. Second, the kitten could learn some knowledge there. At the very least, it shouldn't be too weak itself. The Empire still harbors some hidden dangers beneath the surface. The issue lies in observing the situation from last night. Not sure if I'll make it in time for the start of school. Completely unable to transform into human form. Decided to teach myself at home. But at that moment, suddenly noticed the sound from the bathroom had abruptly stopped. Luli got up and walked to the bathroom door. Just as he was about to step inside, his steps came to a halt. The little cat that had just been splashing around in the bathtub had vanished. In his place appeared a young boy. The little cat transformed into a human. He was still caught in the shock of suddenly becoming human. Meanwhile, Luli couldn't take his eyes off him. Every single detail matched Luli's aesthetic preferences. His entire body was fair and tender. His eyes, just like in his beast form, were a watery shade of blue. Luli's gaze gradually darkened. His Adam's apple moved up and down slightly. Sumian observed carefully. A storm of emotions surged within him. Meow meow meow. It's nonsense. He somehow just slacked off and turned into a human. Doesn't this make last night's efforts seem utterly pointless? Isn't that really embarrassing? He frantically tried to step out of the bathtub. The moment he stood up, he remembered he was completely unclothed. He glanced at the man still standing by the door. He chose to grab a towel instead of running naked outside. Before Sumian could even speak, Luli finally came back to his senses. He grabbed a towel from the side and tossed it over. Sumian didn't even have time to say thank you. She quickly wrapped herself in the towel, then hurried over to the mirror. Reflected in the mirror was a familiar face. It was exactly how Sumian looked in her previous life. Thankfully, nothing had changed. She was still herself. Her original appearance remained intact. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the man behind him still staring at him, but when he turned his head, for a moment, he wasn't sure what to say. Two men alone in the bathroom. It was just as awkward as last night. Luli looked at the boy standing in front of him. At this age, it was undoubtedly the case. The boy's eyes grew dark and intense. He spoke in a hoarse, low voice. He had transformed into a human form. The atmosphere in the bathroom felt a little unusual. A faint blush gradually spread across Sumion's small face. He nodded shyly, like a chick pecking at grain. Luli lowered his head and cleared his throat. He asked if clothes were needed. Hearing these words, Sumion suddenly remembered. She was only wrapped in a short towel. Her fair, well-proportioned long legs were still exposed. Sumion nodded, signaling that she needed them. The thanks came in a clear and youthful voice. It was slightly different from the voice of a cat, but regardless of the tone, Luli liked it very much. He strode away with purpose. Turning to the closet, he selected a white shirt and a pair of trousers. Not long after, he returned and handed them to Sumion. Sumion took the clothes mechanically, then blinked his big eyes, fixing his gaze on the man still standing outside the door. Muttered something indistinctly. "Could you close the door first?" Luli realized the little cat in front of him was feeling shy. Didn't want to tease the cat that had just transformed into a human form. Casually closed the door. Sumion watched as the other person stepped out. Quickly changed clothes. Luli was waiting right outside. His gaze fell on the bathroom door several times. The door didn't fully block the view. It's more of a frosted style. From the outside, you can vaguely make out the movements of the people inside. It seems the child doesn't realize this door can't keep people out. That's what I'm saying. It makes no difference whether I go out or not. Sumion hesitated and dawdled as she stepped out of the bathroom. It was already 10 minutes later. The clothes belonged to Luli. They were a bit too big, and he walked to a spot not far from his older brother, fidgeting awkwardly for quite a while. Just as I opened my mouth, I realized I was already done washing. It would have been better if nothing was said. The moment this was brought up, Luli immediately thought of the little cat's bare appearance from earlier. His mind was entirely filled with thoughts of the little cat. Lips opened and closed. The body also showed signs of anger. Ever since Sumion came out, they had been closely observing their elder brother's reactions. At first, they noticed their elder brother frowning, thought it was something they did wrong. Later, the other person seemed quite happy. This left Sumion feeling a bit confused, unsure what was going on with Brother Tiger, a man who changes his mind easily. Luli picked up the phone next to him and made a call. He accurately reported Sumion's measurements to the person on the other end, asked them to buy a few pieces of clothing. An adjutant enjoying his vacation received a call from his boss. I thought something had happened at the military headquarters. Turns out it was just about buying a few pieces of clothing. All this just to purchase a couple of outfits. Wait a minute. These measurements don't seem to match the boss's size. Deputy Officer Jones' sharp nose caught the scent of gossip. He immediately changed into his clothes and headed out shopping. You must be joking. He actually showed up right at the front lines of the gossip scene. Completed the task in record time. The doorbell of the eldest's house was rung. The door swung open. Joan Sway just prepared to greet the eldest. Midway through the sentence, he noticed an unfamiliar young boy standing there. For a moment, his mind seemed to blank out. Without thinking much, he immediately apologized. Sorry about that. Realizing the mistake, he planned to close the door. A deep and husky voice from Luli echoed in the living room. Put the clothes down, then get out. His voice sounded as if he had swallowed dynamite. Joan Sway initially thought something serious had happened with the boss, but in reality, Luli was just feeling irritated, because he disliked the thought of someone else seeing Sumion like this. Hearing the boss's voice, Joan Sway quickly caught on. He tactfully set the shopping bags down and left. Sumion remained silent the entire time. She picked up the bag that had been left on the floor, stepping back into the bathroom to change clothes again, this time, moving a bit faster. Changing clothes while silently wondering, how did he know my clothing size? I didn't even mention it. After changing, Sumion returned to the living room. Under Luli's scrutinizing gaze, she sat down on the sofa next to him. Neither of them said a word. Sumion was the first to feel restless. Express gratitude to the man first. Thank you, big brother. I'll make sure to pay you back in the future. When Luli heard this, a trace of darkness flickered in his gaze. What are you thanking me for? For taking care of me during the competition, and for not letting me become Black Tiger after the competition ended. Also for the clothes. That's how Meow Wu explained it. I owe a lot to Big Brother. It seems like even paying him back isn't enough. Sumion was lost in her own thoughts over here. Now it's official. I've turned into a human. Big Brother Tiger isn't going to throw me out, is he? Since I've become human now, certain things need to be put on the agenda. In a few days, The first military academy will start its semester. You'll be attending school there by then. Sumian was still caught up in her own fantasies. Hearing these words suddenly, responded instinctively, "Does that mean I should move out?" Luli, waiting for Little Cat's reply, paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes, his gaze carrying a dangerous glint. "You want to move out?" Sumian looked up, feeling a bit confused. Luli observed Little Cat's expression. It was easy to guess that the kitten was thinking about all sorts of random things. "You are the one I brought back home. You can live here. You won't need to stay on campus for school. When the time comes, I'll arrange for you to commute. Also, you must be back by 9 p.m. every night. You're not allowed to linger outside." Sumian was completely taken aback by what she heard. "So this means I don't have to wander around anymore. It can even stay here to live. A place to sleep." Sumian looked at her dear elder brother, with a bright and cheerful smile on her face. "So, which room am I sleeping in, big brother?" Luli had already thought about this question in advance. "You'll be sharing a room with me." Sumian widened her eyes in surprise. "What did you just say?" "The first military academy is here." After half an hour, Sumian finally arrived at her destination. On both sides of the school gate, there are registration booths for various majors in sequence, including the combat department, command department, manufacturing department, and so on. After observing for a while, Sumian made up his mind and headed towards the combat department's welcome booth. "Hello, I'm here for freshman registration." The senior looked Sumian up and down. After a moment, he hesitated and said, "Are you sure you didn't come to the wrong place, Junior? This is the registration area for the combat department." "Not at all. I am one of the freshmen this year." The senior from the combat department looked puzzled. "Times are advancing too quickly. The combat department actually has a freshman like this." Sumian responded promptly. He understood what the senior was doubting. With his skinny arms and thin legs, anyone would think he doesn't belong in the combat department. If possible, he also wished he wasn't. But Luli had signed him up for the combat department. The senior, who misunderstood, quickly caught on. "Then register your information first. I'll take you to the dorm area in a bit." But he was still puzzled inside. Since when did the combat department actually have such a fresh and handsome guy? Could it be a case of looking good on the outside but being weak inside? Is a beast really some kind of powerful predator? Sumian stood at the entrance of the dormitory area. She followed the crowd to find her dormitory. Building 3, room 207, South Zone 1. Sumian successfully located her dormitory. Originally, Luli wasn't going to let her live on campus, but later considered the heavy course load at the first military academy, the tight schedule and demanding tasks. Plus, the little cat beside him had a face full of "I want to stay on campus." In the end, he reluctantly agreed. "However, you must come back home after school on Friday evening. Otherwise, Sumian won't be allowed to stay on campus anymore." Sumian naturally agreed without hesitation. The student dormitories are all standard 4-person rooms. Pushing open the door to dorm room 303, 2 tall boys were already inside. The two of them were chatting at the moment. When they saw Sumian walk in, they both turned their gaze toward him. Sumian walked in carrying his luggage, wearing a gentle smile. "Hello everyone. I am a freshman in the combat department. My name is Sumian." The man in the floral shirt reacted quickly. Flashing a big grin, he introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. My name is Wan Mingcheng. I'm also in the combat department." The person in the long trench coat followed closely behind. With an indifferent expression, Sumian walked to his assigned bed. The dormitory had a bunk bed over desk arrangement. After tidying up the bedding, the dormitory door suddenly swung open from the outside. The person entering had sharp, well-defined features. He had a muscular build. As he walked in, he was holding a basketball in his hand. Behind him followed 4 bodyguards. One glance was enough to tell. He was the young master from a prominent family. Wan Mingcheng, who had remained silent, suddenly let out a chuckle. Teasingly said to the boy who just walked in, "Huh, aren't you? Chu Xiang, you're done with your confinement?" Chu Xiang ignored him. His gaze swept up and down as he sized up Su Ming. Casually asked, "You're from the combat department?" His tone carried a hint of doubt. "You look so weak. How did you even get admitted? Could it be that they got in through some backdoor connection?" Sumian nodded lightly. She greeted the new roommate by saying hello. "My name is Sumian." Once all 4 of them had settled into the dormitory, Wan Mingcheng started a conversation again. "You know, it's fate that brought us all together. But to clarify, I was referring to Sumian. I wasn't talking about the 2 of you. The 3 of us have known each other since childhood. This doesn't have anything to do with destiny or fate." "That's Sumian. How old are you and when's your birthday?" "November 3rd. Got it. Great, sounds good. Here, Brother Chu's birthday is the most important. I'm second, then it's Eve. Your birthday comes last. Alright, let's settle it like this. We'll arrange it in order of age. The leader is Chu Shiyang. I'm the second, Eve, and the third. From now on, we'll just call you Mian Mian. Mian Mian, your mom can be called fourth. The four of them happily reached an agreement. Sumian sat on the chair. Wan Mingqing seemed like he couldn't hold it in any longer. Sneakily, he asked Sumian. So, Mian Mian, brother wants to ask you something, okay? Sumian asked gently. What's the matter? It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask what kind of punishment you undergo. After saying this, quickly added, don't get me wrong. Actually, some practical courses in military school involve beast forms. Everyone will know sooner or later. I just asked Wan Mingcheng in advance. Afraid Sumian might misunderstand something. Hurriedly transformed into their beast form. Watching Wanming City transform into a leopard, Sumian felt a bit amused. This leopard seemed a little chubby. Evi's wasted no time, demonstrating it through his actions. He also turned into a snow leopard. Sumian found Evi's beast form to look oddly familiar, except for the slightly different arrangement of spots on its body. It was almost a mirror image of Eugen's. Maybe all snow leopards in the world look more or less the same. Chu Shiyang transformed into a powerful Bengal tiger. The three big cats had massive physiques. The kittens sat in a neat row. A feeling of being targeted by a predator arose instinctively. Oh right, Wan Mingchang, who had turned into a leopard, slapped his forehead. He spoke to Su Mian. Nian Mian, what is your beast form? I am a leopard. Ives is a snow leopard. Chu Shiyang is a Bengal tiger. You're the only one left. Su Mian, who was called out. A somewhat complicated expression appeared on her fair face. Oh my. Are all my roommates giant beasts? Did I just stumble into a den of big cats? He suddenly felt out of place. Well, my beast form is a desert cat. It's fine. Desert cats are actually the strongest, even though I'm quite weak right now, but I'll improve eventually. Su Mian silently encouraged herself. She bravely spoke up. The other three exchanged glances. They seemed a bit puzzled. Gu Shiyang thought about it for a long time, but he still couldn't recall what a desert cat looked like. He had never even heard of it. Ivis pondered quietly in his heart. The capital planet. He had never heard of any family whose child was punished as a desert cat. Besides, he has no idea about this breed. The leopard looked at Su Mian with confusion in both eyes. What is a desert cat? Is it a newly discovered breed? Never heard of it. Could it be that you're the only one in the entire galaxy? The leopard chuckled. So you're actually an endangered species. Su Mian burst into laughter upon hearing this. He mentally gave the leopard a thumbs up. That's right. I truly cherish it. In the previous world, it was the same. This kind of animal was also quite rare. Sumian nodded with pride. This is what Ina said. A desert cat is still a cat. Everyone in our dorm belongs to the feline family. Nian Nian, that makes you a predator too. The name desert cat already sounds so fierce. Could it possibly be more powerful than Chu Xian? Sumian nodded guiltily, spoke without a second thought. I guess so, Wan Mingqing chimed in. Don't be so modest. Hurry up and show us. Let your second brother broaden his horizons. Alright then, I'll let you all. Take a look. In the next moment, Su Mian vanished without a trace. The three big cats stared in shock as Su Mian disappeared on the spot, still trying to figure out what just happened. Glancing around, I noticed a tawny little cat, gracefully leaping from Su Mian's chair onto the table. It turned around, looking down with an air of superiority, standing tall and proud as it glared at the three bigger cats. Finally, it let out a very proper-sounding meow. Meow, the three large cats, stared eerily at the smug little cat perched on the table. The dormitory was so quiet it was almost unsettling. Su Mian gazed at the three silent individuals in front of him. He kept reassuring himself in his heart. It's fine. They're just startled by my imposing and extraordinary display of animalistic behavior. I should forgive their lack of manners. Ugh, isn't a little kitten adorable? Why would they react like this? Su Mian, dissatisfied, let out another meow. Oh, Chu Xian looked utterly speechless. This is completely absurd. He actually treated this adorable little cat as a rival just now. Ivis, on the other hand, thought the little cat looked pretty cute. Wan Mingqing felt the same way. But Mian Mian, you look quite good as the birthday star. Su Mian didn't want to hear compliments like that. What he wanted were comments like naturally impressive and commanding. So he felt a bit disappointed. Why is it that everyone around him seems to be a large animal? Ever since he came back, he hadn't seen a single small animal. Carrying this question in his mind, Su Mianyan lay on the bed. His vacant eyes stared at the ceiling. The first day of school had arrived. The battlefield department's training ground. On the field, rows of freshmen from the combat department of the 1st Military Academy stood in formation, their eyes focused on the teacher in the front, dressed in a military uniform. At this moment, the first lesson of the school year was beginning. It was all about encouraging everyone to shift into their beast form. The more powerful and imposing the beast form, the better. Their abilities are certainly not lacking. With just one command from the teacher, all the students immediately transformed into their beast forms. The teacher ahead noticed a large number of massive beasts, and couldn't help but marvel at how impressive this group of students was. He glanced briefly at the scene before him, then looked down at the information in his hands, frowning slightly. Wait. Why are there only 38 students here? The class records clearly state there should be 39 students. Could it be that some students haven't shown up? Well, daring to be late on the very first day of class, they must really be asking for trouble. Everyone, line up in a single row. Start counting off from the left. 234,516. Two voices called out at the same time. One voice was deep and strong. The other voice sounded exceptionally crisp. Everyone turned their heads toward the source of the sound, to see what exactly was going on. There was only a grizzly bear standing still in place. The source of the second sound couldn't be identified. Everyone's gaze gradually shifted downward. Finally, they spotted a small cat. At this moment, the little cat was standing confidently with its head held high. Its clear, shiny eyes appeared exceptionally innocent. Everyone felt the urge to laugh out loud, yet they were a bit embarrassed to do so. Su Ming's expression was incredibly serious right now. As expected, was everyone's first reaction to think it's adorable. Isn't it surprising that no one laughed at it? Can being cute really put food on the table? Turns out it actually can. The teacher frowned as they looked at Su Ming, almost choked in disbelief. Wait, isn't this the child raised by the boss? Li De was transferred to the 1st Military Academy, assigned to teach practical combat classes to new students. No wonder it was before his arrival. The boss summoned him to the office, told him that if he couldn't do the job well, he shouldn't bother coming back. Might as well spend a lifetime staying at school watching over students. Turns out, the situation was more complicated than it seemed. But boss, can't you just say what you mean directly? Thankfully, it wasn't too big of a deal. Lyde thought to himself with satisfaction. Good thing he figured it out early on. Heh, now I can build a good relationship with the kitten. This way, everything will fall into place nicely. When the time comes, have the little cat whisper some sweet words to the boss. Returning to the military department would be a piece of cake. Maintaining a calm exterior, Lyde glanced at Su Ming, who was still looking his way. In his heart, he desperately wished he could treat this big shot like a revered deity. He cleared his throat, shouted at the nearby grizzly bear, asking what on earth was going on. Didn't even notice his own classmate. How could he handle himself on the battlefield? It's not about failing to distinguish between friend and foe. The grizzly bear, who had just been criticized, mentally complained about the unfairness. Teacher, didn't you fail to see it as well? Xia finished his task. Li De stood with his hands behind his back, staring directly at the students in front of him. Today marks the start of our first lesson. We will adopt a paired duel format. After saying this, he added that Su Mian and he would do a round first, to provide a demonstration for everyone. Being called out, Su Mian felt secretly delighted. It's my turn, it's my moment. I will use everything I've learned throughout my life to engage in an intense and exhilarating showdown. The little cat's tail stood upright. Reed also unleashed his primal instincts. A sleek, glossy black panther appeared before Su Mian. Su Mian reassured herself, it's okay, it's okay. What matters most is participation. Su Mian decided to take the initiative. She let out a fierce and menacing roar, leaped toward the panther's face, claws extended, their tips gleaming with a sharp white light, ferociously swiping at Lyde. Lyde didn't have time to think too much. His body reacted faster than his mind could process. He swiftly dodged to the side. At the same time, his front paw struck out. Su Mian was forcefully pinned to the ground. Lyde thought to himself, this is it. It's over. I'll never make it back to the military headquarters again. My career, my military rank, everything I have is going to be taken by the boss. Lyde quickly let go of Su Mian, who was frozen in a daze. Dajo adjusted Su Mian and set him upright to restore order to the class. He then turned to the group of freshmen and said, Su Mian has performed exceptionally well. Although I subdued him with one move, he still managed to injure me in the process. Everyone should learn from Su Mian. The students all wore the same expression. Even if he is adorable. Teacher, you can't just blatantly ignore the truth. Joe's school life came to an end quickly. Sumian said goodbye to her 3 roommates. She embarked on a new journey home, but before the key reached the keyhole, the door was pushed open from the inside. Inside stood Luli, his eyes red. His breathing was heavy. At this moment, his eyes were fixed intently on the doorway where Sumian stood. His golden eyes carried a hint of grievance. Sumian began to wonder if there was something wrong with her vision. She suspected she might be nearsighted. In the usually domineering man's gaze, she caught a glimpse of an unexpected emotion. "Brother, I'm back." Luli heard Sumian's soft, gentle voice, yet he still blocked the doorway. Sumian scratched her head and said, "Brother, could you let me go in first?" Luli finally reacted upon hearing the voice. Then, with an almost obedient demeanor, he stepped aside. The space he made wasn't very large. It was just enough for Sumian to pass through. Without giving it much thought, Sumian walked into the room. The man behind her suddenly circled around from the back, fixing his gaze intently on Sue. "Noticed that something seems off with my elder brother. Dizziness feels very similar to how he was back on the snowy mountain. His eyes were also red. Are you feeling unwell?" Reaching out to Eugen's, stayed silent. An had a feeling the man was even more upset. The atmosphere around him seemed almost tangible, encroaching on Sumian's breathing space, and felt like she could hardly catch her breath. Sumian opened the terminal, whether to call Eugene for some help. Luli suddenly transformed into a tiger on the spot. "We're so close." Was knocked directly to the ground, landing in a sitting position. About to complain about the tiger's actions, up and found himself face to face with an enormous tiger head. Gaze fell on the back of Sumian's neck. Skin was fair and smooth, and couldn't stand the atmosphere any longer. "Stand up." His hips lifted off the ground. Shot a fierce glance in his direction. Sudden snap. Understanding the situation, sat back down on the ground. Completely still. Dirt and grime. "Come out and explain exactly what is going on." Circled around to Sumian's back, gripping Sumian's collar with its teeth. Sumian straight toward the bedroom. Sounded from the tiger's nostrils to Sumian's sensitive neck, and instinctively shrank his neck back. Tiger hold on to him with its jaws. Why he didn't resist. Sumian wanted to fight back. The strength to do so. Behind him could easily take on 10 of him alone. Behind him slowly dragged him into the room, closer toward the large bed, and was horrified to even realize. Robot butler, Xiao Bai, helplessly on the ground, shut down completely. Body looked like it had been struck by a ferocious beast, and was utterly terrified. His own fate? He reached the edge of the large bed, released Sumian. No further movement. He stood in front, at Sumian with a commanding gaze. Suddenly felt like she understood what the tiger was waiting for. Herself up on the edge of the bed with her hands behind her. Gaze followed her every move. Swallowed hard. Tiger's scrutiny, she sat back down on the bed. The tiger still hadn't made a move, and made up her mind resolutely. She took off her shoes and moved to the center of the bed. Moment, she transformed into a little cat. Seemed satisfied this time. Full leap, it jumped onto the large bed, grabbed the little cat and brought it close to its mouth. Grooming session Sumian was all too familiar with. For finishing, it seemed like the tiger wasn't entirely content. He pushed the little cat toward its belly. Its face was squished out of shape from the pressure. Satisfaction in Sumian's eyes seemed ready to overflow. Wanted to kick the tiger once. Thought was a kick. Like a light scratch to the tiger. Anyone in the room? Bullied the cat. No one could hear Sumian's inner thoughts. Did as it pleased. Round on the bed with the little kitten in its arms. Pausing. Heatedly toyed with by the tiger. Satisfied with the kitten's lack of reaction. Exhausted. Half of her little tongue. Crossed the big bed. Nearby noticed the kitten's tiny red tongue. Slowly extended its paw. Tapped Sumian's small tongue. Abruptly lifted her head to glare at the source of her frustration. Bother responding to the tiger's curious gaze. Stretched out its 2 little paws. Its own tiny tongue again and again. Ugh, what a smelly tiger. Dared to touch its own tongue. Even wash your hands? Paws were just stepping on the ground earlier. And was inwardly cursing furiously. Was written all over its face. Pain. Tiger lying nearby unhappy. Roar. Pressed down toward the little kitten. Luli slowly woke up, pressing his forehead with one hand. Unhappily. Messy and chaotic bedroom. Mental energy outburst came without any warning. Lost his consciousness. Letting his instincts to take over. This time the mental energy outburst wasn't too severe. Thought the house was about to be torn apart. Ace. Place for the kitten to sleep when it comes back. Hence. Personal memories surged into my mind. This expression flickered across Luli's eyes. To the blanket. A lifeless little kitten. Completely recalled everything that happened yesterday. If did I act like that yesterday? Maybe a thought from the subconscious? Walked barefoot into the bathroom outside. On the bed shifted slightly. And opened her confused, wide eyes. The bed beneath her. Long moment. Lee remembered. Tormented by the tiger last night. Tiger didn't bite her. To licking its fur was enough. Made Su Mian want to keep a respectful distance. Rooms themselves that aggressively. And felt like the tiger was ready to tear him apart and devour him. And transformed into his human form. Either take refuge at Eugen's house or return to school first. Tiger was just too terrifying. To see a doctor or something? And thought to himself with a sense of resignation. He'd sneak away while the big guy was still inside. This would be way too awkward. Mian quietly slung her backpack over her shoulder. Out to open the door. Voice, laced with suppressed anger, came from behind her. Think you're going? And turned around innocently. To her older brother, who had just walked out of the bathroom. I need to take care of at school. Getting back first. Couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. Cat sure knows how to come up with excuses. It's a single night that passed. He's now in an exceptionally good mood. And the little tricks of the kitten. The shower, Luli. Easily to the sofa and sat down. And sit. Nervously sat on the very edge of the sofa, clutching her backpack. Against it Su Mian, who was still on guard. Quietly to himself. My mental energy surged uncontrollably. Lost control of his reason. To heart. Widened her eyes and looked toward Luli. Mental energy outburst. The elder brother was acting so strangely last night. Luli didn't mention was. His mental energy erupts. Doing what he subconsciously desires. It was always about causing destruction. Today was different. Reached out his large hand. Su Mian's fluffy head. Soft texture beneath his palm. Felt even more at ease. Replied that Wu Mei didn't mind. You should see a doctor? Problem. Cured, it would have been fixed long ago. Expect to startle you. Felt a bit uneasy. I wasn't really hurt anyway. Looked at Su Mian's neck with an unreadable expression. Nodding his head as he said, don't worry about staying here. Like that anymore in the future. Won't behave that way again from now on. Handle things differently. Tidying up. To a different outfit. Reservation at a restaurant. To eat in a bit. Thought about it and agreed. Looked truly miserable due to its illness. Received so much care. With grooming it a little. Just a bit too forceful. Something she could tolerate. And tried to convince herself. She let down her guard. Wanted to trust the big tiger in front of her. Just about going to eat. To eat diligently. My heart's content. Big brother bullied him yesterday. And had figured it out. To the closet and picked out a tracksuit. Su Mian entered. He was stunned by what he saw. Last week. Didn't have this many clothes. Are significantly more. Ended to twice the size. Clothes in various styles. Tiger treats me so well. I just thought about making him treat me to a meal. So wrong of me. And Su Mian. On a casual style tracksuit. Changing into the outfit, she returned to the living room feeling satisfied. Did Su Mian, who exuded youthful energy. Slightly narrowed. To be deep in thought. Lee got up and went to the wardrobe to change his clothes. Sat on the couch, waiting for her elder brother to come out. She waited until Luli stepped out. Looked up, hesitating as though she wanted to say something but stopped. Clothes look so similar to what I'm wearing. Lee look like matching outfits. Clothes brothers would wear. and quite pleased with Su Mian's stunned expression. He said as they took their seats. He handed the menu to Su Mian to order. With a wave of his hand, he began ordering the dishes himself. While Su Mian couldn't help but let out a small burp. She covered her mouth with her hand. Looked apologetically at the man across from her, who was sipping his drink. Did she end up eating too much? Remembered that the older man barely had anything to eat. Like she was the only one doing all the eating. At the small cat-like figure whose expressions kept changing and said, "Eating? Full already?" The little cat's appetite seemed quite small. Time for growing up. Not eat a bit more. So much food left on the table. Had no idea what the tiger was thinking in his heart. Can't eat anymore. Go home now. Was one Luli particularly liked. Asked. Considered that house as your own home. The little kitten at home. Self just wanting to stay indoors. Even better if the kitten didn't have to stay elsewhere. Home have been coming to mind bit by bit. Mian sat on the couch to digest her food. Suddenly remembered. No idea where she would sleep tonight. Her older brother suggested sleeping together. Of course, turned him down. Endured another nightmare of a night yesterday. Temporarily decided not to share a bed with the tiger anymore. He couldn't tell if the intermittent thoughts were out of guilt. He allowed Su Mian to move to another room to sleep. And happily moved as she had hoped. Bedroom next to the tiger's room. Deepened into silence. And was sound asleep. Quietly pushed open from the outside. Paw cautiously stepped onto the floor. Making the slightest sound. Slowly approached the center of the large bed where Su Mian lay. Leaping onto the bed. And felt a bit uncomfortable. Few words under her breath. Nearby heard the sound. He stiffened. Frozen in place for several seconds. Confirming that Su Mian hadn't woken up. Talking in her sleep. Cautiously moved closer, step by step. And was in a deep sleep. Body to the ground. Pressed against Su Mian's body. Front paws rested on Su Mian. Tail wrapped around Su Mian's calf. Intent to completely claim Su Mian as its own. Its barbed tongue licked Su Mian's face. Woke up in shock. No, the big guy finally can't hold back anymore. I'm about to turn myself into a midnight snack while sleeping. Its acting skills are still on point. Up, it's been pretending to sleep all along. Cup or not. Extended its tongue once again. Like it wanted another taste. Stand it any longer, Su Mian decided to open her eyes. His tongue was halfway out. He noticed Su Mian opening her eyes. Genuinely startled. Lingered midair. Where came a feeling of being caught doing something wrong. His expression was complicated. He voiced the doubts in his heart. Are you hungry? Find you something tasty. Tasty. Su Mian confessed to the tiger with utmost seriousness. Was surprised by Su Mian's complete lack of understanding. Indeed, very hungry. Feel like eating. Hesitated for a moment. Acted faster than the mind. Sense are you talking about, Xiang? Completely. Did not bother to argue about this matter. Divert the tiger's attention. Could sleep by myself today. Keeping your word. And was very angry. Looked dismissive. It had already been exposed. Lay down and ignored everything. And, with a shocked expression, closed his eyes. Pretended to be asleep. And, helpless in the face of the shameless tiger. To contain his anger. Forgot the fact that he couldn't defeat the tiger. His fair hands. Precisely on the tiger's two round ears. Tightly. With force. Stinging sensation coming from the ear. Opened its eyes. Disbelief at the audacious little cat. Rageous. Pull its ear. He hurt quite a bit. Day morning. Under the silent gaze of the tiger. Picked up the school bag. School without looking back. Slammed shut with a loud bang. Was left in complete silence. Lay quietly on the bed. Been lifting its head. Me on leave without any resistance. Not turning around. Resting on the pillow Su Mian had used. With sorrow. Dared to tug at his ear. Even had the nerve to pull on him. Still dared to ignore him. Just him climbing onto the bed in the middle of the night yesterday. Seeing his face once. Is he worth being this angry? let out a heavy snort from his nostrils. Pressed and kneaded the pillow as if to vent his frustration. Thought about how this pillow Su-mian had used last night. Frustrated, they quietly retracted their claws. Thought about it, the more uneasy they felt. Su-mian was in high spirits. Roommates had also returned. And dropped a piece of shocking news. What about it? Leader of the 1st Legion. Be our practical training instructor for a week starting tomorrow. And was quite surprised. Leader of the 1st Legion. Commander named Luli? It still wasn't certain. Chen looked absolutely thrilled. Mian Mian. Tell you. Idle, you know. I'm a desolate star. First military academy at 18. Military right after graduation. Few short years, he rose to the position of commander. Now. Years, countless enemies have been defeated. Pushing into the territories of neighboring star systems. Several nations to not dare cross the line. Prideful Chu Xiang strongly agrees this time. The current military department aims the 2nd spot. Dare to claim the 1st. 2nd Legion wouldn't dare to utter a word in his presence. That his temper isn't very good. From the side. Listening for a while. Felt a bit confused. Ever met him? Was Wan Mingqing's turn to be shocked. Have met him. We've only seen him on social media or the news. Lu, who hardly ever attended banquets, pondered silently. Oh, it is. You obviously privileged roommates. Seen him in person. Were filled with admiration. He's really got some serious influence. Last night. He acted so boldly towards the person they idolize. Felt a bit dazed. Luli coming to teach them. The world seemed utterly bleak. Night, I was tugging on the tiger's ears. Pulling the flesh on the tiger's face out of shape. Tomorrow, it's coming to school for class. But Su-mian still wants to make one last effort. To give up, he asked his roommate. Where's our original teacher? His teacher was from the 1st Legion. Returned to the military by now. They'll be able to teach us again next week. Your glint flashed through Ivis's eyes. Speaking, the members of the 1st Legion shouldn't blindly protect a newcomer. Defend a freshman without any reasonable cause. Eek. Who had been observing from the sidelines, keenly noticed something. Su-mian became the target of punishment during class. Attitude and gaze changed instantly. Su-mian is somehow related to a member of the 1st Legion? Instinctively felt there was more to this situation than it seemed. Soul returned to the bed. With a peaceful expression. Vacation sound echoed. By Luli. I'll attend classes at the military academy. Su-mian pouted. One cat in the galaxy. After Luli left. Time in my life, I felt this much anticipation. Replied with acknowledgement. It directly broke the man's composure. Little cat, there was nothing else worth asking. Sitting down, Luli sent out another message. I'll take you off campus to explore the night market. Who wanted to refuse, paused her guilty little hand. Exploring the night market means eating delicious food. Complicated expression, Su-mian sent a message. But you have to keep your word. At the message sent by the little cat. A faint smile appeared on his face. Typing on the terminal and sent another message to Su-mian. She waited until midnight arrived. Finally confirmed that the little cat had gone to sleep. There would be no response from him today. The tiger was about to start working as a school instructor. Tiger was preparing to groom the little cat in front of everyone. The students gathered early on the playground, waiting for the arrival of their new instructor. The crowd uttered a single word. Stillness filled the air. The calm, there was an undercurrent of restless energy. It was filled with excitement. They saw a group of school leaders approaching. There was the all-too-familiar tiger surrounded by others. Cheerful as always, walked over with a big smile. Colonel Lu from the army is coming. A week-long training session for all of you. Pillars of the Empire. This precious week. Make sure to study hard. Spoke in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized and loud. It was the much-anticipated afternoon break time. And turned into a birthday star in their own way. Transformed into a tiger. Intently at Su Ming, who was trying to sneak away. felt inexplicably guilty under the intense gaze. Actively shrank his neck. The posture of an ostrich trying to hide. Nothing visible but a fluffy top of his head. Time for the midday break. Cheetahs were planning to invite Sumian to lunch. The entire playground but couldn't find him. Puzzled about it. He glanced toward the base of a large tree not far away. Was sitting there. Grooming a kitten's fur. The instructor was grooming the kitten. The cheetahs realized it a moment too late. With a horrified expression, one of them patted Xiang signaled to these two close friends. There. Instructor has a fiery temper. One to mess with. Leader of the Legion. Under the tree, holding a kitten and grooming its head. Looks very familiar. Sumian, the one they've been unable to find. Day of training ends. And reunites with the three of them. Unexpectedly notices their strange expressions. Giving it much thought. Go out for dinner, Sumian said goodbye to them. King scratched his head. Mian, to have dinner. And said apologetically. Having dinner with you all tonight. Out to browse the night market. Pack some tasty treats for you. What was happening? Chu Xian nodded in response with an O. And feeling happy. I'm leaving now. Hopped cheerfully toward the school gate. The market was bustling with activity. Pointed at the skewers on the grill and asked if this was what to eat. It's the little kitten happy. Skewer, they took a bite. It's great, bro. Going to eat. Enjoyed how the little kitten cared about him. Revealed nothing. He felt a secret delight. Skewer from Su Mian's hand. To the spot where the kitten had eaten. His expression turned complex. At the spot her elder brother had bitten. Waited for a long time before taking a bite. Felt as though he was being looked down upon. I hunted in the forest. Fed you piece by piece with my own mouth. Gave it some thought. Did it seem to make sense? Worries aside. Continued to focus on eating. Successfully misled the kitten felt a great sense of accomplishment. But if he kept guiding her like this, a matter of time before the kitten became completely reliant on him. He'd walking and stopping like this. Didn't care whether the kitten wanted to eat or not. He noticed Su Mian glance at something, he would immediately buy it. And she bought 2 large bags full of late-night snacks. Evening, Su Mian returned to the dormitory. A large bag in each hand. She walked in, she sensed an eerie atmosphere in the dorm. Mates were being disciplined. The floor casting odd glances. This carried a strange intensity. Chang was the first to break the silence. Don't you think you owe us an explanation? What? Chang raised his eyebrows and made exaggerated expressions. With his mouth, imitating what he had seen during the day. Of the tiger grooming Su Mian's fur. Finally demonstrated the action. Exactly it. Like seen in dorm 207. Immediately on the chair in the middle of the dorm. In question Su Mian, the little cat. We are best friends, little cat? And quickly nodded in agreement. Let me ask you something. Relationship with Regiment Commander Lu. Could consider him a guardian. And seemed a bit uncertain about it. Has never explicitly said he was my guardian. It's food and shelter. He should count as a guardian. Curious? An looked a bit skeptical. Su Mian, who was sitting upright. Heard that my idol has a child. 3. He keeps his distance from women. The definition of an eligible bachelor. And appeared a little uneasy. No, not a biological child. Adopted one, the 3 exchanged puzzled glances. Exchanging knowing glances. Expected Su Mian's background to be so tragic. But an end to this trial. Further would intrude on someone else's privacy. He was curious as well. Training period quickly came to an end. Training. Emphasized that military cadets should enhance their own capabilities. Rationale of cultivating talents for the empire. The training duration. Strong support from the principal of the 1st Military Academy. Favorite part was grooming Su Mian's fur every noon. This. Believed he had uncovered a significant secret. Brother Tiger might have a habit of grooming his fur. To be particularly fixated on the fur of small cats like him. It was an official holiday in the empire. And his group have a 5-day break ahead of them. And sent Brother Tiger a message saying, 5-day holiday. So on break? 5 days off as well. Today to pack up. Up tomorrow for some fun. His eyes lit up. I get to go out and have fun. Sounds great. Where are we going to play? No, tomorrow. Still working at the military department, let out a long breath of relief. I reacted quickly. Forgot tomorrow's a holiday. The commander is always occupied with numerous tasks. Leave, it might not necessarily be taken. Lightly tapped on the table. Where to take the little kitten on a trip? Came to deliver the documents. They mentioned. These documents all require urgent handling. Ignored him. Continued to stare at the tabletop. I thought the boss might be pondering something important. Placed the document on the desk. Step out of the door. To turn around. Stopped him. Good place to visit. They found it strange. Carefully for a moment. To the water blue planet of the Bibbo star system. Popular tourist destination. Known boating activities there. The local seafood is quite renowned. Fishing and the little cat both love eating fish. Seems to be a perfect choice. A certain red fox also enjoys eating it. Called the time during the competition. It particularly enjoys eating small fish and shrimp. This place seemed pretty good. Cat would probably like it. Went on to ask. What kinds of things do kids like nowadays? Wei immediately understood everything. That big talker came back from the military academy. Spreading the news everywhere. The oldest one's little cat had turned into a human form. Zhong Kuei didn't think much of it. Expect the eldest to dote on the child so much. Wei chuckled to himself. Depends on individual preferences. One is different. These days. Prefers things that are a bit more flashy. Give his adjutant a look. That said, you're doing well. Your salary will double from now on. Wei successfully got a raise. Walked out the door. Doubt before excitement became uncontrollable. Faced by the boss really is a lucky charm. Called over by Luli. Noticed the adjutant's expression. Help but be astonished. Dome had finally been driven crazy by the boss. He spread the word that the little kitten was actually the big tiger's child. The big tiger to become extremely angry. That was clearly supposed to be his own wife. Tiger thought to himself that he needed to deal with the deputy. Moment, Reed. Feeling puzzled, pushed open the office door. Inside with curiosity. Into the room. Seeing Reed walk in. Scowled and reprimanded coldly. Permission to come in. Helpless and at a loss for words. Weren't you the one who told me to come? Moment, his heart skipped a beat. Yet another day with a hot-tempered boss. Rubbed his eyes in frustration. Deed him who had called the person over. What did you need me for? Asked a chilling glance at him. No idea. Immediately recited the prepared draft verbatim. To deeply realize the severity of my misconduct. Soldier of the Empire. Circumstances should one gossip behind someone's back. Not only a great dad who knows how to take care of kids. A wise and heroic figure. Or with an imposing presence, undefeated and unstoppable in every battle. Solemnly. I will never discuss the boss under any circumstances. Assured, boss. Finishing his words. Himself a mental thumbs up for his flawless script. Endured the nonsense patiently until it was over. Blind fool back then. Booted him into the First Legion. Lied replied in a dry tone. Finished speaking. Casually twirled the pen in his hand. Was calm and indifferent. Father. Completely puzzled. Boss talking about. He is not the father. Isn't that your child? Picked up, could it have been a little wife instead? No way. Speculated about a certain possibility. His entire demeanor changed for the worse. The boss. Overcome with fear. He realized his boss had unknowingly appeared. Staring at him. Organize my thoughts first. Didn't dislike me just because I spread rumors about him becoming a dad. That's why he finds me annoying? Isn't that, the little sister-in-law? Grew fainter and fainter. Almost impossible to hear anymore. Desperate to rush out the door right now. Neither denied it. He agree with it. Remarked in what seemed like a casual tone. Talk about it outside. Speak recklessly. Remark. Figured out what the boss meant. This was incredibly swift. Word, boss. Mote it accurately. Absolutely won't say anything inappropriate. Satisfied this time. Coordinate isn't entirely foolish. They're relatively clever. Need to attend school next month. To the military department. Overjoyed. Boss. But sigh for a moment. Really is reserved yet charming. And headed home with excitement. Pushing the door open, she noticed someone was already inside. And all. Sniff. Caught a hint of the aroma of freshly cooked food. Several dishes placed on the table in the living room. Glanced at the table full of dishes. At the man again. To resist asking, "Big brother, all of this?" Nodded with a reserved demeanor. And was genuinely in awe. Brother was truly impressive. Fighting on the battlefield. Everything in the kitchen. Whoever marries him in the future will be so lucky. The expressive little cat. Moved the chair aside. The little cat, who was still standing, to have dinner first. They packed their belongings. And didn't say a word. Lee sat down. Out with her chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork. Lit up. Stop praising her brother's cooking skills. Observed the delighted little cat while eating. I still know how to cook. And was gnawing on a rib. Moment, she asked brother Luli. Going for a trip. Blue planet in the Bibbo galaxy. Is more fun. And nodded. Saying that she understood. Eating and drinking to her satisfaction. Out a spatial button and handed it to Sumian. Inside this. Whatever you want. Sumian took it over. Being up, Sumian noticed the sky outside had turned dark. A sudden sound came from the bedroom. A water cup breaking was heard. Quickly ran to the bedroom door. Man sitting on the edge of the bed. Massaging his temples. Are you okay? Just a bit of mental energy instability. Serious, big brother. Take medicine for it? Won't help anyway. Cough it out and get through it. I see. His expression turned complicated. Worried about her big brother's health. Felt slightly shaken afterward. Said shifting into beast form could help ease it a little. Jan noticed Luli's hesitation. He asked. Is it? Seemed a bit troubled. Turning into beast form might lead to unexpected situations. Needs to stay nearby. Stood there for a while. Look of determination. He said it's okay. I'll transform into beast form and stay with you. Rest. Plans to go out and have fun tomorrow. Scheme succeeded. Situation might arise. Dad didn't even ask. A fool in the stillness of the night. Tiger lying on the bed. Cuddling the little cat to sleep. To come up with an even easier excuse next time. Galaxies and the blue water star. The land area on Blue Water Planet is quite small. Is covered by oceans. Blue Water Planet. Quietly returned. Head to glance at Sumian, who was dressed lightly. His trench coat and draped it over him. Subordinates noticed their boss walking out with a young boy. Took off his coat to give it to him. Lee sized him up. Who Deputy Jean was talking about. Picked up a kid during the survival competition. The rumors behind the scenes were true. The boss really does like them. Brought them along for a trip. Thought I'd live to see the boss. Like this. The boss. Forward. Even got the house ready. There right now. Owns property in this area. The little kitten lives comfortably. He purchased a seaside villa on short notice. Noon, Luli took Sumian. Rumored to be the most beautiful in Blue Water Star. Fine sand on the beach shimmered under the sunlight. Walked barefoot on the sand. Wearing sunglasses, quietly followed behind. Stayed fixed like a shadow. He focused on the little kitten ahead. Time, scanned the surroundings for any potential danger. There was a crab with bad intentions. Pinched the kitten's paw. Quickly kicked it away with sharp reflexes. Period of time. Aggressiveness towards the kitten has grown even stronger. Other once a day at school. From satisfying his desire. He goes to sleep in the guest room. On the pillow the kitten once used. As if this unfaithful little cat is still at home. His gaze wandered among these shells. A deep blue conch. Down to take a closer look. Out, wanting to touch it. His fingers were about to make contact with the conch. slid toward the sea at an almost imperceptible speed. He moved into the ocean. Froze in place. Stepped forward. Lingered in the corner of the mouth. That it was a rare species from blue water star. Of interacting with people. Has a very quick escape speed. And felt it was a pity. This now was truly beautiful. Uncertain whether it can be found again. The little cat seemed a bit sad. I can ask someone to look for it again. To find plenty of colors for you. Shook her head. And was quickly drawn to something else. She had picked up several uniquely shaped seashells. She picked up half of a turquoise shell. Up high. To the man like she was proudly presenting a treasure. Take it home. Using it as a decoration in the living room. Naturally wouldn't refuse the small request of the little kitten. Lee agreed. A transparent glass box was taken out from the spatial storage cow. Valuable treasures found by Su Mian were placed inside. From there. Thereby covered her mouth tightly. An ambiguous laugh. A click reached Lu Li's ears. A soldier's instinctive alertness, he turned to look behind him. He was holding a terminal and looking in this direction. Met the man's gaze. Help but feel startled. Apologize right away for the misunderstanding. Help but take a picture of you. Intentional. It immediately. In Lu Li's eyes gradually faded. His gaze toward the girl. A look at the photo? Sure. Hurriedly showed the photo to the man. The photo is holding a starfish in his hands. Cautiously, he is handing it to a tall man. Wearing sunglasses, stands nearby. Stretches an endless ocean with seabirds soaring in the sky. Filters through the clouds and falls softly on their faces. Truly enjoys this feeling. This photo. Send me this photo? To ask you to delete it. Shook her head. I don't need money. Fully secured the photo. Headed toward the seaside. The playful little kitten that had run off. The girl behind was left talking to herself. Why does this feel so familiar? Tiger spoils the little kitten too much. Leaving work behind to travel with the little kitten. Planning to buy a gift worth millions. The little kitten. Moment in the villa. Put on the white formal suit that Lu Li had chosen for him. Attached. Drop-shaped gemstone brooch to the suit. Mian staring at the brooch for a long time. Nearby stepped forward to explain to Su Mian. Stone personally chosen for you by Commander Lu last night. From the planet Marinia. It is naturally teardrop-shaped. And continued to look at himself in the mirror. It actually looks pretty good. Artist smiled from the side. Lu really treats the young master well. Standing together would definitely make a perfect match. Slowly imagined a question mark forming above her head. Puzzled by the makeup artist's choice of words. Left her uncertain. That's not the right way to use the term compatible, is it? Mian could even argue back. Who brought clothes for Su Mian joked. Lu must really like the young master's clothes. Li picked them out. Cuffs. Watches and other accessories. Lu took a long time to decide on them. Thought these people might have misunderstood something. Waved his hand. We're not in that kind of relationship. Big brother. The makeup artist glanced at Su Mian and thought she didn't seem to be faking it. Looked like she was pretending. They began to speak. Day. Lu mentioned taking her boyfriend to the auction. Referring to the young master. The boyfriend who choked on his own saliva. Wait. Lu talked about you, his mood seemed noticeably better. Even felt less stern. Kept his head down. Trembled. Boyfriend. It's not a little kid. And rubbed his hands together. Now, sometimes the look in the big brother's eyes. A bit unusual. Su Mian tried to comfort himself as he continued to struggle. Tiger just pitted him for being a black tiger. Bond formed during the competition added to it. They love grooming themselves. By the cat's reaction. Better to test things out a bit. Of the tiger being so magnanimous must have been overthinking. There is clearly treating him like a child. Casually believe others and misunderstand him like that. In the next room. Who had changed into fresh clothes, walked in. After finishing her inner thoughts, looked up. He looked up. With Lu Li, who was standing at the doorway. Brother stared at him with an unwavering gaze. They're in silence. and felt a tingling discomfort under the intense stare. And she also felt a bit uneasy. Big brother seemed genuinely delighted. Kitten was wearing the clothes he had chosen. Fire brooch he had carefully picked out. Oh, all right. Walked nervously beside the man. Silent the entire way. Noticed the unusual attention given to the kitten. With concern about it. Thinking about. Thought. Big brother. Instinctively denied it. Crossed her mind. Casually as if to brush it off. Inside changing clothes. Looked like your little boyfriend. Think that's pretty funny. That, Sumian let out a couple of laughs. Cover up her awkwardness. All silent for a moment. Body tensed up for a second. Returned to normal. Pretty funny. And quietly fell silent. Brother. Actually quite frightening. The hover car to the auction house was just a few steps away. At the door responsible for welcoming guests. The admission ticket handed over by Lu Li. To carefully verify the identity. Respectfully and addressed Mr. Liu. Private box is ready. Court you there right away. To the second floor. Inside the private room. Venue below was fully visible. The auction began. Mayor methodically introduced each item for bidding. And suddenly felt the urge to visit the restroom. I'm going to the restroom for a moment. Up, intending to accompany the little kitten. Quickly placed a hand to stop the man. In the way myself. Back. Seems to be guarding itself against me. No choice but to give up. Happens that the item he wanted to purchase is about to be auctioned. Holiday is over, everything will be sorted out. Surprise waiting for the kitten. And followed the staff's directions. Toward the restroom. Finishing up, he went to the sink. Unaware of what was happening behind him. And resulted in bumping into someone who had just walked out behind. Lowered her head and apologized. For a long moment but heard no response. Lifting her head, she glanced at the person she had accidentally bumped into. Before her was a tall man. Be around 6'3" or 4. Moment, the man furrowed his brows. Gazing at the clumsy girl who had bumped into him. Lowered to focus on Su Mian's face. He thought about having one of his subordinates outside escort her away. Seeing a pair of glistening blue eyes. Was contracted in an instant. Gently with an uncertain expression at Su Mian. Su Mian locked eyes with the man in front of him. Surprised to find that the other person had a pair of deep violet black eyes. Directly into those eyes. As though one might be drawn into them. Snapping back to reality, was filled with apology. Sir. Accidentally bumped into you. Okay? The tone was gentle. Indescribable shadow. Did not expect the tall man's voice to sound like this. Felt out of sync with his demeanor. Su Mian smiled awkwardly. Sighed to make way. The man had no intention of leaving. Followed Su Mian. He asked. Alone? I came with someone else. And gave a slight nod. Say anything further. By bodyguards outside. Toward another corridor. Way. And quietly asked the bodyguard behind him. Which family that child belongs to. The guard behind him replied briefly, the head of the family. Sighed. Successfully acquired the auction item he had his eye on. Felt a bit disappointed. To see what his older brother had bid on. Down next to his older brother. Remaining juice. And Duli's nostrils flared slightly. Whiff of an unfamiliar scent. Like a faint perfume fragrance. Sounded an alarm. Something from a woman? If the little one likes you. The newly open-minded atmosphere of Waterblue was unfriendly. Went to the restroom. And felt puzzled. The man with innocent cat-like eyes. You went to the men's restroom. What else could it be? And stopped drinking her juice. By the baffling remarks from the eldest brother. You have the scent of perfume on you. Accidentally bumped into someone in the restroom earlier. Got transferred onto me. Didn't understand. Patiently explained that the person she bumped into was a woman. It was a man. Rose an octave. And puffed up in frustration. Genuinely upset. On, big brother. There are only men in the men's restroom. Dog's nose. Sharp, I didn't even notice it myself. I overthought it. The first to lower his head. apologized to the little cat who seemed upset, and picked up the juice again. Saying a word. Holding a grudge over what happened earlier. To make up by saying his mental strength had been a bit unstable just now. Came out a little harsh. To heart. Mental focus always so unsteady. And muttered under her breath. Next to her caught every word clearly. Luli's face remained expressionless. He had used this excuse too many times. Kitten isn't dumb. Possibly still believe it. Tended to sigh in an attempt to justify himself. Truth is that the auction attracts a mixed crowd. That some people have questionable intentions. You might encounter someone with bad intentions. He lifted his gaze to observe the kitten's reaction. Like it. And reluctantly accepted this explanation. Mental power didn't spiral out of control. Eyes flickered with a subtle glint. Expression remained composed as usual. Much better yet. Words. His eyes lit up. Excitedly, so I don't need to stay with you tonight. Sleep on my own. Nodded with some difficulty. You can. Sumian thought to herself. Definitely not a fool. This, it seems. Might not have actually experienced a mental outburst. Just an excuse to have the little kitten sleep beside him. He was clever enough. As where Sumian couldn't see. Appeared gloomy and contemplative. Thinking about how to get the little kitten to sleep over at night. To be sick definitely wouldn't work. Was actually ill. Returning to his old tricks. On your own. To the villa. And the elder brother simply said goodnight. Cheerful tune. The room next door, not feeling happy at all. A familiar big tiger. Sneaked into the room next door. A lesson from last time. Decided this time not to. Contact. Lay quietly next to it, resting obediently. The kitten could sleep soundly without noticing anything. To suppress the overwhelming joy. Hurried eagerly to the bedside. Eyes lazily scanned the bed. Half-closed crystal-like pupils instantly widened. Disbelief at the empty, unoccupied bed. See that the kitten turned into a person. All around. Finding nothing at all. Seemed a bit restless. Adorable little kitten be so captivating. Nose was pressing against the sheets, sniffing continuously. The person on the bed had been gone for quite a while. The kitten have already guessed I was coming. To another room. Hesitated slightly. Possibility was quite likely. Its little kitten was quite clever. It searched the entire second floor. Trace of the little cat anywhere to be seen. Staircase, they arrived on the first floor. They were about to search the first floor. Almost imperceptible scent of a cat suddenly reached their nose. Followed the direction of the scent. Expected. The flower pot in the corner of the first floor. Missing one they had been searching for so long. It was curled up there, fast asleep. Snoring softly as it slept. Stared intently at the little cat sleeping soundly. It had been wandering aimlessly like a headless chicken. Everywhere but couldn't find anything. Cat must have done it on purpose. Sumian had done it intentionally. Stepping out of the bathroom. A large bed, pondering the meaning of his feline existence. The big tiger had already made a promise. Guaranteed the big guy wouldn't revert to his animal instincts and bother him again. Thinking it through, Sumian waited until the whole house had turned off its lights. Transformed into a cat form. Tiptoed to the flower pot on the first floor to sleep. Stood still, staring coldly at the little cat inside. Contemplated whether to just eat it directly. The little cat wouldn't wander around anymore. The tiger quickly abandoned that idea. Its head. Mouth wide to scoop up the little cat. Away with gentle movements. And truly didn't notice anything unusual. Climbing the stairs, the little kitten was startled awake. And turned her head. All were two glowing eyes, fur bristling in an instant. Paws extended out. The little panda was fully alert. At the tiger in front of it. Noticed the kitten had woken up. Loosened. Tongue flicked over its nose. Hide the awkwardness of being caught. Sat upright and proper on the cushion. Eyes with the tiger in front of her. Closer inspection. Noticed Sumian's mouth trembling silently. Had reasonable doubts that the little cat was silently cursing him as the stinky big brother. Another sneak attack on Sumian. Finishing a round of insults. Feeling exhausted, onto the cushion and stopped looking at the tiger. Two things as if finding solace in them. Tell what was going through his mind. Glanced at the little cat in silence. Growl rumbled in his throat. Draw the little cat's attention back. The other side paid no attention whatsoever. Quietly staring at the cushion. Felt utterly empty. The cat was left glaring all by itself. And the tiger who had planned a midnight ambush gave in. His head, he nuzzled Sumian gently with his forehead. Sumian still ignoring him. His mouth to return the kitten to its original spot. Tiger left. The kitten, who had already closed its eyes to rest. Deep sense of discomfort in his heart. The ears twitched slightly. Stairs with steady tiger steps. Returned to its quiet state. Early morning, Luli walked out of his room. Stairs, pretending to unintentionally pass by the flower pot. Shifted to the round cushion over there. Had already left. Returned to the bedroom. Knew where it had gone. This did last night. And carried a strong scent of a blood leopard. Quite obvious. Must have secretly given the kitten plenty of good treats. Pulling out the torn-up cushion he used to sleep on as a child. It as well. Found it increasingly irritating to look at. Out his foot and gave it a kick. He pulled his foot back. Wasn't the one who had just retaliated. Venting the frustration in his heart. Found, intending to look for the little cat. He turned back. Had just kicked the cushion froze in place. In front of him stood a small cat. Eyes quietly watching in this direction. Was caught red-handed on the spot. The cushion remained calm and composed. As if nothing had happened at all. Watched the entire scene unfold. Her older brother childishly kicking the cushion. Get particularly angry about it. She felt her brother seemed to have changed. Stern and imposing to now being shameless. Cunning and full of tricks. Who thought the little cat would get upset? Crisp sound of the kitten. I don't feel like going out today. Out and have fun tomorrow instead. Face of surprise flickered in Luli's eyes. Expect the kitten to still be willing to talk to him. Unexpected was that it wanted to continue playing here. Tiger in his heart let out a relieved sigh. Next expression, he casually said okay. Someone over in a bit. Order some seafood while we're at it. Meal. Long. Full of local seafood specialties came into view. Stared longingly at the lavish feast in front of him. Naturally meant to eat seafood. Noticed that Sumian still retained his animal instincts. Convenient for you to come back. I won't do anything. And tilted his head. Wide eyes looked directly at the man. Was unusually focused. As if he was questioning silently. What are you planning to do? He was being unnecessarily redundant. Down next to the little cat. Hands, he deftly pried open the crab. The tender white meat inside. Into the little cat's bowl. A small pile of meat had formed. Noticed this. Everything without any hesitation. Finishing the meal. Man offered. Ate it without hesitation. And one cat. Completely forgotten last night's unpleasantness. Villa located in the central district of Azure Star. Leaned against a chair near the wall. It dressed in black stood to the side. Over the documents in his hand. His head has everything ready. Our people will be in the western outskirts of the capital Star. Batch of experimental subjects first. Observe the results. Nodded slightly. Person I asked you to investigate. It immediately handed over a few photos. Drops of sweat suddenly rolled down the forehead. Extremely nervous, the subordinate said they failed to handle the matter properly. Me, master. Start by talking about it. Family head who asked me to investigate this. His name is Su Ming. Enrolled in the combat division at the Empire's first military academy. Indicate. Of the 1st Legion's ground forces. Temporary guardian? Thin lips curved slightly. Thing had piqued his interest. Indeed. Truly get the child from. 2 years ago, he signed up for the primitive survival competition. Was picked up in the forest. Exactly the child ended up in the forest. Hasn't been figured out yet. Seemed indifferent about investigating the person he pointed out. Was focused on Luli. Was full of disdain. He participated in such a pointless competition. More boring than I had imagined. Family's subordinate stammered hesitantly. Regiment commander. Something suspicious was actually discovered during the competition? Something was uncovered, what difference would it make? Need to bother with it. Net responded with a nervous nod. Lowered his head and glanced at the photo in his hand. Other than Su Mion's human and beast forms. Person in charge of the new western suburbs of the capital next month. Deputy commander of the 5th Legion. The eldest son of the Wayne family. Wayne was reassigned from the front lines. Temporarily in charge of the military estate in the western suburbs. Competition. Son of the Leia family. Been staying with these 3 individuals. I understand. Now. Net lowered his head. He's slipping out of the room. His deep purple black eyes fixated on the photo in her hand. Room. Whisper remained.